Chapter 901. Golostan could not remember how many days he had not slept soundly. When Chu Nan lost contact for the first 2 days, although he felt that something was wrong, he was not very worried. After all, with Chu Nan's current strength, nothing would usually happen, let alone this kid who had survived such a bad situation in the Lepler star system. It fully displayed his luck in life. However, later on, when the news of more and more participants disappearing circulated, Golostan could not help but worry. As the ambassador of the Earth Federation to the United States of Meleta came looking for him and clearly told him that Chu Nan should have been captured like the other missing participants, Golostan could no longer sleep peacefully. Although Supremacy Melanie of the United States of Meleta had unexpectedly personally come and assured Golostan that nothing would happen to Chu Nan, and she even hoped that he could help her save the other participants who had been captured, he was still worried. As the teacher in charge of Star Cloud Academy's team participating in the competition, Chu Nan, who had performed the most well in the competition, had not only attracted great attention in the Earth Federation, but he had even disappeared under his nose. It could be said that Golostan was under great pressure. He even swore in his mind that as long as Chu Nan could return safely this time, he would never be his teacher in the future. This kid had already made Golostan's heart jump when he was in the Lepler star system. He had endured more than half a year of powerful pressure before knowing that he was still alive. It had long exhausted him physically and mentally. If he did this again, he felt that he would at least be 20 years older. However, the premise was that Chu Nan could return safely this time. Thinking of this, Golostan knocked his head hard and could not help but smile bitterly. Last time, this kid made people worry for half a year before there was any news. This time, according to the information provided by the ambassador, it was very likely that this kid had been captured by someone and taken to the Perseus arm. Then, the two spiral arms were tens of thousands of light years apart, and coupled with the extreme xenophobia of the Arahawana Military Treaty Alliance that controlled the Perseus arm, it was even more difficult to obtain accurate information about this kid. This time, he might not be able to hear from this kid for half a year. When he recalled the various doubts that had already arisen on the Milky Way Network and the huge pressure he faced after returning to Star Cloud Academy and the Earth Federation, Golostan felt an even greater headache. Can't this damned kid make people worry one day? Golostan finally could not help but curse softly. Just as he finished cursing, he suddenly felt a new message vibrate on the personal terminal on his wrist. Golostan could not be bothered to look. He knew that this must be another harassment communication message from the media reporters of the Earth Federation and the United States of Meleta. In the past few days, because the news of Chu Nan and the others' disappearance had gradually spread, he, the teacher in charge who was closest to him, had been harassed by countless media reporters and was already extremely annoyed. As a result, he simply set his personal terminal to not answer any unfamiliar communication requests other than his contact list. Since this communication request was only a vibration notification, it was almost certain to be those annoying media reporters. However, Golostan ignored it. His personal terminal vibrated again and did not stop, as if he would not stop until he achieved his goal. Humph! Must you force me to directly set it to reject all unfamiliar communication? Golostan was so annoyed that his heart burned. He raised his wrist and planned to set up his personal terminal again, but as soon as he raised his wrist, he was suddenly stunned. His personal terminal displayed more than 10 unanswered communication requests. This was not a problem. The problem was that after these dozen or so unanswered communication requests, there was a message from a stranger. The message was very simple. It was only a short sentence. However, when he saw this short sentence, it suddenly made Golostan hold his breath. Even the expression on his face instantly became stunned. Teacher Golostan, I'm Chu Nan. If it was only this message, Golostan would definitely sneer and feel that this must be a small trick used by a media reporter. However, behind this message was a very special pattern information. Others might not understand what this pattern meant, but Golostan knew very well that this pattern was clearly the internal symbol of the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch. Apart from the people of the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch, outsiders would usually not know this pattern. Golostan's body could not help but tremble slightly. With his many years of composure, it still took him a while to suppress the excitement in his heart. He opened his personal terminal and opened the message before sending a communication request to the sender. A moment later, the communication request was picked up and the virtual screen lit up. A young face that Golostan hated to the core when he thought of it these few days appeared on the virtual screen. Heh, Teacher Golostan, I haven't seen you in a few days. You seem to have become much more haggard. Golostan looked at the virtual screen in a daze. After a long time, he squeezed out a sentence fiercely from the gaps of his teeth. Brat, you still have the nerve to say this. Chu Nan chuckled and ended the call with Golostan. He turned to look at the subordinate of the Ita Chamber of Commerce who was waiting obediently outside the door and smiled in satisfaction. The strength of this Ita Chamber of Commerce was indeed as powerful as Captain Norman had praised. Not long after they arrived on planet Eton, they had already gotten someone to get Chu Nan a personal terminal that met his requirements. Not only could this personal terminal use all its functions without authentication, but it could also completely connect to the Milky Way Network, allowing Chu Nan to easily communicate with Golostan tens of thousands of light years away. One had to know that under the policy requirements of the Arahawana Military Treaty Alliance, the people on the Perseus arm could basically not access the complete Milky Way Network. If they wanted to communicate with the people on the Perseus arm and the other two spiral arms, that was not something ordinary people could do. Of course, Chu Nan had previously saved the entire caravan from the cosmic pirates. If such a small request could not satisfy him, it would be too unreasonable. After glancing at the subordinate of the Ita Chamber of Commerce outside the door, Chu Nan thought for a moment and sent a communication request to Chu Zioxi. Chapter 902. Uncle Muluo. Uncle Muluo. Chu Zioxi's excited and happy cheer sounded, pulling Muluo out of his daze. Turning around, Muluo frowned slightly when he saw Chu Zioxi's even slightly twisted face because of her excessive excitement. Zioxi, what's making you so happy? As soon as he asked, his heart immediately stirred and he stood up. Could it be that there's news of your brother? Haha, Uncle Muluo, you're very smart. Chu Zioxi laughed happily and even patted her chest forcefully. She said in a proud tone, I've long said that it's impossible for my brother to be fine. Muluo glanced at Chu Zioxi and laughed as he shook his head. I wonder who was the one who was so worried that he could not sleep every day and could only come out to cultivate at night. Chu Zioxi blushed and sneered. I was doing that to surprise brother when he returned. Alright, that's it. However, where did you get the news of your brother? Look at how happy you are. Could it be that he has already returned safely? No, he's not back yet, but... Chu Zioxi raised her left wrist which she had been hiding behind her as if presenting a treasure. The virtual screen of the personal terminal on her wrist opened, and the familiar young face of Muluo was smiling brightly at him. Heh, Uncle Muluo, aren't you worried about me just because you said that Zioxi is worried about me? Chu Nan asked with a smile. Muluo sneered, Kid, you were able to survive after falling into the Stargate. Why would I be worried about you? In comparison, I'm worried about those guys. They could have captured anyone, but they insisted on capturing you. Now, you're indeed going to ruin it. Chu Nan immediately laughed. Although Muluo said that he was not worried about Chu Nan, with his usually taciturn personality, he actually said so much in a row after seeing him and even joked. It could be seen that he was in a good mood after seeing him. After briefly introducing his current situation to Uncle Muluo, Chu Nan suddenly asked, Uncle Muluo, where's that Grek? How's he now? Grek. Muluo did not expect Chu Nan to suddenly mention this guy. He's locked up now. Why are you suddenly asking about him? Let me see him. I have some questions to ask him myself, Chu Nan said seriously. Seeing the serious expression on Chu Nan's face, Muluo thought for a moment and did not waste any time. He nodded and said, Alright, I'll arrange it. Wait a moment. After Muluo left, Chu Nan continued to chat with Chu Zioxi. When he contacted Chu Zioxi previously, Chu Nan had already told her about his current situation. Although he knew that this would actually make Chu Zioxi a little worried about the distant Perseus arm, since she knew that he was still alive and moving freely, she would not be too worried. The experience of Chu Nan falling into the Stargate had already given Chu Zioxi and her parents a powerful psychological endurance. Now, as long as there was no exact information about his death, they would not be too worried, let alone that he was still alive and well. Brother, when do you plan to return? Chu Zioxi asked at the end. I can't say for sure now. Chu Nan shrugged, this is also the first time I've come to the Perseus arm. I'm unfamiliar with this place and have some things to do, so it should take a while. In short, stay at home with mom and dad and tell them not to worry about me. I won't take long to return. Oh, Chu Zioxi agreed bluntly. After the previous incident, her confidence in Chu Nan was simply blind. She did not believe that he would die easily. Right, brother, you really succeeded in condensing a star cloud, right? You've already become a heaven control martial artist, right? Chu Zioxi asked again. That's right. Your brother is a powerful heaven control martial artist now. How is it? Isn't it very powerful? Chu Nan smiled. Chu Zioxi's eyes immediately lit up as she nodded repeatedly. Yes, of course. Brother, you're the strongest. I knew this long ago. However, brother, you're so powerful, so I can't be too bad, right? When you return, you must teach me how to condense a star cloud. I want to become a heaven control martial artist like you. In the future, we'll become the strongest star-grade martial artists together. What do you think? Chu Nan rolled his eyes. You want to run before you can walk. Cultivate obediently and break through the cosmic heaven's gate first. He. The two of them chatted for a while before Muluo returned. It's been arranged. Chu Nan, do you plan to ask him directly? Yes, I can't return and ask him in person now. Chu Nan nodded. Alright. Muluo glanced at Chu Zioxi and thought for a moment. He did not have the intention to avoid her. He opened his personal terminal and picked up a call. A moment later, the virtual screen of his personal terminal revealed the situation inside a dark room. There was only a metal chair in the middle of the room. On it, a person was firmly trapped in the chair. It was obvious that he had completely lost his mobility. Perhaps hearing the commotion, that person raised his head, revealing an extremely thin face. Although he had lost a lot of weight, Chu Nan still recognized him at a glance. This person was Grek. Seeing that this majestic Sand Eagle leader who was previously on planet Lepler had become like this, Chu Nan could not help but sigh in his mind. Then, he suppressed this emotion and asked, Hey, Grek, do you still remember who I am? Grek originally had a wooden expression and lifeless eyes that were unfocused, but when he heard Chu Nan's voice, his body shook slightly. Then, his pupils quickly focused. When he saw Chu Nan on the virtual screen, his expression suddenly changed and deep hatred shot out from his eyes. Chu Nan, damned kid, how can I not remember you? It's good that you remember me. Chu Nan smiled and did not mind Grek's hateful gaze. Grek, you seem to have said that the Supremacy Lahir you invited passed through the Stargate with Supremacy Ovally and went to the Perseus arm, right? Grek sneered and did not answer. Chu Nan did not mind and continued, It's fine if you're unwilling to say. I don't need you to tell me now because I already know where the two of them went. Grek sneered, clearly not believing him. However, when he heard Chu Nan's next sentence, his expression involuntarily changed. Kasha Kingdom. You should know this name, right? Chapter 903. Chu Nan closed his personal communication interface and rubbed his chin before falling into deep thought. Although Greg was unyielding at first, when Chu Nan said that he was on the Kasha Kingdom and Planet Eden, his persistence immediately became a joke. The reason why he could not relent previously was that Chu Nan, Uncle Muluo, and the others were not familiar with the Perseus arm, so it was very difficult to find specific information. If he did not say it, Chu Nan and the others would not know. However, now that Chu Nan had unexpectedly come to the Kasha Kingdom and even the capital planet of the Kasha Kingdom, Planet Eden, and had already obtained some information about supremacy here, it was meaningless for Greg to persist. After Chu Nan gave a clear promise that as long as he found supremacy ovally, he would let him leave, although Greg would not completely believe it, he did not have any other choice. Therefore, he still revealed some useful information to Chu Nan. Supremacy Lahir's base. Chu Nan frowned slightly. I wonder if I can obtain more specific information there. After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan shook his head and gave up on this question. He was unfamiliar with this place. It was definitely impossible to know the exact answer just by thinking here. If he wanted to know, he still had to make a trip. What he needed to consider now were his next arrangements. Although he was very concerned about supremacy ovali's matter, in comparison, the most urgent thing to resolve now was the problem of Tiago and the others. Through his communication with Golostan, Chu Nan had successfully contacted the Orion arm. Next, through teacher Golostan, he could successfully reveal the situation of himself, Tiago, and the others and obtain their help. Not to mention Chu Nan, just Tiago was a famous genius of the United States of Meleda. Now that he was missing, the United States of Meleda would definitely organize a force to save him. As for the others, they were all extraordinary in strength and clearly had good backgrounds in their respective countries. If the news of them being trapped here spread, the various countries on the Orion arm would definitely react accordingly. However, Chu Nan knew their situation very well. Chu Nan was powerful and could even pass through the Stargate with his body and perform a super spatial jump. Naturally, he was not worried, but Tiago and the others did not have such strength. It was definitely not so easy to bring them away. At the same time, Chu Nan was still unable to confirm which country and faction on the Perseus arm Jigs was cooperating with to kidnap him, Tiago, and the others. However, from his rational deduction, if this matter wanted to succeed, it required a lot of strength and the consequences were even more serious. Therefore, this behind-the-scenes faction would definitely not be too weak. Under the monitoring of such a huge faction, it was clearly difficult to safely take Tiago and the others away. If he was not careful and attracted the other party's attention, not to mention luring out an even stronger enemy, just Master Ro was enough to prevent Chu Nan from easily taking Tiago and the others away. Most importantly, Chu Nan could not slowly wait for the Orion arm to react and rescue him. Firstly, the Arahuana Military Treaty Alliance was extremely xenophobic. The various countries on the Orion arm might not be able to successfully enter the Perseus arm to rescue them. Secondly, such a huge action was easier to attract the attention of the other party's faction and would put Tiago and the others in danger. Moreover, even if he ignored this, Chu Nan had always felt that the planet where Tiago and the others were was strange. It was not a long-term solution to let them stay there. Therefore, the most important thing now is to get them away, but what should I do? Chu Nan's gaze landed on the subordinate of the Ita Chamber of Commerce outside the door and he thought to himself that his luck was already very good this time. He happened to encounter an attack on the Ita Chamber of Commerce's caravan and obtained these conveniences because he saved them. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to do anything. After carefully calculating for a while, Chu Nan stood up and arrived outside the door before patting the subordinate's shoulder. Heh, tell me, how can I get a spaceship as soon as possible? Ah. Leader Toyatul had a gloomy expression. All the subordinates in front of him were silent like cicadas in winter, not daring to move at all. They knew very well that the leader must be in a very bad mood now. If anyone dared to provoke him at this moment, their outcome would definitely be very miserable. After a long time, Leader Toyatul suddenly raised his hand and slapped hard, shattering a half-meter thick rock table in front of him. He cursed angrily. Although the subordinates standing at the front were in pain from the shattered rocks, all the subordinates heaved a sigh of relief. The best outcome was that the leader could vent the anger in his heart. Otherwise, with the leader's usual temper, some unlucky guy might lose his head this time. Damn, I clearly passed through the experts of this starfield. No one will find trouble with us. Where did this guy come from? Hearing Leader Toyatul's curse, his subordinates looked at each other. They could not answer this question, because the failure of this operation was indeed very surprising. As cosmic pirates, it was not like they had never encountered a failed robbery operation, and it had happened many times. Among these failed operations, there were some that failed because the intelligence of the robbed caravan was inaccurate. In the end, the other party's firepower was too fierce and could not be taken down. There were also some that happened to encounter the escort fleet of the Kasha Kingdom attacking the cosmic pirates, causing the operation to fail. There were also various other reasons. However, among the various reasons for failure, the most powerless was to encounter a situation like today, to be defeated by an expert passing by. Even if their cosmic pirate could be said to be the strongest cosmic pirate in the Kasha Kingdom and even the nearly 1,000 light-years nearby starfield, cosmic pirates were still cosmic pirates and could not be compared to regular armies. It was one thing to encounter those ordinary experts, but when they encountered super experts who were enough to face an entire armed fleet in space and even easily defeat them, they were helpless. Today's operation was like this. Originally, they were already about to defeat the caravan of the Ita Chamber of Commerce and snatch a large number of goods in the caravan, but a super expert suddenly appeared out of nowhere, causing all their previous efforts to be in vain. It was one thing for the operation to not succeed, but they had encountered this situation many times and were mentally prepared. What really angered and even pained leader Toyatul was that super expert who destroyed 5 of their spaceships in a row. That was 5 battleships. Every cosmic battleship required 70 million dinars. Such a precious battleship would be extremely painful to lose one in an ordinary battle, but now, they had lost 5 in a row. They needed at least 2 years to earn back a total of 350 million points of loss, and that was under the circumstances of risking their lives. However, what angered the leader the most was that he could not think of a way to take revenge. Such a super expert who could easily kill the entire fleet alone was an extremely powerful high-level heaven control expert even if he was not a star-grade martial artist. Even the strength of the country would be unable to do anything to such an expert, let alone a mere cosmic pirate like them. It was this helplessness that made him even angrier. However, he could not blame his subordinate for this. Blame them for being unable to deal with a high-level heaven control expert or even a star-grade martial artist? What a joke! Looking at his subordinate's helpless expressions, leader Toyatul felt very helpless. In the end, his shrewdness as a leader for many years still suppressed the anger in his heart, and began to arrange the subsequent handling of this matter. Of course, it was impossible for them to take revenge on that super expert. Not to mention that he had long disappeared, it was basically impossible for them to find him. Firstly, even if they could find him, they could not do anything to him. Therefore, the best solution was to forget about this as soon as possible and find a new target to rob. In fact, in order to avoid losses, they had to carefully avoid the star field where that super expert might appear to prevent themselves from being unlucky again. Just as Leader Toyatul was giving orders one by one, another subordinate hurriedly walked in and interrupted him. Leader Toyatul frowned and was about to reprimand him when that subordinate came to his side. With a complicated expression, he opened the personal terminal on his wrist and displayed the information on the virtual screen in front of him. Leader Toyatul glanced at it and immediately raised his eyebrows in surprise. It's actually the Black Scorpion token. After glancing at it twice, he looked even more surprised. Could it be that guy? What a coincidence. A moment later, a smile appeared on his face. Ha, it's actually a guy from the Orion Arm, an outsider. We have hope of taking revenge this time. Chapter 904. Chu Nan flew in the alternate space in a happy mood. Feeling the special frequency spatial energy vibration trajectory in the surrounding alternate space, Chu Nan was certain that he was on the right path. The gains from this exploration operation after passing through the Stargate were beyond his expectations. After obtaining the completely cracked personal terminal on his wrist, not only did it allow him to successfully contact the outside world, it also allowed him to finally figure out where he was. According to the complete star map that he had logged into the Milky Way Network, the Kasha Kingdom was actually the nearest country on the Perseus Arm to pass through the Spiral Arm Stargate. The capital planet of the Kasha Kingdom, planet Hutan, was only less than 300 light-years away from the straight starry sky of the Stargate. This also meant that as long as Chu Nan was willing, he only needed to take the cross-spiral arm spaceship of their Chamber of Commerce with the help of the Eta Chamber of Commerce to cross the 2 spiral arms and return to the Orion Arm in half a month. Moreover, he would return to the relatively familiar Sapphire Star field on the Orion Arm. However, it was obvious that he was unwilling to return alone. Apart from helping Tiago and the others escape, more importantly, he had to take the opportunity to investigate the news of supremacy ovally. It was not easy for him to arrive at the Perseus Arm and accidentally obtain relevant information about supremacy ovally. If he did not investigate clearly, not to mention being unable to explain when he saw Angie Prairie in the future, Chu Nan would not forgive himself. However, after careful consideration, Chu Nan first decided to help Tiago and the others escape. Moreover, this would not be too troublesome, because the help provided to him by the Eta Chamber of Commerce exceeded his image. After knowing that Chu Nan wanted to obtain a spaceship as soon as possible, Captain Norman, who was the most familiar with him, asked him about his goal. He wanted to help a group of companions who had unintentionally landed on a desolate planet escape and return to the Orion Arm. He patted his chest and expressed that in order to repay Chu Nan's kindness, the Eta Chamber of Commerce was willing to help him. Moreover, compared to Chu Nan saying that he would get a spaceship to pick up Tiago and the others and cross the Sea of Stars to return to the Orion Arm, the plan provided by the Eta Chamber of Commerce was clearly more feasible. The Eta Chamber of Commerce expressed that they could provide a small spaceship and head to the planet Chu Nan had designated to bring his companions to planet Eden. Then, they could arrange for Chu Nan and his companions to board the cross-spiral arm civilian spaceship heading to the Orion Arm. Although this would take a slight detour, it was a very good arrangement for Chu Nan. This was because if he were to get a spaceship to take Tiago and the others away, not to mention the difficulty of obtaining a spaceship, even if he obtained it, it would not be easy to successfully return to the Orion Arm through the monitoring of the Spiral Arm Stargate. If he chose to take the cross-spiral arm civilian spaceship prepared by the Eta Chamber of Commerce, these problems would be solved. According to the star map, the situation Chu Nan had detected when he was flying in the alternate space had been verified. In fact, the star system where Tiago and the others were now was not far from planet Eden. The straight starry sky was only 137 light-years away according to the star map. If everything went smoothly, it would take 2 days to travel from that planet to planet Eden. It would take 5 days to travel from planet Eden to the trans-spiral arm Stargate. The next trans-spiral arm super-spatial jump would take about 10 days. Coupled with the time spent preparing in the middle, it should take more than 20 days. Although it would take so long, compared to the situation Chu Nan had expected, this was already the best plan. When he recalled that they only needed less than a month to return to the familiar environment on the Orion arm, Chu Nan deeply felt that his luck was very good. If she knows this news, she'll definitely be very happy, right? Chu Nan could not help but smile. The reason why he flew back alone was that the Ita Chamber of Commerce still needed to prepare this plan for 2 days. Therefore, Chu Nan decided to return and inform Okiya and the others. In particular, he had previously promised her that regardless of whether he discovered any valuable information, he would return in 3 days to tell her so that they would not worry. Now that Chu Nan had returned with the good news that even he was surprised by, he believed that regardless of whether it was Okiya or Tiago, they would definitely be happy. As he pondered the details of his next action, Chu Nan accelerated his flight in the alternate space. This was because he did not need to slowly explore the alternate space as he had come. Coupled with the complete star map on his personal terminal, the speed at which Chu Nan returned was much faster than when he came. In less than 6 hours, he felt that the spatial energy fluctuation in a certain space in the alternate space ahead was especially stable. Chu Nan was immediately overjoyed. This special situation that was completely different from the overall situation in the alternate space was naturally the Stargate. A moment later, Chu Nan had already arrived in that space. Due to the special structure of the Stargate, he did not need to adjust the spatial energy to open the spatial wall. He felt the spatial energy around him turn from violent to calm and stable, and the scene in front of him quickly changed. His vision darkened and lit up, and then he discovered that the surrounding space was flickering with starlight. A huge fireball burned brightly in the starry sky on the right. Due to the fact that he had already passed through the spatial wall many times, the speed at which Chu Nan passed through the alternate space and adapted to the environment of the positive space universe was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he quickly entered his state. The first thing he did was to raise his left hand to play and open the complete personal terminal he had obtained from the Ita Chamber of Commerce. Then, he discovered that after entering this star system, his new personal terminal was still unable to connect to the Milky Way Network. This proved that this star system was not covered by the Milky Way Network at all. Strange, a star system only more than 100 light-years away from the capital star system of a kingdom is actually so backward. Chu Nan frowned in thought for a moment before turning around to size up the dilapidated stargate in the starry sky behind him. He was puzzled. Clearly, this star system was still a very important star system previously because of the existence of the Stargate, but why did it look abandoned now? I forgot to check on the Milky Way Network. Chu Nan shook his head and felt that he had miscalculated. However, this was not the time to consider these problems. Chu Nan confirmed the location of the bright star in front of him and verified it with the star map he had left in his mind after personally exploring it 2 days ago. Soon, he confirmed his location. Then, the spatial energy around him fluctuated abnormally and he instantly opened the spatial wall. He entered the alternate space again and flew towards the planet where Okiya, Tiago, and the others were at high speed. In just 3 minutes, Chu Nan's figure suddenly jumped out of the alternate space and appeared in the cosmic space outside the atmosphere of the blue planet. I'm finally back. Chu Nan lowered his head and before he could heave a sigh of relief, his expression instantly changed. Chapter 905. Previously, Chu Nan had landed on this planet with the condensation room filled with Tiago and the others. Later on, after he returned from exploring the starry sky, the small island was within the radius of the star, which was the traditional day. Apart from the extremely huge and powerful monster on the island and the equally powerful sea beast that hunted in the sea, which surprised Chu Nan that there were so many ferocious beasts on this planet and their strength made him feel strange, he did not attract much attention. However, now that Chu Nan had returned and discovered that the small island happened to be facing the sun, which was a traditional night, the situation on the surface of the planet was completely different from the impression he had previously. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, one could see that the atmosphere of the planet seemed to be continuously stirred by something. Countless winds and clouds moved, stirring up huge vortexes in the atmosphere. It looked as if an endless storm was condensing inside. Occasionally, the wind and clouds would dissipate, revealing the true situation in the atmosphere. One could see 2 or several monsters of different sizes fighting. Not only were these monsters huge, but every action could also clearly drive the spatial energy around them to circulate, causing lightning and thunder to flash in the atmosphere. All kinds of phenomena appeared. From time to time, black cracks that tore open space could be seen densely in the air, as if they wanted to tear open the entire sky. Chu Nan glanced at it and was shocked. Just the monsters that could be seen with the naked eye numbered hundreds. Every one of these monsters had the powerful strength to tear through space. According to the definition in the Pan-Milky Way Ferocious Beast Encyclopedia, every one of these monsters was at least an A-rank beast. This conclusion shocked Chu Nan. According to the Pan-Milky Way Ferocious Beast Encyclopedia, even the weakest A-rank beast was enough to face high-level void break martial artists. No matter how one looked at it, the ferocious beasts Chu Nan saw were not the weakest A-rank ferocious beasts. In other words, if they fought head-on, even high-level void break martial artists might not be able to defeat one. When he thought of this, Chu Nan did not have the time to carefully observe. His figure accelerated and fell from space. A moment later, he penetrated the atmosphere and landed on the ground. Perhaps it was because those monsters were obsessed with the intense battle with other monsters and because Chu Nan was very careful to hide the spatial energy fluctuations he brought about and try his best not to bring about any phenomena, he did not alarm any monsters and landed. However, after passing through the atmosphere, the scene that entered Chu Nan's eyes only shocked him even more. In the atmosphere in the sky, hundreds of terrifying A-rank ferocious beasts were fighting intensely. In the night sky under the atmosphere, there were also different types, different sizes, and different appearances of monsters that were equally powerful, standing together intensely, almost covering the entire night sky under their shadows. In the almost endless seawater below, there were also surging waves everywhere. There was an aggressive and equally ferocious monster hidden in every wave. Just like the monsters in the sky, the monsters in the sea were also fighting intensely. From time to time, flesh and blood could be seen flying from the monsters' bodies, dyeing the seawater dark. Although these monsters were much weaker than the hundreds of rank ferocious beasts fighting in the atmosphere, there were more of them and the battle was more intense. The situation looked much more tragic. Chu Nan carefully avoided a bird-shaped monster with 4 wings and a sharp beak that flew past him. At the same time, he tried his best to maintain the distance between him and the sea and not be disturbed by the monsters fighting in the sea. He relied on the precise memory in his AI-like powerful brain to quickly fly towards the island. As soon as he approached the island, Chu Nan's heart immediately sank. In the sky above the island, dense monsters had already filled the entire sky, almost preventing any starlight from leaking, completely enveloping the entire island in shadows. In the seawater around the island, there were also shadows everywhere. Clearly, there were countless monsters hidden in the sea. Unlike the monsters elsewhere, the monsters around the island were not in an intense battle. Instead, they all stared at the island with ferocious gazes. Moreover, some monsters continuously opened their huge mouths and released bright white, red, or purple light cannons. After hitting the island, they were like particle light cannons that caused intense explosions on the island. Under the light of the explosion, it could be seen that the island was already beyond recognition and filled with desolation. It had probably been destroyed by the attacks of these monsters over and over again. Seeing this scene, Chu Nan was even more surprised and worried. Were Tiago, Okiya, and the others still on this island? If they were still here, could they survive the powerful attacks of these monsters? Seeing that there was no reaction from the island, let alone half a figure, Chu Nan glanced at the monsters that were still firing light cannons in the sky and his anger soared. Damn! I painstakingly crossed hundreds of light years and finally relied on my luck to find a way to bring them back. If they're killed by you beasts now, won't my efforts be in vain? Die! Chu Nan could not help but roar and could not be bothered to hide. The star cloud in his body circulated and the spatial energy around him moved as he pleased. His body instantly transformed into a destructive white light that tore through the night sky and entered the group of monsters in the sky. Boom! As if a bomb had been thrown into it, a huge hole was blasted in the night sky that was tightly covered by the monsters. More than 10 monsters flying in the sky instantly turned into flesh and blood that filled the sky and scattered down. Chu Nan did not stop at all. His body shuttled back and forth in the air. With every action, he would accurately punch a monster. Then, this monster's entire body would explode and it would die on the spot. At first, these monsters seemed to be stunned by Chu Nan's sudden attack, but their reactions were abnormally fast and they quickly counterattacked and surrounded him. However, these monsters might be a little troublesome in the eyes of ordinary void break martial artists, but to Chu Nan, with his current strength as a heaven control martial artist, he far surpassed the powerful body of ordinary heaven control martial artists. The attacks of these monsters could not even scratch his skin. In his anger, Chu Nan could not be bothered to dodge and threw punches at the monster in the sky. The monsters in the sky were dense to begin with, and Chu Nan's movements were extremely fast and precise. Therefore, with every punch, a monster would explode and die. Before long, a huge space was forcefully cleared beside Chu Nan. In the beginning, those monsters counterattacked extremely ferociously and were not afraid of death. However, when the casualties became more and more serious, even these monsters could not hold on and gradually cowered. The anger in Chu Nan's heart still had not dissipated, but he was unwilling to let these guys go. Just as he was about to continue chasing, several figures suddenly flickered with various lights and flew up from the island below. Chu Nan turned around and was immediately overjoyed. You're not dead. Chapter 906. Tiago flew to Chu Nan's side with a bright yellow light and glared at him. Do you really want us to die? Before Chu Nan could answer, a figure emitting a fiery red light pounced into his arms. That's great. Chu Nan, you're back. I knew you would be fine. I knew you wouldn't leave us behind and run away. Chu Nan helplessly pushed her away and glanced at her from head to toe. He discovered that compared to when he left, her face was darker and she looked very exhausted. Even the excitement and joy on her face could not be hidden. Her clothes, which were made of something, were tattered everywhere, revealing a large piece of skin. Looking at Tiago beside him, who was similar to Okiya, it could be seen that the two of them must have had a very difficult time in the past few days. Hey, Chu Nan, where have you been these few days? Did you find any clues to let us return? Seeing Chu Nan turn around, Tiago asked. There's good news, but now is not the time to talk about this. Chu Nan shook his head and pointed at the people fighting those monsters in the sky. Let's go help first. Just as Chu Nan was about to move, she grabbed him. Ignore these guys. We can't kill them all. As she pulled Chu Nan towards the island below, she shouted at the people who had flown up with the two of them. When those people heard her shout and saw that she had already pulled Chu Nan to the island, they forced the surrounding monsters away and flew towards the island without looking back. Although these people's strengths varied, the weakest was already at the third stage void break realm. Although the number of monsters around them was terrifying, after all, their strength could not compare to the A-rank ferocious beasts fighting above the atmosphere, so they could not stop them. In a few breaths, they had already escaped back to the island. Chu Nan was not afraid of these monsters at all, but he was very curious about their actions and allowed them to pull him down. When they flew to the island, they discovered that everyone was not flying towards the beach. Instead, they flew straight to the center of the island and plunged into the dense forest in the middle of the island that had been bombarded by the monsters again and again but was still tenaciously alive. Are you guys so free these few days? Chu Nan looked at his surroundings and said to Okiya in surprise. Of course, those monsters outside appeared the next night. If we were still on the beach, we would be dead. Okiya puffed out her chest proudly. I was the first to discover those monsters and the first to suggest coming to the middle of the island to avoid the monsters' attacks. These guys did not dare to come in at that time. Hearing this, a weak voice sounded. Everyone is worried that there's still that huge monster. Hearing this voice, Chu Nan turned around and discovered that the girl who said this looked a little familiar. He thought for a moment and recalled that this girl was the girl called Sangshan who had been swallowed into the stomach of the huge monster on the island a few days ago and was saved by him. Chu Nan grinned at him. Then why aren't you worried now? When Sangshan met Chu Nan's gaze, her face immediately turned red and she lowered her head like a frightened rabbit. After a long time, she whispered, because if we don't come in, everyone will die. Chu Nan raised his head to look at the still dense monsters in the sky and turned to look at the countless shadows on the sea outside the island. He frowned and was a little puzzled. So many powerful monsters surrounded you. How did you survive the past few days? Because these guys will retreat at first light, Tiago replied. Moreover, for some reason, although they're besieging outside, they never really rush to the island. Therefore, as long as we hide well and not be blown up by them, we'll be fine. Is that so? But as soon as Chu Nan spoke, he suddenly discovered that the night sky above his head had become extremely bright. He raised his head in shock and saw that several more of the dense flying monsters in the night sky had opened their mouths and spat out countless resplendent light waves that tore through the night sky. Everyone, dodge quickly. As soon as Chu Nan opened his mouth and shouted, he was surprised to discover that the surrounding people had instantly dispersed. They had each found rocks or trees in the dense forest to cover themselves. Some of them even slapped open a pit in the ground and buried their bodies. Looking at everyone's extremely skilled actions, Chu Nan was stunned and forgot to dodge. Boom, 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 boom. Countless light waves smashed down, and an intense series of explosions immediately sounded on the island. The huge trees in the dense forest collapsed, and shattered grass flew everywhere with the soil. For a moment, the entire island was like hell. The extremely dense bombing lasted for 2 minutes before the frequency slowly slowed down. After these bombings became scattered and could not be considered dense, the people hiding in the surrounding bunkers crawled out again. Hey, you're all very skilled. You threw me away just like that. Chu Nan glared at everyone. Everyone looked at each other and then at Chu Nan before laughing. After more than 2 minutes of crazy explosions, Chu Nan's entire body was covered in branches, leaves, weeds, and soil. His entire face had turned black and his original appearance could not be seen. When he said this in his current image, it would naturally make everyone laugh. Heh, Chu Nan, we all know that you're stronger than us and don't have to worry about the attacks of those monsters. Okiya walked over with a smile and reached out to help Chu Nan wipe the soil on his face before spreading out her hands. Look, you're not injured at all. Chu Nan shook his head and his gaze landed on the surrounding people, but he discovered that he was fine. The surrounding people were all injured. Moreover, if one looked carefully, some of them were clearly heavily injured, and they were not injured by the crazy explosions of the monsters. Chu Nan frowned. Didn't they say that those monsters wouldn't rush to the island? Tiago smiled bitterly and replied, the monsters won't rush up, but we have to find something to eat and drink these few days. Chu Nan shook his head and felt even stranger. Since you said that those monsters will retreat at dawn, why don't you take the opportunity to move elsewhere when there are no monsters in the day? Even if you're worried that I won't know after you leave, you only need to leave a mark. Tiago sighed, we've tried, but do you know? There are only 3 very small islands nearly 1,000 kilometers away from this island. They can't even hide people. We have no choice but to return. Chapter 907. Is that so? Chu Nan frowned and looked at Okiya and the others. Everyone nodded in agreement. Alright, it seems that you've worked hard these few days. Chu Nan could only sigh before smiling. However, it's fine. I'm back now. Let's persist for 2 more days until the rescue spaceship dares to come. Then, we can return to the Orion arm. This was the first time everyone had heard Chu Nan mention this and they were immediately shocked. The little fatty, Ankola, who was already filled with questions, immediately leaned over. Heh, Chu Nan, is what you said true? Do we really have hope of leaving this damned place? Chu Nan smiled and patted his shoulder. Of course. Otherwise, why would I come back? Come, let's go to the place you're hiding. I'll help you treat your injuries first and tell you the next arrangements. You'll definitely be satisfied. Seeing the firm expression on Chu Nan's face, everyone finally became happy. Although they had not stayed in this damn place for long, they had to endure huge survival pressure every day, causing them to feel exhausted. Now that there was finally hope of leaving, how could everyone not be excited? That's great. Chu Nan, if we can return safely this time, I'll be yours from now on. The little fatty excitedly returned with his arms and shouted. Chu Nan glanced at him in disdain. Get lost. I don't have that special hobby. Even if I did, I wouldn't find someone like you. Ankola's expression froze, and the surrounding people immediately laughed. In the past few days, they had been surrounded on this island. Not only did they have to face the plight of monsters surrounding the island every day, but they also did not know if Chu Nan could return and if there would be good news after he returned. Even if they were all genius elite martial artists on the Orion arm, they still felt a huge mental pressure. Now that Chu Nan had not only returned, he had also brought the good news that could allow them to return successfully. Everyone was naturally energetic and were even in the mood to joke with him under such circumstances. If you're unwilling to take Ankola, what about me? Okiya threw a wink at Chu Nan. If you can bring all of us back, I'll be yours in the future. Hearing such a bold thing from Okiya, the surrounding people immediately cheered. Chu Nan blushed and glanced at her awkwardly. Although the first person she woke up from her condensed state was Okiya and she was still naked at that time and had been seen by Chu Nan, after interacting with her during this period of time, this was actually the first time he seriously sized her up as a girl. Looking at it this way, he discovered that although her face was actually tall and slightly rough, coupled with her imposing facial features and long neck, she had a different wild beauty. At this moment, the grass skirt clothes that she had probably woven personally were torn everywhere, revealing several smooth but firm skins that looked energetic, adding to this wild beauty. If such a girl told him that she would be his in the future, if Chu Nan was not tempted, he would not be a normal man. Of course, he was only tempted for a moment before returning to normal. In terms of beauty, although she was considered beautiful, she was still inferior to Angie Prairie's goddess-like beauty. In terms of boldness, she was much inferior to Angie Prairie, who could be said to have no common sense. Chu Nan had interacted with Angie Prairie for a long time. Although he could not be said to be completely immune to such things, his resistance was much higher. However, when he suddenly recalled Angie Prairie, Chu Nan could not help but be stunned. Previously, he had unexpectedly obtained the news of supremacy ovally, causing Chu Nan to be very happy. However, if supremacy Melanie was not so certain, in fact, supremacy ovally had really perished with that damn supremacy Lahir as the rumors said. If Chu Nan discovered this exact news, how should he tell Angie Prairie and face her? Moreover, when he thought of Angie Prairie, Chu Nan recalled that the reason why he had completely lost contact with her was that he felt that he would definitely die after falling into the Stargate. Therefore, he wanted to cultivate with all his might to avenge himself. She had not contacted him yet, proving that she still did not know that he had actually survived. Then, how had she lived in the past half a year? Heh, Chu Nan, what's wrong? Her shout woke Chu Nan up from his thoughts. As soon as he came back to his senses, he saw that she was waving her arms in front of him in an attempt to attract his attention. She and the others around her were looking at him strangely. Ah, I'm sorry, I was distracted. Chu Nan hurriedly smiled and waved his hand to hide it. Haha, Chu Nan, don't tell me you can't wait to think about what shameful things you'll do with her when you hear that she's going to sacrifice herself for you. Someone teased. Heh, Chu Nan, what you want to do with Okiya is your business, but you have to have a way to get us out of this damn place first. That's right. Okiya just said that she's yours if you bring us back. If you can't do it, don't think too much. Okiya ignored the teasing of the surrounding people and looked at Chu Nan curiously. She was very curious. What did Chu Nan think of? He actually revealed such a subtle expression and gaze. In Chu Nan's eyes, there was actually a trace of deep sorrow, causing the usually carefree Okiya's heart to tremble. There must be a lot of stories about this boy. If what Okiya said was purely a joke, then now, she was really interested in Chu Nan. Everyone laughed and joked. They actually ignored the bombardment of the monsters above the island and walked toward the center of the island for a while before discovering a cave at the foot of the small mountain in the center of the island. This is where you're hiding? Chu Nan asked. Yes, it's quite safe inside. There are no monsters, Ankola replied and led the way in. Chu Nan followed behind and walked into the cave. He discovered that the entrance of the cave did not look big, but after entering, it suddenly became clear. After entering for about 10 meters, a huge space appeared in front of everyone. Heh, to think you could find such a good place. Chu Nan praised. Yes, if not for this cave, we could only run around outside to avoid the attacks of those monsters in the past 2 days. Okiya nodded. Chu Nan nodded and looked around before frowning deeply. It seemed that these guys had not lived as easily as they said in the past few days. Chapter 908. What attracted Chu Nan's attention were the 6 people lying on the ground. Previously, when these guys flew out to receive him, Chu Nan had noticed that not everyone had come out. At that time, he did not mind. After all, it was impossible for everyone to rush out under such circumstances. Now that he saw this situation, Chu Nan understood. It was not that the remaining people were unwilling to come out and receive him, but that they could not come out at all. Or rather, they could not even move. Chu Nan frowned and squatted down beside a person who was lying on the ground with his eyes closed. When he looked at him, he discovered that his chest had already rotted. His left arm and left leg were strangely curved. Clearly, they had been fractured and the aura emitted from his nostrils was extremely weak. He could not sense much aura fluctuation on his body, so it was not an exaggeration to say that he was on the verge of death. His gaze swept past the other 5 people lying on the ground and discovered that although their situation was slightly better than the guy in front of him, they were all heavily injured. If they were to continue in this situation, they would probably die in the end. Turning to look at Tiago, Okiya, and the others, he discovered that they were actually more or less injured, but it was not that serious and did not affect their movements for the time being. Seeing this scene, Chu Nan did not ask so much. After seriously checking the situation of the person in front of him, he first reached out and adjusted his fractured left arm and leg back to their original positions. Then, he pressed his palm on his shoulder. A moment later, a white light lit up in his palm. At the same time, the green aura around him hurt and completely enveloped that person. He was already familiar with using the flame of life and the goddess song cultivation method to treat others. Now that his star cloud had condensed and he had broken through to the heaven control realm, his ability in this aspect could only be stronger. Therefore, the surrounding people only saw that surrounded by the white light and green aura, the companion who had already fallen into an extremely dangerous situation and had been sentenced to death in everyone's hearts actually improved at an astonishing speed. In just a minute, the huge wound on his chest had completely healed. His other injuries had also recovered, and his limbs had recovered completely. Then, his eyes adjusted and he actually woke up in high spirits. That person was stunned. He flipped around and sat up. He looked around in a daze and discovered that everyone was looking at him with strange gazes. He was even more stunned. "Alright, there's no problem." Chu Nan patted him and turned to the other injured person. Before long, the remaining 5 heavily injured people had completely recovered with Chu Nan's help and became as if nothing had happened. At first, everyone looked at Chu Nan in surprise, but after the 6 heavily injured people recovered, they looked at him in extreme shock. Chu Nan, how did you do this?" Okiya glared at Chu Nan as if she was looking at a miracle. Is this all?" Seeing that she still did not seem to believe it, Chu Nan smiled and turned to look at the 6 fellows who had recovered. He discovered that they were also touching their bodies with unbelievable expressions as if they could not confirm that they had really recovered without this. "Yes, they're all healed." "Right." Chu Nan suddenly waved at her. Come here." Okiya was stunned for a moment before walking over in confusion. Chu Nan grabbed her arm and pressed his other hand on his upper arm. A white light seeped out and a terrifying wound that should have been caused by a monster quickly recovered. Then, Chu Nan patted her back and completely healed the other wound that had even begun to rot. "Alright, next." After dealing with the injuries on her body, Chu Nan patted her and waved at the others. Who's still injured? Come over and I'll treat you. We're going home in a few days. You don't want to go back with injuries, right?" At this moment, everyone no longer suspected Chu Nan, but they were still surprised. Suddenly, after looking at it, they came up one by one and asked him to treat their injuries. In fact, ever since they found this hiding place, they had not fought with those monsters outside. The injuries they suffered were basically the first time a monster had appeared and when they went out to find a new land later on. Apart from the 6 people from before, the remaining injuries were not very serious. However, not only were those monsters powerful, many of them also had special abilities, causing their injuries to be very difficult to recover from. This severely affected their movements. Now that Chu Nan had helped them recover from their injuries, he had helped them greatly. In the past few days, basically everyone had more or less some injuries. When Chu Nan treated them all, he discovered that the only person who did not have any injuries was Sangshan, who could be said to be the weakest among them. Chu Nan glanced at the girl he had saved from the monster's stomach and discovered that there was really not a wound on her body. He could not help but feel a little strange. Logically speaking, Sangshan was the weakest. If she fought the monsters, she should be the most dangerous. Why did it seem that her situation was the best? Sangshan, have you been hiding here?" Chu Nan could not help but ask. Sang had originally been looking at Chu Nan with curiosity and worship. Now that he suddenly turned to look at her and asked her, it immediately shocked her. She took 2 steps back and replied softly, "No. I didn't. Hey, Chu Nan, don't doubt Sangshan. She's not a coward. Let me tell you, if not for her, a few of us might have died." Okiya seemed to be unable to stand Sangshan's stammering and continued, "Oh." Chu Nan looked at Sangshan even more curiously. "Why do you say that?" Okiya went over and grabbed Sangshan, who was about to continue retreating before pulling her to Chu Nan. "Come, Sangshan, show Chu Nan your magical cultivation method." No, I'm far inferior to Chu Nan." Sangshan still shook her head. Seeing that Sangshan still resisted, Chu Nan smiled and did not want to force her. Just as he was about to signal for her to let Sangshan go, Chu Nan's heart suddenly stirred and a scene flashed through his mind. That was the situation after he saved Sangshan from the monster's stomach. At that time, because his and Sangshan's clothes had been corroded by the body fluid in the monster's stomach, the 2 of them were naked. Then, after he helped Sangshan recover, she discovered this situation and slapped Chu Nan away. Chu Nan did not pay much attention to it at that time. Now that he recalled it, he discovered that when Sangshan slapped him away, her body clearly emitted a light green aura. This light green aura was very familiar. Sangshan, is the name of your cultivation method called the Goddess Song Cultivation Method? When he thought of this, Chu Nan could not help but ask. Sangshan had originally lowered her head, but when she heard Chu Nan's question, she instantly raised her head and looked at him with a burning gaze in surprise. Seeing her expression, the corners of Chu Nan's mouth immediately curled up. Could it be such a coincidence? Chapter 909. Previously, when he was in the Rand clan, Chu Nan had once heard from High Priest Zima that the Rand clan had once produced a true expert who could fly into the sky and enter the ground. Moreover, there was an extremely powerful expert who was suspected to have already reached the star-grade martial artist realm. However, after this expert broke through, he flew into the starry sky and disappeared for a few years. In the end, he finally returned, but he died under the so-called fury of the heavenly god. According to Chu Nan's guess, this expert from the Rand clan had probably offended other experts when he adventured in the Sea of Stars and was chased to death, causing him to die. At that time, Chu Nan had treated this as a story to casually listen to, but now that he suddenly recalled the cultivation method used by Sangshan, he had more thoughts. At that time, the cultivation method that Sangshan used to slap her away was clearly extremely similar to the Song of Life cultivation method. Moreover, Chu Nan's question caused such an obvious reaction. It could be seen that she definitely knew this cultivation method. In that case, Sangshan must be closely related to the Song of Life cultivation method. However, the problem was, how was Sangshan closely related to this cultivation method that should be unique to the Ran clan? With this question in his mind, Chu Nan immediately asked Sangshan. However, after asking, the answer he obtained made Chu Nan unsatisfied. Sangshan expressed that she indeed knew the Song of Life cultivation method, but she had only heard her master mention this cultivation method. Moreover, she expressed that the cultivation method they were cultivating now had evolved from the goddess Song cultivation method and was passed down from generation to generation by her master. Apart from that, Sangshan did not know much. She did not know what the goddess Song cultivation method was at all, nor did she know what the Ran clan was, let alone the legendary super expert. After asking a few times and still not obtaining a definite answer, Chu Nan could only shake his head in disappointment. This situation should have been too long ago, causing a lot of information to be lost. After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan said to Sangshan, "Sangshan, I want to bring you somewhere. Are you willing?" Sangshan glanced at Chu Nan in surprise and seemed to be a little afraid, but she did not shake her head and reject him. She looked very hesitant. "Heh, Chu Nan, are you sending a date invitation to Sangshan?" Okiya shouted exaggeratedly, "So you like a girl like Sangshan? To think that I even confessed to you previously. What a pity." Sangshan immediately blushed and Chu Nan rolled his eyes at her. "Don't cause trouble. I'm helping some friends resolve a very important problem and need Sangshan's help. As for you, when did you confess to me? I want to become yours. Isn't this a confession?" Okiya widened her eyes and pretended to be surprised. Then, she shook her head and sighed. "However, let's discuss these questions after we really return to the Orion Arm. Isn't it too early to say this? You said it first." Chu Nan could only glare at her again, but he knew that this was indeed not the time to say this. Compared to these problems, escaping was the thing they should be most concerned about. Chu Nan raised his personal terminal and looked at it before turning to everyone with a serious expression. "All right, everyone has recovered. I want to tell you in detail the next arrangements." Everyone was immediately shocked. Even Okiya immediately put away her teasing thoughts. Sangshan also could not be bothered to be shy and stared at Chu Nan while quietly listening to his description. The light of the star spread over from the sea and illuminated the entire island again. The group of people crawled out of the cave they were hiding in and saw the brilliant light outside. The blue sky immediately felt relaxed. Chu Nan looked around and discovered that all the monsters that filled the entire night sky and the surrounding sea area last night had indeed disappeared. He could not help but feel strange. After thinking for a moment, he turned around and asked Tiago, "Are you sure these monsters won't appear in the day?" "Yes, it's always been like this these few days." Tiago nodded. "Then, at least there's no problem in the day." Chu Nan asked again. "All right, Chu Nan, go quickly." Okiya pushed him. "Even if you're not here, haven't we lasted for a few days? Hurry up and contact the Ita Chamber of Commerce and get them to send the spaceship over as soon as possible. That's more important than anything else." Last night, Chu Nan explained the next arrangements to everyone. Although he had hidden many details about his body crossing the Stargate in order to make it easier for everyone to accept, everyone was still very surprised that he could really find a suitable rescue in such a place. Of course, it was not that no one suspected it, but in the current situation, they could only believe Chu Nan. After all, Chu Nan had no reason to lie to them. Moreover, he clearly had the ability to leave but would return in the end. "All right, hold on for 2 more days. I'll bring the rescue spaceship over as soon as possible." Without any delay, after Chu Nan bade farewell to everyone, he tapped his feet again and flew into the sky. However, this time, he did not directly fly out of the atmosphere. Instead, he specially circled around and arrived at the back of the planet. This side was currently night, but regardless of whether it was the night sky or the sea, it was the same as when Chu Nan investigated previously. There were no traces of monsters, let alone densely packed like last night. This planet is really strange. Chu Nan could only mutter and did not have the time to think carefully about what was strange. He turned around and flew out. After leaving the atmosphere, Chu Nan immediately passed through the spatial wall and entered the now familiar alternate space. With his previous experience, Chu Nan could fly in the alternate space the entire time. In less than 2 minutes, after jumping out of the alternate space, he appeared in the starry sky near the rather dilapidated Stargate. Looking at the deep light that seemed to want to devour everything in the Stargate, Chu Nan suddenly thought of a problem. The Stargates could establish a special spatial energy fluctuation trajectory in the alternate space and act as the connection between the 2 Stargates to guide the spaceships flying in the alternate space to not get lost. Then, what about martial artists flying in the alternate space? If he could do this, did that not mean that he could fly freely in the alternate space in the future and not worry about getting lost? After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Unless the Noctem Chamber of Commerce was willing to completely open the Stargate technology to him, it was almost impossible for him to understand it himself. Moreover, he did not have that much time to consider this now. This thought flashed through his mind before Chu Nan threw it away. He composed himself and flew towards the Stargate. Just as Chu Nan was about to fly into the Stargate, he suddenly discovered a ripple in the deep starry sky on the surface of the Stargate. Then, he saw the front of a spaceship poking out. He was immediately stunned. Didn't the Ita Chamber of Commerce say that it would take at least 2 days to prepare to send a ship over? Why was it here now? However, in the next moment, Chu Nan's eyes suddenly narrowed and his expression instantly became gloomy. Without a word, he rushed forward and threw a punch at the spaceship that had yet to completely leave the Stargate. Chapter 910. When this punch was thrown, the star cloud in Chu Nan's body circulated and actually mobilized all the internal breath in his dantian. He instantly transformed it into the purest spatial energy through the star cloud and completed the 7th revolution in a breath. He mobilized all the spatial energy in the universe around him and injected it into this punch. This punch was actually his true full-strength punch. Although the spaceship in front of him had just jumped out of the alternate space in the Stargate and was in a state where its energy shield was fully activated and its defense was especially solid, Chu Nan had already fully taken this into account when he threw this punch. The spatial energy attached to his fist was deliberately adjusted to the highest frequency high-frequency vibration state. Coupled with the special spatial energy use method that Chu Nan had comprehended from a mod, it almost condensed all the spatial energy into one point, so the destructive power was naturally incomparable. The punch directly struck the spaceship, immediately causing terrifying spatial energy shock ripples visible to the naked eye. The entire spaceship shook violently. Chu Nan only spent a short period of time investigating the spatial energy structure pattern of the energy shield outside the spaceship. His expression became even gloomier and he immediately made slight adjustments to the spatial energy brought about by his fist. A moment later, he saw a ball of dazzling 7-colored light erupt from the periphery of the spaceship. The entire energy shield had already been disintegrated by Chu Nan's punch. Fortunately, this spaceship had already jumped out of the Stargate. Otherwise, if it was still in the alternate space and lost the protection of the energy shield, the entire spaceship would definitely be instantly destroyed by the violent spatial energy in the alternate space and turn into dust. Even so, Chu Nan's punch had already caused an extremely terrifying injury to the entire spaceship. The huge hull that was more than 2 kilometers long shook violently like a small ship moving in the storm. Countless obvious damage appeared on the metal exterior, and many parts even fell off, looking extremely miserable. However, Chu Nan did not have any happy or relaxed thoughts. The reason why he attacked this spaceship with his strongest punch without a word was that when he first saw this spaceship, he discovered from the appearance of the entire spaceship and some inconspicuous but important details that it was actually extremely similar to the spaceship that Jiggs had used to carry him, Tiago, and the others. When he recalled the remoteness of this star field and the dilapidation of this Stargate, only Jiggs' accomplice could appear here at this time. As for their sudden appearance here, there was naturally only one goal: to capture Chu Nan and the others again. Seeing that his punch could not destroy the spaceship, Chu Nan was not too surprised. He bluntly condensed a huge spatial energy and planned to punch again. Now that the energy shield outside this spaceship had been blasted open by him, it was impossible to open it again in a short period of time. With this second punch, Chu Nan was absolutely confident that he could collapse this spaceship. However, Chu Nan did not have the chance to punch a second time. As soon as he raised his hand, Chu Nan felt 2 terrifying auras surging toward him from the left and right. One of them was very familiar and was Master Ro. He did not have any impression of the other, but it was not inferior to him. Chu Nan quickly determined that although he had the ability to destroy the spaceship in front of him before these two attacked him, this would make it very difficult for him to dodge their attacks. After hesitating for less than a thousandth of a second, Chu Nan continued to urge his spatial energy and threw a punch. Boom! A huge hole was blasted in the huge spaceship by Chu Nan's punch. An intense explosion followed the gas spat out by the spaceship, causing him to clearly hear the terrifying explosion. The flames of the explosion of the spaceship in front of him also swept out and enveloped Chu Nan's entire body. In an instant, a huge fireball erupted in space. If it was an ordinary person facing such a terrifying explosion, they would only be shattered. Of course, Chu Nan was not afraid, but other than that, there was still something that could truly threaten him. While he destroyed the spaceship, Master Ro and the Heaven Control expert who was comparable to him attacked at the same time. In order to destroy the spaceship, Chu Nan had already missed the best opportunity to dodge. Coupled with the fact that the two of them were powerful Heaven Control experts, it was impossible for him to completely dodge their attacks. Clearly, the frost formation activated by Master Ro had completely frozen the surrounding starry sky in the blink of an eye, causing Chu Nan's entire body to freeze. At the same time, another huge aura surged over from all directions. Several sharp arrows that could be seen with the naked eye and looked like physical objects shot over from the highly condensed spatial energy. Even with Chu Nan's powerful body, he could not completely block such a terrifying attack when his internal breath and spatial energy were used to attack the spaceship and he lost his defense. The dense arrows instantly penetrated nearly 100 small holes in Chu Nan's body, almost turning his entire body into a rotten net filled with holes. Two figures flashed past. Master Ro and another middle-aged man who was similar to him in size but had sharper eyebrows appeared in front of Chu Nan, who had his body frozen and nearly 100 small holes pierced by the arrows. "This is the kid who made you suffer a huge loss previously." The other middle-aged man glanced at Chu Nan, whose body was filled with holes, and sneered. He used spatial energy to microwave and send a voice transmission to Master Ro with a disdainful tone. "It's not strange. How did you suffer at his hands?" Master Ro's expression was a little ugly and puzzled. Previously, Chu Nan had really left a deep impression on him. Moreover, he had actually disappeared with an entire condensation room in the end, causing his evaluation of his strength to increase infinitely. This time, they had received the information and rushed over. He was already very surprised that the Stargate had been attacked just now. Now that Chu Nan was actually killed so easily, it surprised him even more. He frowned and did not believe that this troublesome kid had died just like that. However, since Chu Nan's body had become like this, it was obvious that there was no possibility of survival. He was deader than dead, but he could not doubt it at all. After thinking for a moment, he could only shake his head. "Alright, although it's a pity that this kid is dead, without him causing trouble, it'll be much easier for us to capture the remaining guys." The two of them turned around and flew towards the spaceship that had no choice but to partially disintegrate because of the intense explosion just now. Soon, they entered the spaceship and disappeared into the vast starry sky with the restarted spaceship. After the spaceship completely disappeared, a trace of green aura seeped out of Chu Nan's frozen body. Chapter 9:11. The white light and green aura slowly faded and the nearly 100 small holes in Chu Nan's body completely recovered. Crack! With a crisp sound, Chu Nan had already broken free from the frost formation that froze him. Looking down at his complete body, Chu Nan frowned slightly. In fact, it was not that he did not have the ability to escape at all. The reason why he stayed behind to endure this attack, which was already fatal in the other party's opinion, was purely to test the strength of the additional Heaven Control martial artist. As for the test results, the facts proved that the strength of the other Heaven Control martial artist who appeared with Master Ro was indeed comparable to his. Moreover, the cultivation method he used was very strange and was a little similar to the cultivation method used by Ahmad. They both used the high condensation of spatial energy to cause extremely powerful lethality, causing Chu Nan's powerful body to be unable to endure it head-on. If it was only Master Ro, although it was very difficult for Chu Nan to defeat him head-on, he was not afraid. However, now that there was another Heaven Control expert whose strength was similar to Master Ro, no matter how confident Chu Nan was, he knew that with his current strength, it was impossible for him to face the two of them head-on. However, compared to this problem, what Chu Nan was most concerned about was that since Master Ro had appeared again, he was clearly here for them. If we can't deal with these guys, don't even think about executing the retreat plan. Chu Nan frowned and his figure flashed before he disappeared from the positive space universe. 2 minutes later, Chu Nan landed on the island. At this moment, Tiago and the others were looking around for food and fresh water because of the rare day. When they suddenly saw Chu Nan land, the group was stunned. Heh, Chu Nan, weren't you going to contact the Ita Chamber of Commerce? Why are you back so quickly? Okiya was the first to rush up and ask in surprise. An enemy is here. Chu Nan shook his head and described what he had seen. Hearing that there was actually another Heaven Control expert, everyone was shocked. With their current strength, one Heaven Control martial artist was enough to make them have nowhere to escape. With another one, they could not resist at all. Then what should we do? Okiya looked anxious. If they find us, we're dead. I don't think there's a need to be so worried. The little fatty, Ankola, shook his head. How can they find us so easily if we stay in such a place? But we can't leave now. Tiago objected with a serious expression. According to the situation Chu Nan investigated, there's only this planet that's suitable for the living environment in this star system. As long as the other party is not an idiot, they'll definitely find us. Do you think they don't have the ability to find us on a planet without any other humans? Everyone immediately fell silent. Tiago was right. They could only stay on this planet and not go anywhere. Since the other party had already come to this star system, he would definitely find them. The other party had clearly come prepared. He would definitely have enough technical methods to easily find them from the planet. At that time, they would not even have a place to hide. You don't have to give up hope so early. Only Chu Nan's expression was relatively relaxed. He smiled and said, I've destroyed a portion of the power device of that spaceship, so its flying speed will be greatly affected. Moreover, they can't perform a super spatial jump in the star system, so even if they fly towards this planet from the Stargate, according to the distance, it will take at least 10 hours. 10 hours. Everyone looked at each other. What's 10 hours enough for? There are many things to do. Chu Nan carefully calculated in his mind and nodded. If everyone cooperates well, I'm still confident in taking you away. Oh. Although everyone was skeptical of Chu Nan's words, other than choosing to believe him, they had no other choice. Chu Nan waved at everyone and gestured for them to approach. Come, listen to me. This way. 13 hours later, two small spaceships that were only 300 meters long jumped out of the dilapidated Stargate. In the main control cabin of the spaceship in front of him, Chu Nan revealed a brilliant smile to Captain Norman. Captain Norman, thank you and your subordinates for taking the risk to come. Now that we've safely arrived at our destination, you and your subordinates can return first. Captain Norman frowned and looked at Chu Nan. Do you really plan to resolve it alone? Chu Nan shrugged. It's already the greatest help to me that you can provide me with this spaceship. I can't let you take such a huge risk because of my private matters. Captain Norman focused his gaze on Chu Nan for a moment and shook his head. However, he did not say anything. He waved at his surrounding subordinates and brought them out of the small spaceship before taking the short airship to enter the small spaceship behind. A moment later, Captain Norman and his subordinates had already piloted the small spaceship behind them into the Stargate again and disappeared into the alternate space. Looking at the monitoring screen of the main console in front of him showing that the other spaceship had disappeared, the console of Chu Nan's spaceship operated. First, it set up the connection with the personal terminal on his wrist and set the route. Then, it started again and flew towards the planet marked on the route. After making these preparations, Chu Nan stretched and exhaled. Alright, the preparations are already done. I hope Tiago and the others are already prepared. Then, Chu Nan did not continue to stay on the spaceship. Instead, he opened the emergency exit of the spaceship and his body flew into the starry sky. A moment later, he opened the spatial wall and flew into the alternate space. 2 minutes later, Chu Nan appeared in the positive space universe above the atmosphere outside the planet. Looking up, he discovered that a spaceship about 2 kilometers long was floating in the synchronous orbit above the planet in the distance. This spaceship was clearly the spaceship that had been half crippled by Chu Nan's punch. Now, he could see that there were many robots trying their best to repair the wounds on the surface. Chu Nan glanced at it and noticed that there were still a few small light sources flickering in the synchronous orbit. Clearly, they were artificial satellites released by this spaceship. He flew over and exploded one of the artificial satellites with a punch. Then, his figure flashed and another exploded. When he flew towards the third artificial satellite, a powerful aura suddenly attacked from behind. It instantly made Chu Nan's hair stand on end and he felt a sense of danger. Only one person. Chu Nan turned around and looked at the few arrows of light that were clearly condensed from spatial energy in the starry sky. He chuckled, "Then I'll play with you." Chapter 912. Boom. Of course, it was impossible for the intense explosion to enter Chu Nan's ears from the vacuum universe. Instead, it directly caused his eardrums to vibrate through the intense vibration of his body, producing a more intuitive, clear, and terrifying sound. After the explosion, Chu Nan felt not only his eardrums, but even his entire body was buzzing. His vision was also extremely blurry because of the intense explosion. Damn, so powerful. Chu Nan was shocked and hurriedly retracted his hand. He did not dare to continue receiving the arrow of light with his palm. Instead, he quickly retreated and dodged the remaining arrows. Earlier, on a whim, he recalled that he had been shot nearly 100 small holes in his body by these arrows because he had not protected himself with all his might, so he wanted to test the power of these arrows under his full defense. After trying this, he discovered that the power of these arrows was even stronger than the feathers shot out by the great light true body that he had used with Ahmad previously. Moreover, the arrows had an extremely powerful eruption power. After he set up an energy shield on his palm to receive it, the arrows directly exploded. The terrifying spatial energy that instantly erupted from the arrows far exceeded the violent spatial energy in the alternate space. If he had not protected himself with all his might, his entire palm might have been blown to pieces. However, in this short contact, Chu Nan also obtained more detailed data about the feather of light through his super powerful perception. Through the data analysis, he could confirm that although this cultivation method looked extremely similar to the light arrow used by Ahmad, it was fundamentally different. Moreover, through the energy structure analysis of the spatial energy in the arrow, he was certain that this cultivation method was actually inferior to the Great Light True Body cultivation method used by him. The Great Light True Body was an S-rank cultivation method that Supremacy Allahut was proud of. This cultivation method was probably only an A-rank cultivation method. The reason why the power of the arrow was stronger was mainly that this guy's strength was even higher than Ahmad's and his control of spatial energy was perfect. Of course, Chu Nan dared to fight Ahmad head-on before condensing the star cloud. Now that the star cloud in his body had successfully condensed, his understanding and use of spatial energy had essentially increased. His strength had greatly increased compared to before, so how could he be afraid? He dodged 2 arrows and his figure flashed as he threw a punch at the other party from afar. When he threw this punch, the spatial energy in the large space around him circulated with the star cloud in Chu Nan's body. Accompanied by the fist force, it condensed into a seemingly material light. The moment Chu Nan threw his fist and his arm was completely straightened, the light condensed from spatial energy left his hand and turned into a fist shadow that tore through the starry sky. It instantly broke through the distance of more than 10 kilometers between the two of them and arrived in front of that person. Feeling the terrifying pressure coming at him, Ankla was shocked. Previously, when he heard from Ro that he had suffered a loss at the hands of this kid and had even caused the operation to fail midway, causing those young martial artists who had already been captured to be thrown away, Ankla did not believe it. Although the target of the Alliance's operation this time was those special young genius martial artists on the Orion arm, all of them had extraordinary strength. No matter how talented they were still young and their strength was definitely limited. Therefore, the operations of the 3 action teams of the Alliance were completed very smoothly in the early stages. He did not expect that after returning to the Perseus arm, Ro's team would have such a problem. At first, Ankla thought that Ro was careless. Only after he suddenly encountered Chu Nan's attack when he jumped out of the Stargate did he barely believe his words. This kid captured from the Orion arm was indeed extraordinary. He was actually able to possess the powerful strength of the Heaven Control Realm at such a young age, far exceeding ordinary geniuses. Even so, he was still easily defeated by him and Ro joining forces. Therefore, Ankla still did not mind Chu Nan. However, just now, after seeing Chu Nan appear on the monitoring screen of the spaceship, he was really shocked. This kid's body had clearly been penetrated by nearly 100 small holes and he should be deader than dead. Why was he still alive and kicking here? Seeing that he was not injured at all and looked fine, Ankla did not believe his eyes at all. He even suspected that this kid had a twin brother. One of them had been killed by them just now, but the other had jumped out to take revenge for his brother? Of course, logic told him that this was impossible. It was impossible for there to be another guy who could have such talent and strength at such a young age. Seeing that the fist shadow condensed from spatial energy had already arrived in front of him, he only had time to be surprised, but he discovered that he could not dodge at all. When he recalled how Chu Nan had forcefully received his arrow of light with his palm, he sneered in his mind and threw a punch without holding back, hitting the fist shadow. Boom! This time, it was Ankla's body that shook intensely from the intense explosion, and his ears buzzed. At the same time, the fist shadow was shattered by Ankla's punch, but it instantly exploded into an extremely dazzling light, causing his vision to turn white and he lost all vision. After finally calming the abnormal vibration of the spatial energy in the surrounding space, he was suddenly shocked. Oh no! Turning around, he saw a white figure cut through the starry sky and pounce toward the distant spaceship. Damn! This cunning kid still wants to destroy the spaceship. Ankla cursed in his mind, but he discovered that he did not have the time to stop Chu Nan and could only watch helplessly as the white figure collided with the spaceship. A 7-colored light appeared on the surface of the spaceship. It was the spaceship that immediately activated the energy shield. After Chu Nan collided, it stimulated the energy shield and caused an energy shock. Ha, does this reckless kid really think he can succeed casually? Seeing this scene, Ankla heaved a sigh of relief. However, before he could completely spit out this breath, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind and his expression instantly changed. No, this kid has the ability to destroy the energy shield. As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, he discovered that the white figure had collided with the energy shield outside the spaceship again. Then, 7 colored energy ripples rippled on the energy shield and disappeared. The white figure then ruthlessly collided with the spaceship. Terrifying flames exploded from the spaceship. The huge spaceship that was 2 kilometers long actually broke from the middle. Immediately after, countless explosions lit up. The first half of the spaceship could no longer maintain its flying posture in synchronous orbit. Under the influence of the planet's gravity below, it fell toward the surface of the planet. Seeing this scene, Enkla's expression changed drastically, and killing intent arose in his heart. Chapter 9:13. On the surface of the planet, Ro suddenly looked up at the sky. At this moment, the sky that was already close to dark made it impossible for him to see the situation in the sky especially clearly. Naturally, he could not discover the battle that was happening in the synchronous orbit. However, not long after, he saw a ball of flames fall from the sky. Before long, it had already penetrated the atmosphere and fell at high speed toward the surface of the planet like a huge meteor. Ro glanced at it and his expression immediately changed. Although it was enveloped in raging flames and the exact shape could not be seen on the surface, he could still tell that this was not a meteor, because what was wrapped in the flames was a complicated metal object. What metal object with such a structure could fall outside this desolate planet? Ro did not need to consider much and naturally thought of the spaceship that should be in synchronous orbit. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, the personal terminal on Ro's wrist suddenly recalled the voice of a communication request. Ro chose to answer with a dark expression. Enkla's exasperated voice immediately sounded. Hey, Ro, that kid is alive again. He even destroyed the spaceship. Ro was stunned. Which kid? Then his expression changed drastically. The spaceship was destroyed. It's the kid we killed previously. Only the kid you mentioned to me before should be called Chu. Chu something. Enkla's voice was still accompanied by a biting cold wind, as if she was flying at high speed in the sky. This kid suddenly came alive and even took the opportunity to accidentally destroy the spaceship. I'm chasing after him. He's flying toward the ground now. Watch carefully and stop him in front. Oh, what's this? Just as he said this, Enkla suddenly cried out in surprise. Then, a series of muffled sounds sounded from his personal terminal, as if he was fighting someone. Ro frowned. Enkla said that the kid called Chu Nan had come back to life? How was this possible? Previously, he and Enkla had clearly seen it clearly. That kid's entire body was densely penetrated. He should be completely dead. Then, Ro recalled what had happened in this star system. That kid and those young geniuses who had been captured had clearly had their life force almost sucked dry by a special method and condensed. As usual, it was impossible for them to resist, but this kid had forcefully recovered in this situation. Moreover, he had even caused a huge commotion in the end and saved the other genius martial artists he had captured. From this point, it was enough to prove that not only was this kid's personal strength outstanding, but he also had an extremely special ability on him that could create miracles under completely impossible circumstances. When he recalled that this kid could actually suddenly disappear with the entire condensation room, Ro regretted it even more. Damn, I should have understood that this kid is not simple. How can I underestimate him? However, it was meaningless to regret it at this moment. Ro looked up at the sky again. Enkla said that the kid was flying toward the ground, but it was unknown from which direction he flew down. After thinking for a moment, Ro roared at Enkla through his personal terminal. Enkla, open your location sharing and watch that kid closely. I'll be right there. There was a muffled sound coming from his personal terminal, and his answer could not be heard at all. Who is this guy fighting? Is that kid that powerful? Ro could not help but feel a little puzzled. He had fought Chu Nan head on. Although he admitted that Chu Nan's strength was indeed outstanding, he was still young and his strength was limited. In a head-on battle, it would not bring much pressure to a third-stage heaven control expert like him. On the other hand, Enkla's strength was comparable to Ro's. Chu Nan should not have forced him to the point where he did not even have the time to answer. After waiting for a while, he still could not receive an answer. Ro was a little anxious, so he simply tapped his feet and soared into the air. With Enkla's strength, only super experts who were equally powerful could force him into such a situation. Then, the commotion of the battle between these two experts would definitely be extremely great. It was impossible for them not to observe. If there was really no other way, Ro planned to fly out of the atmosphere and observe the entire planet from the outside. It was impossible for him not to find Enkla. However, just as he flew into the sky, Ro suddenly felt countless terrifying auras surging from all directions. This discovery shocked him. These terrifying auras suddenly appeared without any warning, as if they had suddenly jumped out of another space. Moreover, from the aura, every one of these terrifying auras was actually not inferior to him. After sensing carefully, Ro was even more surprised. There were actually more than 100 auras. Could it be that there are actually more than 100 heaven control experts hidden on this small planet? With a thought, Ro thought of something else and understood. This planet, or rather, the entire star system, was actually very famous. On this ordinary-looking planet, the most densely packed various ferocious beasts in the entire Perseus arm were gathered. It was the most famous ferocious beast planet in the nearby star field. The reason why this ferocious beast planet was not occupied by humans was that not only were there many ferocious beasts on this planet, but they were also especially powerful. According to incomplete statistics, there were more than 1,000 A-rank ferocious beasts on this planet alone, and there were countless other B-rank and below ferocious beasts. Most importantly, in the legends, this planet was occupied by the most terrifying S-rank ferocious beast that was even reputed to be comparable to a star-grade martial artist. It was very difficult to investigate the history of this planet in detail, but according to the rumors, this star system was originally the main part of the interplanetary channel. Later on, it was gradually abandoned because it was affected by the terrifying ferocious beasts on this planet. Now that hundreds of terrifying auras had suddenly appeared around him, it was naturally impossible for there to really be so many heaven control experts gathered. Clearly, they should be a rank ferocious beasts that were not inferior to heaven control experts. Rosegaze swept past and indeed, he discovered that several black shadows had already appeared in the sky and surrounded him from all directions. There was no need to look, but from the aura revealed by these monsters, he could sense their dense hostility. Even with the powerful strength of a third-stage heaven control martial artist, when he saw so many powerful A-rank ferocious beasts, he still felt his heart tighten and his scalp tingle. Of course, he was not afraid of 1, 2, or even a few ordinary A-rank ferocious beasts, but there were more than 100 around him. Unless he was an even stronger star-grade martial artist, he did not have to think about facing these terrifying ferocious beasts head-on. Damn, could it be that that damned kid plans to use these ferocious beasts to pester us? Rose sneered. Where does this kid's confidence come from? Isn't he afraid that he'll be swallowed by these ferocious beasts? Chapter 9:14. Chu Nan hid in the clouds and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the thick clouds rolling wildly in the sky. In places that could not be seen with the naked eye, the spatial energy in the space around him was even more terrifying. The situation was not much inferior to the alternate space. Under such circumstances, Chu Nan's expression did not change at all. Be it the terrifying spatial energy surging around him or the hundreds of ferocious and equally terrifying rank ferocious beasts that filled the entire cloud, they could not make his eyelids twitch. The only thing he was concerned about was the intense battle in the clouds ahead. It was Chu Nan's previous plan to lure the two heaven control experts, Ro and Enklo, into the planet's atmosphere and let them fight fiercely with the ferocious beasts that were mobilized at night. Now that he saw that Enklo, who had flown down with him, was being surrounded by dozens of rank ferocious beasts that were different in the description but had equally terrifying auras, Chu Nan could not help but smile. Ha, play with these monsters first. The corners of Chu Nan's mouth curled into a smile. Then, his figure flashed and he quietly fell from the clouds. Although some ferocious beasts wanted to block his path along the way, they were all used by Chu Nan to use his extremely fast speed and powerful flexibility. Most importantly, through his powerful data ability, he cleverly avoided them and circled the completely dark sky a few times. Before long, he quietly broke through the layers of encirclement of the ferocious beasts and landed on the island again. This time, no one else came up to welcome him. Chu Nan rushed into the cave where Tiago and the others were hiding. Heh, Chu Nan, you're finally back. When Okiya saw Chu Nan appear, she was the first to jump up. She asked nervously and excitedly, How is it? How is it? What's the situation now? Chu Nan looked around and saw that the others were staring at him. Many of them had serious expressions and there was a trace of nervousness in their eyes, so they revealed confident smiles. Don't worry, everything is going according to plan for the time being. He raised the personal terminal in his hand and opened the virtual screen. A star map that was not especially detailed appeared. In the star map, a small dot of light was drawing an arc in the sea of stars and moving at high speed towards the planet they were on. This dot of light was the small spaceship that Chu Nan had obtained from Captain Norman. Previously, he had set this small spaceship to be automatic and its destination was this planet. Or to be more precise, it was with his personal terminal as the destination. Chu Nan made a setting on his personal terminal and took it off to hand to Tiago. Here, Tiago. The spaceship will arrive on this planet in about 2 hours and fly over according to the location provided by this personal terminal. At that time, you can board the spaceship with the others and leave this planet as quickly as possible. At this point, Chu Nan smiled. I've already destroyed those guys' spaceships. As long as you can fly out of the atmosphere and enter space, they won't have many methods to catch up to you and you'll be safe. Next, you only need to follow the setup of the star map left behind on the spaceship and jump through the Stargate to planet Eaton of the Kasha Kingdom. Someone will receive you there. Hearing that Chu Nan had already made arrangements and really had hope of escaping the dilemma, everyone immediately became excited and many people revealed happy expressions. However, Tiago glanced at the personal terminal in his hand and frowned. What about you? Aren't you coming with us? Hearing this question, everyone was stunned before they instantly reacted. Earlier, Chu Nan had been talking about you guys for a long time, but he did not mention him. Could it be that he did not plan to leave? Me. Chu Nan smiled. It takes time for the spaceship to enter the atmosphere, land, take off, and leave. This period of time is very dangerous. If the two heaven control martial artists attack, you might not be able to leave. In order to ensure that you can leave, I have to block those two fellows. Chu Nan spoke casually, but the others widened their eyes in shock. Oh, my god, how can that do? Okiya was originally staring at the star map on the personal terminal in Tiago's hand to observe. When she heard Chu Nan's answer, she immediately raised her head and looked at him in surprise. Chu Nan, are you crazy? Those are two heaven control experts. You actually want to stop them alone. Tiago also frowned deeply. Chu Nan, this is too dangerous. Although I admit that you're very strong, you're only an initial stage heaven control martial artist who has successfully condensed a star cloud. According to your description, those two enemies are at least third stage heaven control experts. It's impossible for you to stop them. Apart from me, there's no other suitable candidate. Chu Nan shook his head. Chu Nan did not say the reason, but everyone knew very well. The reason why only Chu Nan was suitable was very simple. Among so many people, he was the only one who had successfully condensed a star cloud and broken through to the heaven control realm. He had the ability to fight the two heaven control experts in space. Otherwise, even if the other party could not find them on the surface, they only needed to guard outside the atmosphere. When the spaceship flew out of the atmosphere, they could discover it immediately. At that time, the two heaven control experts of the other party would intercept them in space with their powerful personal strength. It was impossible for void break martial artists like them to resist. Everyone was silent for a moment before Tiago sighed and suddenly stretched out his hand. Chu Nan, I have to apologize to you. Apologize. Chu Nan was a little strange. Why apologize? Do you remember the first time we met? Tiago asked. Chu Nan rolled his eyes and recalled the first time he saw Tiago in the passageway of planet Tomrel's space station. He could not help but laugh. At that time, there was no friendly atmosphere between him and Tiago. They even secretly competed. To be honest, I did not take you seriously at that time and thought that you were only a guy from a small country like the Earth Federation. Even if you were praised by the media of your Earth Federation, you could not be much stronger. I could completely defeat you easily. Tiago looked at Chu Nan with a serious expression, but now, you've already used facts to prove your strength. Hearing Tiago's praise, Chu Nan only smiled and did not feel anything special. Instead, he felt strange. Why did Tiago suddenly say this at this moment? Tiago took a deep breath and his expression became even more serious. Therefore, I have to apologize to you for my contempt for you at that time and for the fact that I can't help you now. I'm not a wishy-washy woman, and I won't be so pretentious as to reject your help. However, Chu Nan, I'll remember what you did for us this time. Chu Nan laughed and patted Tiago's shoulder. You still say that you're not a wishy-washy woman? Let's save these words for when you really escape. In addition, why do you say such things at this moment? Why do you give me the feeling that I'm already dead? Seeing that Tiago was still frowning and that Okiya and the others had serious expressions, Chu Nan shrugged and could not be bothered to say anything. In any case, these guys had no choice now. In the end, they still had to listen to his arrangements. It was useless to say anything else. As for the danger he was worried about, don't worry, I definitely won't die. Chu Nan shook Tiago's outstretched hand and glanced at the personal terminal in his hand before slapping his hands. Alright, there's no time to be pretentious. Everyone, get ready. When the spaceship arrives at the synchronous orbit, it'll be time for us to start moving. Everyone's expressions instantly became serious. It was all thanks to Chu Nan that they had such a chance to escape their predicament. If they wasted it, they could not guarantee their fate. Chapter 9:15. In the synchronous orbit of the planet, only half of the spaceship was left spinning at the same time as the planet. Although it had been broken into two by Chu Nan's punch, under the perfect emergency rescue measures, the people on the first half of the spaceship did not lose much. Moreover, it had even returned the second half to normal operation and could still protect these people in space. However, this did not make Ro and Anklo feel happy at all. At this moment, the two of them looked extremely miserable. Not only were their clothes torn into strips, but their bodies were also covered in blood. Although they were not all theirs, it also meant that they had suffered considerable injuries. Even with their powerful strength as third-stage heaven control martial artists, it was impossible for them to be safe from the siege of more than 100 A-rank ferocious beasts. If not for the fact that the two of them had reacted quickly and rushed out of the encirclement immediately to return to space, they might have fallen in now. Strange, why did that kid enter? Even if his strength is not bad, how can he survive being surrounded by so many powerful ferocious beasts? Anklo frowned as he looked at the virtual screen in front of him with a puzzled expression. After stabilizing the spaceship, they still ordered to release the monitoring satellite and include the entire planet in the monitoring. In the monitoring screen of the satellite, it could be seen that the back of this planet was almost filled with ferocious beasts at this moment, and there was no lack of powerful A-rank ferocious beasts that made it a little difficult to deal with. Therefore, this made him feel very strange. Although Chu Nan's strength was not bad, he was clearly not stronger than him or Ro. How could he dare to rush into this planet alone? What ability did he have to survive the siege of so many powerful ferocious beasts? Ro also frowned as the scene of Chu Nan suddenly disappearing in front of him with the condensation room flashed through his mind. A bold guess flashed through his mind. No, impossible. Ro shook his head. What's impossible? Anklo asked in surprise. Ro pondered and said, I'm thinking, could this kid already have the ability to break the spatial wall? What a joke. Anklo immediately glared. This kid is at most at the initial stage heaven control realm. How can he break through the spatial wall? This is an ability that only star-grade martial artists can master. If he had the strength of a star-grade martial artist, he would have directly squeezed the two of us to death. Why would he need to dodge? Ro frowned and thought for a moment, feeling that his guess was too ridiculous. No matter what, the damned kid should not have such a shocking ability. The fact that he could suddenly disappear in front of him previously might have allowed him to master a special cultivation method. Don't think about all that nonsense. What do we do now? Anklo asked again. Are we going to watch from here? What else? Ro asked. Now that the spaceship has been destroyed by that damned kid, we can only obediently wait for the higher-ups to send reinforcements. Moreover, this kid clearly has the ability to leave alone, but he always has to return to this planet. If I'm not wrong, the other guys he left should be on this planet now. Oh. Ankla touched his chin and felt that Ro's guess made sense. Then what should we do now? Go down and capture those guys? I don't want to fight those damned ferocious beasts again. There's no need. Ro shook his head. Just because that kid has the ability to leave doesn't mean that the guys he saved have the ability. We'll guard here and not let any of them escape. I don't like this passive method. Anklo frowned, but after thinking for a moment, he could not think of a better way. He and Ro were powerful and did not have to worry, but these people on the spaceship were their subordinates, so they could not ignore them. Moreover, it was impossible for the two of them to monitor the entire planet in real time, let alone find those people on the surface of the huge planet. Therefore, the best way now was really to wait. Ro could only sigh in his mind. This operation had been carefully planned, causing all their actions on the Orion arm to be very smooth. They did not expect that at the last moment, they would be destroyed by Chu Nan, this damned kid, and they were even forced to guard here. If it was only a failed operation, it would be fine. The greatest problem was that if this matter was exposed, it would cause extremely serious consequences. This was not something he, or even the people above him, could bear. Thinking of this, Ro looked at the planet displayed on the virtual screen, and strong killing intent appeared in his eyes. Before he came this time, the higher-ups had already instructed that it was naturally good to capture those guys again. If not, he would kill them on the spot. He could not let them return to the Orion arm alive. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a cry suddenly sounded. Ro frowned and turned around. He saw a subordinate pointing at the virtual screen in front of him in fear. What are you making a fuss about? Before Ro could speak, Anklo cursed impatiently. Lord, someone is here. Ro and Anklo came to the subordinate's side in surprise. They looked at the virtual screen in front of him and were immediately stunned. This virtual screen was connected to one of the monitoring satellites. It should have displayed a scene somewhere on the planet, but now, there was only a huge face on the entire virtual screen. They were already very familiar with this face. It was Chu Nan. Ro glanced at it and was immediately shocked. From Chu Nan's large face that occupied the entire scene, he was clearly beside the monitoring satellite. Oh no! Just as Ro cried out softly, he saw a mocking smile appear on Chu Nan's face. Then, a fist instantly filled the entire virtual screen. Boom! A muffled explosion sounded, and the scene on the virtual screen instantly became completely dark. Lord, the satellite signal has disappeared. The subordinate reported in a daze. I know. Ro waved his hand in frustration. It was unknown how Chu Nan discovered these monitoring satellites. If he destroyed them all, they would lose all their monitoring of this planet and completely become blind. On second thought, Ro became happy. He turned to Anklo and said, very good. This kid wants to destroy these monitoring satellites so much, so I'm certain that the companions he saved are on this planet now. Anklo nodded. Yes, I think so too. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attacked these satellites twice in a row. Then it's simple. Ro's fists collided with each other, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Let's go. Since this kid is unwilling to escape himself, let's kill him. As long as we kill him, his companions can forget about escaping. Anklo's eyes lit up and his expression instantly became excited. The smile on his face was filled with cruelty. That's great. I'm already very unwilling not to kill this kid last time. This time, I don't believe he can still survive after beating him into meat paste. Chapter 9:16. Chu Nan shattered the small monitoring satellite that was only half his height with a punch. Then, he did not immediately fly towards the satellite in the next moment and turned to look at the distant starry sky. Two beams of purple and white light were cutting through the starry sky at an extremely fast speed and flying in this direction. He knew very well that he no longer had the time to destroy all the monitoring satellites, and there was no need. The reason why he chose to destroy the monitoring satellite was not only to reduce the other party's monitoring of the entire planet. The main goal was to attract these two heaven control experts. Seeing the two lights quickly approach, Chu Nan glanced at the other starry sky on the planet under his feet. Just a minute ago, after he destroyed the monitoring satellite in the sun-facing orbit of the planet, that small spaceship happened to fly into the planet's atmosphere. According to the plan, the spaceship would fly in the direction of the sunrise towards the island where Tiago and the others were. When Chu Nan flew up, the light of the star was already about to land on the island. The ferocious beasts surrounding the island would automatically retreat and give Tiago and the others a chance to board the spaceship and leave the planet. However, there was not much time to grasp this opportunity. After the monitoring satellite was destroyed, the other party would definitely continue to release it. The monitoring vacuum would not last long. According to Chu Nan's calculations, it would not take more than 5 minutes for Tiago and the others to board the spaceship and leave the planet. Moreover, in these 5 minutes, they might be discovered at any time. There was no need to worry about the remaining half of the enemy spaceship. The only thing to worry about was the two powerful heaven control martial artists. Therefore, Chu Nan's current mission was to stall these two fellows and buy enough time for Tiago and the others to retreat. Seeing that the two lights representing two heaven control experts were already close, Chu Nan could not help but feel a trace of nervousness. If it was only him, not to mention facing two heaven control martial artists, he was not afraid no matter how many there were, because if he really could not defeat him, he could at most find a chance to open the spatial wall and escape from the alternate space. In any case, other than him, it was impossible for a second heaven control martial artist to have the ability to break the spatial wall, let alone survive and pass through the alternate space freely. However, his goal now was to stall the other party, so he naturally could not escape. 1 against 2. Chu Nan took a deep breath and suppressed the nervousness in his heart. If it was a one-on-one battle, he would not be afraid of any of the other party, but in a one-on-two battle, he knew very well that it was impossible for him to defeat them. Of course, his goal was not to defeat the other party but to stall for enough time. There were many ways. The two lights stopped in front of Chu Nan and revealed the figures of Ro and Anklo. The two of them glanced at the calm Chu Nan in the starry sky ahead. Anklo sneered and sent a voice transmission through the starry sky. "Kid, you finally escaped with your life, but now, you still have to come and take the initiative to court death. Don't you think it's a pity?" "Pity?" Chu Nan smiled and spread out his hands. "I don't think I'll die, so how can it be a pity?" "I admire your confidence," Ro continued, "but do you really think you have the ability to defeat the two of us?" Chu Nan sneered. "Tisk, you speak as if you're confident in killing me. Come fight me one-on-one if you have the guts." Their expressions froze. Ro had fought Chu Nan alone previously and knew that although this kid's strength was inferior to his, he had a strange cultivation method and was very difficult to deal with. If the two of them fought one-on-one, although he was certain that he would not be defeated, he did not dare to say that he would definitely win, let alone kill Chu Nan. On the other hand, Anklo recalled that Chu Nan had actually survived after nearly 100 small holes were pierced through by his arrow of light, causing him to be even more mysterious in his heart. However, he was not sure if he could truly kill him in a one-on-one situation. "Humph, kid, this is not a fair competition. Do you think we'll give you another chance to escape?" Anklo said with a cold expression. "It's useless to say anything else. Kid, I'll give you one last chance to choose. If you're willing to tell us the whereabouts of the people you saved now and obediently follow us, we can consider sparing your life. If you're unwilling, we can only kill you with all our might. Then, when we find the whereabouts of your companions, they'll definitely end up like you." Unlike Anklo, Ro used both soft and hard methods to make Chu Nan surrender. In the end, their initial goal was to capture these young geniuses on the Orion arm alive. If they killed them all here, it would not be beneficial to them at all. If Chu Nan was willing to cooperate, it would save a lot of effort. "Is that so?" Hearing Ro's words, Chu Nan seemed to be a little tempted. He lowered his head slightly and pretended to think seriously. Ro stopped the restless Anklo. Although he did not have much hope that a guy like Chu Nan would be obedient, it was clearly better for them to save some effort if he suddenly changed his mind. In any case, the two of them were here now and had suffered twice before. It was impossible to give this kid any chance to escape. However, after Chu Nan lowered his head and thought for a moment, there was still no movement. Anklo could not help but feel a little impatient. "Hey, kid, we're giving you special preferential treatment to give you a chance to surrender. Hurry up and consider it carefully. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless." "Oh." Chu Nan waved his hand. "Let me consider it again, I think." Seeing that Chu Nan seemed to be seriously considering it, Ro was a little surprised. He originally thought that a young genius like Chu Nan would definitely be arrogant and difficult to convince, but he did not expect this kid to be tactful. "What do you think?" Ro asked. "I think." Chu Nan raised his head and revealed a brilliant smile to the two of them, revealing healthy and neat white teeth. "Why don't you surrender?" As soon as he finished speaking, the aura around Chu Nan suddenly changed greatly. The pure spatial energy in the starry sky surged wildly and was absorbed into his body. Then, it suddenly exploded and transformed into thousands of feathers that swayed with thousands of dazzling white light that shot towards Ro and Anklo. These feathers and light carried a trace of holiness. It was the light feather arrow that Chu Nan had secretly learned from Ahmad. Ro and Anklo were shocked at the same time, especially. It was one thing for Chu Nan to suddenly turn hostile and attack, but why was the attack this kid used so similar to the cultivation method that he was most proud of? Chapter 9:17. Although they were very surprised, Ro and the other two did not panic at all. Instead, they sneered at the same time. This kid dared to attack the spaceship in front of the two of them, so he was naturally abnormally bold. It was naturally not so easy to make him obediently surrender. However, this kid actually dared to take the initiative to attack them now. He was really courting death. Ro raised his hand, and a chill suddenly seemed to have appeared in the dark starry sky. It quickly spread out and seemed to envelop the entire starry sky. Anklo spread out his hands and the light condensed by spatial energy around his body flickered. In an instant, it condensed into countless real arrows that shot toward Chu Nan with a biting cold light. These arrows collided with the thousands of light arrows shot by Chu Nan and immediately caused countless intense explosions in the dark sky. Wherever the light exploded, the space seemed to have exploded. Spatial vibration ripples spread out and overlapped. The positive spatial universe became extremely unstable, revealing countless black spatial cracks that seemed to be able to devour everything. There was no need to personally feel it. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, one could tell how terrifying this space had become. Anklo was surprised. This time, because he was angry at Chu Nan, the killing intent in his heart was dense. He attacked with all his might from the beginning, so the power of these arrows was actually slightly stronger than the first time he encountered him. However, the previous time, Chu Nan could not resist these arrows at all. Now, he could easily block them. It was really puzzling. Since this kid had such strength, why did he make nearly 100 small holes in his body last time? Even if he had grasped some mysterious cultivation method and could save his life, this was not good, right? Ro was not surprised at all. At this moment, he also used his full strength to attack as soon as he started. From the previous few encounters, he deeply felt that this kid called Chu Nan was extremely cunning and his cultivation method was strange. If he was not careful, he would slip away. Now that he had finally appeared in front of the two of them to challenge, he had to grab this opportunity and completely kill him to eliminate all future troubles. These two people were both super experts with the strength of a third-stage heaven control realm. Now that they were attacking with all their might, it immediately affected the entire starry sky. A moment later, they saw that the entire starry sky seemed to have been frozen, and there were countless sharp arrows that seemed to be able to tear open space shuttling through. Facing such a powerful attack, even any third-stage heaven control martial artist of the same level as the two of them would face difficulties. Although Chu Nan's strength surpassed ordinary initial-stage heaven control martial artists, he had only successfully condensed a star cloud not long ago and was not skilled enough in the circulation of the star cloud. His hard strength was naturally far inferior. If it was only a wandering battle, he could still use his various strange abilities to find the possibility of winning. Now, facing it head-on was the most difficult for him to unleash his advantage. At first, he could barely endure it. He relied on his powerful data ability and extreme sensitivity to the changes in the spatial energy around him to deal with Ro and Ankla's attacks. He even went all out. Light feather arrows covered the starry sky, and they actually suppressed Ro and Ankla for a moment. However, this situation could not last long after all. Not only did a large number of light feather arrows exhaust him greatly, but they also exhausted the internal breath in the depths of his dantian. Although after the star cloud condensed, the 8 breaths in his dantian could naturally transform into spatial energy through the star cloud flow and easily drive the spatial energy of the outside world, this still consumed his internal breath. Chu Nan had not condensed a star cloud for long and was far from reaching the realm where the internal and external star clouds were connected. Even if he relied on his powerful data ability to mobilize the most spatial energy with the least internal breath every time he attacked, it was impossible for him to continue like this forever. The crazy and powerful attack that could even be said to ignore the consequences lasted for less than 3 minutes before it clearly slowed down. Feeling the pressure lighten, Ro and Ankla heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, the two of them were even more shocked than before. They originally thought that if the two of them attacked with their full strength, they would definitely be able to easily defeat or even kill this kid who was only at the initial stage heaven control realm. They did not expect that they would be suppressed by Chu Nan from the beginning. However, the two of them had been famous for a long time and had become heaven control experts for a long time. Naturally, they knew very well that it was impossible for Chu Nan's attack to last long. On the contrary, it would cause him a huge burden and was not a long-term solution. Now that Chu Nan's attack had weakened, it was obvious that he could no longer endure such a powerful attack. As soon as they sensed Chu Nan's attack weaken, Ro and Ankla naturally strengthened their attacks. For a moment, the light condensed by spatial energy in the starry sky became even more dazzling and almost flickered towards him. 3 minutes left. Chu Nan narrowed his eyes and his mind raced. He knew very well that it was impossible for him to have the ability to continuously endure such a fierce attack. However, less than 2 minutes had passed. Tiago and the others had probably not completely boarded the spaceship. Now that the other party's attacks had increased, it was probably extremely difficult for him to last 3 minutes without being defeated. When he thought of this, Chu Nan's body circulated. The star cloud in his dantian circulated at high speed. Then, under his deliberate control, he did not directly transform it into spatial energy through the star cloud. Instead, it seeped out of his dantian and quickly circulated in the meridians in his body before returning to his dantian. The first cycle of the 9 revolutions technique ended. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, several arrows attacked. Chu Nan relied on his physical strength to dodge at high speed in a small area and dodged most of them. However, he could not completely dodge and was penetrated by several arrows. Several blood arrows shot out from Chu Nan's body, but he did not frown. His expression did not change at all and he still focused most of his attention on his body. The internal breath that had completed the first cycle was slightly stronger than before. However, Chu Nan still deliberately controlled it to not be transformed by the star cloud in his dantian. Instead, it flowed out of his dantian and quickly circulated in the meridians in his body. The second cycle of the 9 revolutions technique ended. Crack, crack, crack. Endless frost spread over from the starry sky. Chu Nan instantly felt as if he was in an icehouse and almost froze his entire body. The place that was still spitting out blood earlier had also frozen because of the extreme cold. The blood spat out by the wound had also frozen. Therefore, it rushed back into his blood vessels and almost affected the internal breath that was circulating at high speed in his meridians. Chu Nan still ignored it and continued to urge his internal breath to leave his dantian to adjust his breathing for the third cycle. Just like that, as he dodged or forcefully endured the attacks of Ro and Ankla, he urged his internal breath to circulate. Although Chu Nan's internal breath circulated extremely quickly, he was instantly covered in injuries. However, Chu Nan acted as if nothing had happened and still ignored the attacks of Ro and Ankla. He entered his dantian with his internal breath which had become dozens of times stronger after completing the 7 revolutions and poured it all into the star cloud. The star cloud that was originally slowly and naturally circulating at a certain speed in his dantian seemed to have been pushed by a large hand, and the speed of circulation immediately became abnormally fast. His dantian was affected in his internal cosmos, causing all his internal breath to circulate at high speed. Chu Nan only felt as if his entire dantian was about to collapse and endless pain came from it. However, he only frowned slightly and still dodged the attack while trying his best to control his internal breath to continue tackling the star cloud. When Chu Nan condensed a star cloud, he was different from ordinary heaven control martial artists. Not only did he condense a star cloud in his dantian, the star cloud he successfully condensed included his entire body. Now that the star cloud in his dantian was affected, the star cloud in his entire body was naturally affected. Under the influence of the star cloud, the spatial energy in the space around Chu Nan was naturally affected and also circulated around him at an extremely high speed. In a breath, it was as if Chu Nan was in the center of a huge spatial energy vortex. The starry sky around him was affected and a huge space that was like a black hole appeared. As Chu Nan continued to endure the terrifying pain and tried his best to maintain the high-level internal breath to urge the circulation of the star cloud at high speed, he threw his attention to Ro and Anklo. This state was the inspiration he had obtained from the 9 revolutions technique. It was called the 9 revolutions star cloud. Chapter 9:18. Suddenly, they discovered that Chu Nan's aura had soared and the space around him had undergone a shocking change, as if the entire space had been absorbed by him. Ro and Anklo were shocked. What cultivation method did this kid cultivate? How did his strength seem to have increased several times in an instant? Ro frowned, then unfolded it and sent a message to Anklo through the microwave vibration of spatial energy. Humph, this kid is going to risk his life. Be careful, he shouldn't be able to last long. Don't worry, I know, Anklo replied, but his hand did not stop. The arrows condensed from spatial energy still continuously shot at Chu Nan. However, he still carefully distanced himself from Chu Nan. As an experienced heaven control expert, this was not the first time he had seen an opponent like Chu Nan who had temporarily erupted with a powerful cultivation method, so it was naturally not strange. Although they did not understand what Chu Nan was risking his life for, since this kid used such a cultivation method that required him to risk his life, it proved that he could not last long. They did not need to be anxious. Chu Nan clenched his fists and felt that his physical strength had actually been affected by the excessive blood loss earlier. His physical condition could not be said to be good, but he was more sensitive and clear about the spatial energy around him. Moreover, he could clearly sense that the spatial energy he could control was far higher than normal. Very good, I succeeded. Although his sensitivity to spatial energy had decreased and the precision of his control had greatly decreased compared to normal circumstances, this was not important. With the help of the 9 revolutions star cloud, it was more important for him to be able to control more spatial energy. Seeing the frost in front of him and the sharp arrows shooting over, Chu Nan shouted and the sound wave shook out of his mouth. It actually caused obvious ripples in the empty space and spread far away. Wherever the sound wave swept past, the frost spatial powder under Ro's control shattered. Chu Nan then threw a punch and struck the arrow shot by the tree root. These sharp arrows condensed from spatial energy were actually shattered by Chu Nan's punch and turned into specks of light in the starry sky that dissipated. In the distance, Anklo's body swayed, and a blush flashed across his face. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He swallowed his blood and looked at Chu Nan in shock. Although it was obvious that this kid had used a cultivation method that risked his life, no matter how he heard it, he did not expect that this cultivation method could actually allow Chu Nan's strength to increase so much in an instant. It actually made a third-stage heaven control martial artist like him feel a powerful pressure. Damn, this kid is really strange. Anklo cursed in his mind and raised his hands at the same time to draw a ring in front of him. The spatial energy in the surrounding space quickly entered the ring. A moment later, the ring flickered and an extremely shocking purple light forcefully tore open the space as if it had arrived in front of Chu Nan without any time. Chu Nan did not expect that Anklo would suddenly use a completely different cultivation method. Although his reaction was abnormally fast, he was smart enough to mobilize his full strength to block in front of him and was still struck by the purple light. Boom! The vibration ripples after the spatial energy collided seemed to want to shatter the starry sky. After countless purple lights exploded, Anklo was surprised to discover that Chu Nan was still floating in the distance. Although his originally simple clothes had long turned to dust and his skin was covered in injuries, looking extremely miserable, it was obvious that he was still alive. Damn, I can't kill him like this. Anklo widened his eyes in disbelief. Not far away, Ro frowned and sent a voice transmission to Anklo, don't be anxious. Let's be patient. He won't last long. Anklo cursed again. He and Ro had joined forces and had already suffered a small loss because they looked down on this kid. Now, they were actually unable to take him down in a head-on battle. It was simply embarrassing. However, he knew very well that Ro was right, so he could only force himself to endure it. Damn kid, when you can't hold on anymore, watch how I deal with you. Chu Nan raised his left arm in advance and frowned slightly when he saw his arm that had become mangled because of the previous strike. Although the 9 revolutions star cloud allowed him to control more spatial energy and was enough to endure Anklo's full strength strike without any problems, it greatly reduced his exquisite control of spatial energy, causing him to be unable to use cultivation methods like the Flame of Life and the Goddess Song that had extremely high requirements for precise control at this moment, so he naturally could not treat himself. However, he was not prepared to continue fighting for a long time. Through the eruption brought about by the 9 revolutions star cloud attempt just now, he dragged time for another minute. It was enough to delay the other party for 2 minutes. When he thought of this, Chu Nan took a deep breath and gave up on simulating the light wings he had secretly learned from Ahmad. Instead, his figure flashed and he threw a punch at Ro. Is there something wrong with this kid? Ro frowned. As a heaven control expert, how can he fight like a child? Ro originally wanted to pull away and distance himself. Not only did he want to avoid fighting Chu Nan with his fists and feet, but he also wanted to dodge. However, he did not expect the powerful spatial energy around Chu Nan to flicker, causing his flying speed to be extremely fast, preventing him from dodging in time. After quickly determining this situation, Ro could only helplessly raise his fist and face Chu Nan. Boom! When the two fists collided, a terrifying spatial vibration ripple spread out with sound waves, and a huge bang sounded in the starry sky. Ro only felt an extremely terrifying impact on the entire right half of his body, and his entire body felt extremely painful. This surprised him. He originally thought that Chu Nan would at most be slightly stronger than before when he used a strange cultivation method to temporarily erupt with powerful strength and could not truly compare to him. Unexpectedly, this head-on collision revealed that not only did Chu Nan's physical strength far exceed his, the explosive spatial energy brought about by his fist clearly surpassed him. No wonder Ankla seemed to have suffered a loss just now. Ro did not dare to be careless anymore. When he saw Chu Nan's punch, he carefully protected himself and also won. However, after only a few rounds, Ro was even more surprised. Chu Nan's fist technique did not look complicated. The path of every punch was extremely clear and there were almost no changes. However, every punch could always choose the most appropriate timing and angle to attack him, preventing him from completely dodging every punch. In the end, he could only choose to fight head-on. However, regardless of whether it was his physical strength or the spatial energy that erupted, Chu Nan had defeated him. In the end, he was quickly suppressed by him and could not even fight back. Ro did not know whether to laugh or cry in his mind, and he was even more furious. He was a third-stage heaven control expert, but he was actually completely suppressed by the enemy with his fists and feet. If word got out, it would simply be a humiliation. Ro was sent flying by Chu Nan's punch again. He felt intense pain all over his body and could not help but groan as a dangerous glint flashed through his eyes. Forget it. Apart from this kid, the others are nothing to worry about. There's no need to hold back. After making up his mind, the star cloud in Ro's dantian circulated, and the spatial energy contained in his body condensed with all his might. A thick layer of frost instantly condensed on the surface of his entire body, enveloping his entire face, as if he had just been taken out of the freezer. Anklo, who was originally planning to help, instantly sensed the abnormal spatial energy around him. When he saw the change in Ro's body, his expression immediately changed, but he hurriedly pulled away and instantly fled a few kilometers away. Looking at the two figures flickering with abnormal light because of the mobilization of spatial energy from afar, Ankla sighed softly. Heh, this kid actually forced Ro to use this move. He can be proud even if he dies. Chapter 919. Slap. Chu Nan punched Ro's fist again. However, this time, it was completely different from the previous few times when their fists collided. Previously, every time the two of them fought, Chu Nan felt a tough counterattack. It was as if his fist had struck a huge rock. This time, this huge rock seemed to have suddenly turned into an ice block. It was even harder and emitted extremely dense cold air. Even the sound waves sent back through the vibration of spatial energy were completely different. Crack, crack, crack. It was not the sound of ice shattering, but the frost on Ro's face instantly became extremely thick, as if a layer of ice had formed on his face. At the same time, a dense cold aura surged out from his body and instantly enveloped his entire body in a ball of frost mist. Feeling an even stronger change in the surrounding spatial energy, Chu Nan knew that the situation was bad and wanted to retreat temporarily. Unexpectedly, just as he was distracted, Ro and Chu Nan's fist suddenly opened and grabbed his fist. A seemingly material frost aura seeped out of his palm and he felt that his entire fist had instantly frozen to death and he had completely lost consciousness. This was not the end. After the cold air swallowed Chu Nan's entire fist in the blink of an eye, it did not end there. Instead, it climbed up his arm along the cold air spreading from his body. As the cold air spread, Chu Nan discovered that his wrist began to lose feeling and his right forearm was swallowed bit by bit. Chu Nan was shocked. His body circulated 9 times, causing the star cloud to spin higher. He condensed a powerful spatial energy and attacked Ro's palm, which grabbed his right fist. However, not once was it like a wave hitting a seawall. It looked like it was surging, but it was always shattered and could not cause any damage to the seawall. He watched helplessly as the dense cold air continued to spread to his right arm and was about to devour his entire arm and spread to his shoulder. Chu Nan knew that he could not delay like this. He raised his left hand and his palm turned into a knife as he cut his right arm. His entire right arm was immediately easily cut open like tofu and left Chu Nan's body. Chu Nan immediately flew back and instantly retreated a few kilometers. Ro grabbed his right arm, which had been cut off by Chu Nan and was already frozen by the cold air in a daze. He did not expect such a young kid like Chu Nan to be so decisive and ruthless to him. He actually cut off his entire right arm without a word. This accident made him lose the best opportunity to pursue Chu Nan. He could only watch as he flew into the distant starry sky and was surprised to discover that he did not escape. Instead, he stopped in the distance and still assumed a serious posture. Ro looked at Chu Nan and frowned slightly. Hey, kid, tell me, why are you risking your life for those guys? With your performance, I'm certain that you should be one of the most talented young martial artists on the Orion Arm. As long as you're given enough time, you'll almost definitely become a powerful star-grade martial artist in the future. However, do you plan to lose your future in life here for those so-called geniuses who are much worse than you? Seeing that Ro and that Ankla did not chase after him immediately, Chu Nan heaved a sigh of relief. He glanced at his right arm, which was only a small portion connected to his shoulder, and discovered that the incision was extremely smooth and was completely frozen by the cold air. There was no situation of blood spitting out. This discovery made him heave a sigh of relief. In order to maintain the state of the 9 revolution star cloud, his exquisite control of spatial energy had decreased too much. It was very difficult for him to use the flame of life and the goddess song cultivation method again. If his injuries were too serious and forced him to treat himself, he would be unable to continue in his current state. It would be very difficult for him to contend with Ro and Anklo head-on. Hearing Ro's message, Chu Nan smiled. He really wanted to waste some time talking to him, but in his current state, it was even more impossible for him to accurately control the vibration of spatial energy and pass through his voice. Therefore, he could only smile and focus most of his attention on maintaining the 9 revolution star cloud. Ro did not know the problem Chu Nan was facing. After waiting for a while and not hearing his answer, his expression sank. Just as he was about to ask again, Enclo's voice suddenly sounded beside his ear. Damn, Ro, we've all been deceived by this damned kid. Ro was stunned and turned to look at Enclo. What's going on? You'll know when you look at your personal terminal. Ro frowned and opened his personal terminal. He discovered that he had received a message from his subordinate on the spaceship when he was fighting Chu Nan. Opening this message and taking a look, Ro's expression immediately changed. The content of this message was a very short video recording from space. From the angle, it was obvious that it was provided by their spaceship. Opening this video, he saw that under the atmosphere of the planet, a small spaceship suddenly rushed out and entered space from the other side of the planet. A moment later, only a trace of light was left before it disappeared into the depths of the vast sky. There was no need for further explanation. Ro only needed to take a look to understand what was going on. No wonder this kid suddenly came to challenge him and Enclo alone. It turned out that his goal was to lure the two of them away and give the other guys a chance to escape. When he thought of this, Ro looked at Chu Nan with a gloomy expression and his eyes revealed unreserved dense killing intent. Kid, you're forcing me to kill you. Chu Nan could not hear the conversation between Ro and Enclo, but he lowered his head to look at the personal terminal on his wrist and discovered that it was flashing with a special pattern. He smiled. This was the contact number he had agreed on with Tiago and the others. As long as they boarded the spaceship and left the planet, he would receive such a signal notification, indicating that they had basically escaped. Since he had achieved his goal, there was naturally no need for Chu Nan to continue fighting with Ro and Enclo. From afar, he saw that Ro and Enclo were filled with killing intent and the spatial energy around them surged wildly. Chu Nan understood that the situation of Tiago and the others escaping did not completely hide and was still discovered by the other party. However, the other party's spaceship clearly did not have the ability to pursue it. Ro and Enclo had been lured away by him, so they did not have the time to catch up to the spaceship. Of course, they could only be angry for nothing. When he recalled that he had actually forcefully saved Tiago and the others in such a dangerous situation, Chu Nan's heart was filled with a sense of achievement. He laughed and waved at Ro and Enclo before gesturing to bid farewell. Then, he did not hesitate to turn around and fly into the distant starry sky at high speed. Chapter 920. The small spaceship was filled with a happy atmosphere. Be it the usually serious Tiago, the always cold Pinto, or the enthusiastic and generous Okiya, the little fatty, Ancola, who always looked a little funny because of his round body, they could not help but smile from the bottom of their hearts. Even Sangshan, who always had a timid expression and did not look like a young genius martial artist at all, revealed a smile at this moment and looked extremely relaxed. Ever since they were inexplicably captured and saved by Chu Nan, everyone felt extremely pressured. Later on, when so many terrifying ferocious beasts appeared on that planet and surrounded them, it made the young geniuses on the Orion Arm experience the threat of death for the first time. Be it the pursuit of those powerful enemies from the outside world or the direct threat of these ferocious beasts inside, they experienced an experience they had never experienced. If not for the fact that every one of them was a genius with a firm mind and tenacious will, they would have long been crushed by the huge pressure. However, even so, they already felt that they could not last long. Fortunately, they finally escaped with Chu Nan's help. Previously, on that planet, everyone could only sigh at their weakness and be unable to cross the sea of stars with their bodies like Chu Nan. They could only be forced to be limited to that small planet. Now that they had boarded this spaceship, they finally had the ability to cross the sea of stars and finally saw the possibility of escaping back to the Orion Arm. When they thought of the chance to return to a place they were familiar with, the smiles on everyone's faces were naturally impossible to suppress, causing for the first time, a harmonious, warm, and friendly atmosphere to appear in this small group. However, at this moment, a discordant voice sounded. Chu Nan, why isn't he here yet? The cheerful voice in the spaceship stopped. Everyone turned to look at Sangshan, who asked this question. Suddenly being stared at by so many people, the usually timid Sangshan could not help but lower her head slightly, but she still whispered, He can't come, right? Everyone looked at each other and finally focused their gazes on Tiago. Tiago thought for a moment and coughed lightly. According to the plan proposed by Chu Nan, after we reach the Stargate first, we only need to wait for him for 5 minutes and he can rush over. At this point, Tiago looked down at the personal terminal on his wrist. 4 minutes have passed. Wait another minute. Pinto suddenly frowned. I say, we don't have to wait for him, right? Since Chu Nan can run out and find this spaceship alone, he definitely has the ability to escape himself. It's fine if we don't wait for him. Instead, if we continue to wait here, we might be in danger. What did you say? Okiya glared at Pinto. Chu Nan took such a huge risk to obtain this chance to escape for us, but you're not even willing to wait for him for a few minutes. No, I just... Pinto opened his mouth and saw the complicated gazes of the others around him. He shrugged and did not continue. Tiago's gaze swept past everyone's faces and he sneered in his mind. Although most people glared at Pinto and clearly did not agree with him, a few people were still silent and did not show anything. They were probably thinking the same thing as Pinto. When he recalled the instructions Chu Nan had given him before he left, Tiago shouted, wait another minute. If Chu Nan doesn't arrive, we'll leave first. What? Not only were Okiya and Sangshan looking at Tiago in surprise, but the others also looked at him in surprise. In everyone's opinion, the relationship between Chu Nan and Tiago should be the best among them because they seemed to have known each other from the beginning. Chu Nan had even handed the heavy responsibility of leading them to board the spaceship to escape to Tiago. It could be seen how much he trusted him. However, now that Tiago said such a thing, it really surprised everyone. Okiya's expression immediately turned cold. Hey, Tiago, what do you mean? Could it be that you really plan to leave Chu Nan behind if he doesn't appear later? Tiago glanced at her and said expressionlessly, Chu Nan said this himself. He said that every minute we stay in this star field is another danger. Therefore, if he can't arrive in time, we'll ignore him and leave first. No. Okiya simply shook her head and rejected. If I can't leave with Chu Nan, I won't leave either. Tiago smiled and raised the personal terminal on his wrist. It's not up to you to decide if you want to leave or not. You. Okiya was immediately furious. She pointed at Tiago and was speechless. The personal terminal on Tiago's wrist was given to him by Chu Nan. It was also the only item that was connected to the main control of the small spaceship and could control it. Before Chu Nan left, he handed this personal terminal to Tiago and handed him control of this spaceship. If Tiago wanted to control the spaceship to fly away, the others could not do anything about it. Seeing that Okiya seemed to be a little restless, Tiago said with a cold expression, this is Chu Nan's decision and has nothing to do with me. If you don't want to hear it and put all of us in danger, leave the spaceship yourself, and don't leave with us later. Okiya was immediately furious, but she could only forcefully suppress the anger in her heart. Leave the spaceship? What a joke! She was only a void break martial artist and did not have the ability to survive in space. Leaving the spaceship was courting death. As for attacking Tiago, not to mention that the strength Tiago had displayed in these few days seemed to be slightly superior to hers, even if he did not, her actions might not obtain the support of everyone. In the end, there was a possibility of escaping. Who was willing to cause an accident at this moment? You don't have to be angry about this. When Chu Nan explained this plan, all of us were present and heard it clearly. Seeing that Okiya did not act rashly, Tiago slowed down his tone and said, since he planned this, we have to believe him. If we change the plan on our own and cause a problem with the entire plan, causing the final plan to fail, we'll really let him down. To be honest, the current us are actually a burden to him. Without us, he won't be in any danger. Hearing the last sentence, everyone's expressions became extremely ugly. However, they could not refute Tiago's words at all. That was the truth. Because Chu Nan was stronger than them and most importantly, he had successfully condensed a star cloud and had the ability to shuttle through the starry sky, he could do so many things. They lacked this ability and could only watch helplessly. They were basically unable to help much. Instead, it could be said to be a burden. If not for them, with Chu Nan's ability, he would have long escaped. Tiago looked down at his personal terminal again and sighed. Alright, the 5 minutes are up. According to the plan, we have to leave. Seeing that Tiago had opened his personal terminal and was about to order the mainframe AI of the spaceship, Okiya bit her lip and wanted to stop him, but she could not say it. The others looked at each other with dejected expressions. In the end, no one said anything. Tiago waited for a while. When no one made a sound, he shook his head and gave the order to set off to the mainframe AI of the spaceship through his personal terminal. The Stargate was actually not far away. As long as the spaceship was activated, it could quickly enter the Stargate and pass through the starry sky according to the star map navigation to head to the planet Eaton Chu Nan had mentioned. When they got there, they could return to the Orion Arm under the arrangements of the Ita Chamber of Commerce and leave this damn place. However, now that they were clearly infinitely close to escaping, everyone no longer had the happy and excited mood from before. Instead, they lowered their heads slightly, their expressions low and gloomy. The spaceship under his feet moved slightly, but it had already been activated and started to move towards the Stargate. At this moment, a notification sounded, and then a familiar voice suddenly sounded. "Ha, everyone, I'm back. Why are you all crying? I originally thought that you should be cheering for finally escaping." Everyone suddenly raised their heads and looked at the huge virtual screen displayed by the mainframe AI of the spaceship. On the virtual screen, Chu Nan's familiar face almost occupied the entire screen with surprise. Chapter 921. When Chu Nan flew into the spaceship and everyone saw him, they were much more surprised than before. Oh, my god, Chu Nan, this is. Where's your arm? She originally wanted to rush forward and give Chu Nan a huge hug, but when she suddenly saw his empty right arm, she immediately stopped in surprise. The others had already noticed this situation and looked at Chu Nan in surprise. Tiago, there's no time to waste. Head towards the Stargate at full speed. Those two fellows are still chasing after me. We can only completely escape them after entering the alternate space through the Stargate. Chu Nan instructed Tiago before turning to face everyone with a relaxed smile. It's nothing. If you want to rely on me to stall the two heaven control experts, you have to pay a price. Everyone stared at Chu Nan's only right arm that was connected to his shoulder in silence. Many people had dejected expressions and even felt a trace of shame. In fact, many people could not help but suspect Chu Nan because from the beginning to the end, they had never truly come into contact with those enemies and Chu Nan told them everything. However, now that he saw that Chu Nan had even lost his entire arm and his body could be seen to have just experienced an intense battle, there were terrifying wounds everywhere. There were even many small holes that had penetrated his skin. At this moment, blood was flowing out. No matter how one looked at it, it was the first time he had suffered an extremely serious injury. If Chu Nan was still lying to them, the price he had to pay was too great. Moreover, Chu Nan had no reason to lie to them. About that. Chu Nan, I'm sorry. Pinto suddenly spoke. In order to help us, Hi. Pinto opened his mouth, but he did not know how to continue. Among everyone, he had always been the most suspicious of Chu Nan, and his attitude towards him was not good. Previously, he had planned to force Tiago to abandon him. Now that he saw Chu Nan in such a miserable state, the last trace of doubt in his heart immediately dissipated, leaving only shame and apology. However, with his personality, it was very difficult for him to apologize to Chu Nan in front of so many people. He hesitated and could not even say a complete sentence. Seeing his expression, Chu Nan smiled and waved his hand. Do you have to have such a heavy expression? It's not easy for us to escape. Why are you crying for such a happy thing? Okiya frowned deeply and pointed at Chu Nan's right arm. Your arm. Chu Nan glanced at his right arm and stretched his shoulder, causing the remaining right arm to sway slightly. After confirming that he could still be connected to the nerves of his incomplete right arm, he smiled and said, "This is nothing. I'll just find a better hospital to perform a limb regeneration surgery when I get back. It's not a big deal." Everyone looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Although Chu Nan was right, and with the support of the current technology, it was indeed not a big deal to break an arm or a leg. The difficulty of limb regeneration surgery was not especially high. Every year, many people who were disabled by accident would undergo such surgery. Therefore, it was not difficult for Chu Nan to undergo surgery to reconnect his arm after returning and guarantee that he could move it as freely as before. However, that was from the perspective of ordinary people. Martial artists were different from ordinary people. To ordinary people, the arm on the limb regeneration surgery street could move freely. In all aspects, it was no different from the original arm. However, to martial artists, the arm connected like this was very different from the previous arm. Firstly, a martial artist's body had been highly tempered, especially a powerful martial artist like Chu Nan, who had successfully condensed a star cloud and had the strength of the heaven control realm. His body was completely different from ordinary people's. Although the limb regeneration surgery could regenerate an arm that matched the characteristics of Chu Nan's body by extracting the DNA and cell tissue in his body, it was impossible for it to be tempered by enough cultivation methods. If it was connected like this, it would seem incompatible with his entire body. This was like giving an originally muscular person a weak limb. Even if it did not affect normal activity, it would not make him feel comfortable. Secondly, the greater meaning of a martial artist's tempering of the body was reflected in the meridian circulation in the body. Now that Chu Nan was missing an arm, this originally complete cycle would be greatly affected. It would even be so serious that it would affect the use of his cultivation method. Compared to the problem with his body, this was the most important effect. This was because body refinement could take time to slow down. The cultivation method was affected, but it was very difficult to modify and adapt. Many martial artists whose limbs were damaged by accident would have their cultivation methods affected, and there were very few who could completely recover to their peak state. Chu Nan had the strength of the heaven control realm at such an age. Be it talent or cultivation method, he was clearly extremely outstanding. Now, if he could not completely recover in the future because of his broken arm, it would be too regretful. When he thought of this, Tiago could not help but sigh. Chu Nan, actually, you didn't have to do this for us. The surrounding people also sighed in unison and looked at Chu Nan with regret. Chu Nan was stunned. Hey, Tiago, why are you saying this now? My original intention was to save everyone together. Now that my goal has been achieved, you should be happy. Why do all of you have such an expression? I only broke an arm, not dead. Okiya suddenly took a deep breath and walked over to open her arms to protect Chu Nan. She whispered into his ear, Chu Nan, I said before that if you can save us, I'll be yours in the future. That was a joke. However, now, when I return alive, I'll definitely pursue you with all my might. After saying that, before Chu Nan could say anything, she suddenly hugged his head with both hands and leaned over before pressing her lips on his. Feeling the soft and warm breath on his lips, Chu Nan was stunned. Damn, this should be my first kiss, right? The surrounding people blankly looked at Okiya and Chu Nan and could not react for a moment. Although they were surprised by her boldness, no one expected her to do such a thing under such circumstances. After a long time, she let go of Chu Nan. Chu Nan touched his lips, which were still fragrant, and shook his head with a bitter smile. Okiya, I'm only doing this out of my own will. You don't have to do this, really. I'm doing this out of my own will, can't I? Okiya raised her head and said without showing any weakness. Chapter 922. Chu Nan was helplessly defeated. Looking at the complicated expressions of the surrounding people, Chu Nan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could roughly understand these people's current thoughts, but in fact, he was not lying at all. A broken arm was not that important to him. Through the limb regeneration surgery, he could grow an identical arm. As for the problem of martial artists, it was not a problem for him, who had a powerful data ability and could make the slightest adjustment to his body. Moreover, he had also grasped the flame of life and the goddess Song cultivation method. The tempering of his body was completely different from ordinary martial artists. It would not take long. In short, although this broken arm had affected him, if one had to say that it was an especially serious loss, there was really no such thing. However, Chu Nan also knew that it was very difficult to explain clearly now. Moreover, there were many things that he could not explain to others, so he could only let them misunderstand. In the end, he had worked extremely hard to save these people, so it was natural for him to obtain their gratitude. As for her pursuit, he would have to decline. Chu Nan shook his head and turned to look at Tiago. Hey, Tiago, didn't I tell you to stop near the Stargate and wait for me to enter and escape? Why aren't you here yet? Tiago frowned tightly and stared at the virtual screen of the mainframe AI on the control panel of the spaceship in front of him. He had a nervous expression as if he did not hear Chu Nan's question. Hey, what's going on? The others were also a little strange. They turned around with Chu Nan in confusion and followed Tiago's gaze to the virtual screen. Their expressions immediately changed. They were indeed not far from the Stargate. According to the virtual screen, the distance was less than 50,000 kilometers. However, on the monitoring screen, it was very clear that a huge spaceship was slowly flying out of the Stargate. As soon as he jumped out of the Stargate, the front of this spaceship lit up with the light of energy condensation. This light was extremely dazzling, but it was also extremely terrifying because it was obvious that this should be the light before the high-energy particle beam was fired. Damn! Chu Nan only had time to curse before he flashed to the emergency exit of the spaceship and slapped the emergency escape button. Then, he instantly flew out. Everyone felt their vision blur. In the next moment, they saw that Chu Nan's figure had already appeared on the virtual screen of the mainframe AI of the spaceship and the Stargate under their feet. In the next moment, an extremely dazzling light tore through the starry sky and was stimulated by the spaceship at the Stargate, shooting over. Although they were 50,000 kilometers away from the Stargate, this high-energy particle beam had already reached the extreme speed of the positive space universe, the speed of light. In just a sixth of a second, it had already cut through the starry sky and arrived in front of the spaceship. No one had the time to react. They only saw Chu Nan's figure fly towards the high-energy particle beam in the monitoring screen. He raised his only left arm and threw a punch. An extremely dazzling and gorgeous ball of light seemed to have exploded in the dark starry sky. The terrifying high-energy particle beam was actually shattered by Chu Nan's punch and turned into countless fine belts and light spots in the starry sky, illuminating the entire starry sky and turning the starry sky in front of the spaceship white. Be it the virtual screen or the outside starry sky seen through the window of the spaceship, only a white light that stole all vision was left. In the light, only an extremely small figure could be seen standing. However, it was the small figure that forcefully blocked the high-energy particle beam, and the terrifying attack that was enough to shatter this spaceship. While everyone was still in a daze, Chu Nan's voice sounded. "Hey, Tiago, stop daydreaming. Hurry up and drive the spaceship away. Drive towards the Stargate at the highest speed. I'll cover you." Tiago was stunned, then asked loudly, "What about you? Don't worry about me. Leave first." "Do you want us to leave you behind and run?" Tiago said angrily. The reason why he agreed to only wait for Chu Nan for 5 minutes was that this was his plan. If Chu Nan could not arrive in 5 minutes according to the plan, there would be an accident in the plan and it was very likely that an accident would happen to him. In order to ensure that his group could leave safely, he could only choose the coldest method. However, now that Chu Nan was in front of him, how could he be willing to leave him behind and run away? Hearing Tiago's words, the others shouted, "That's right. Chu Nan, you've done so much for me. How can we be so disloyal and leave you alone?" "That's right. If we want to leave, let's leave together. Chu Nan, don't expect us to leave you behind. I'm still waiting to sleep with you on the first night I return to the Orion Arm with you." "Nonsense. If you don't leave me behind, can you help?" Chu Nan's voice sounded again. "Cut the crap, stop being wishy-washy. You're only a burden to me here. Hurry. Damn, I can't hold on anymore. Moreover, the two fellows chasing me are about to arrive. If I don't leave now, I won't have a chance." Hearing the anxiety in Chu Nan's tone, Tiago frowned and operated the mainframe AI of the spaceship to scan the starry sky behind him. As expected, he discovered two shocking energy vibration sources quickly approaching in this direction. From the distance and speed, it would take at most half a minute to catch up. Clearly, these two should be the two heaven control experts Chu Nan had mentioned. The hesitation in Tiago's mind only lasted for a second before he immediately made up his mind. He raised the personal terminal in his hand and ordered the mainframe AI of the spaceship. Everyone felt their feet sway. The spaceship had already started up again. It circled slightly and flew towards the Stargate at a higher speed than before. "Damn, Tiago, are you really going to abandon Chu Nan? Tiago, you ungrateful guy. How can you do this? Hey, stop quickly. We can't leave Chu Nan behind." Sensing the abnormality under their feet, the others were stunned for a moment before cursing Tiago angrily. Tiago gritted his teeth and turned a deaf ear to everyone's berating. He only stared at the situation displayed on the mainframe AI of the spaceship. He was still 40,000 kilometers away from the Stargate. The spaceship at the Stargate shot another high-energy particle beam, but it was blocked by Chu Nan again. The distance between the two energy vibration sources behind him narrowed slightly as if the two heaven control martial artists were showing signs of accelerating. There were still 30,000 kilometers. Chapter 923. Chu Nan had already blocked 4 high-energy particle beams in a row. Through the scene displayed by the mainframe AI, it could be seen that although he had blocked those terrifying high-energy particle beams, he had clearly suffered extremely serious injuries. Now, from top to bottom, even his face had turned charred. One could vaguely see his flesh and blood and he was almost inhuman. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat as they watched and their hearts were filled with worry for Chu Nan. However, at this moment, they could only deeply feel their powerlessness. They were only void break martial artists and did not have the ability to survive and fight in space. They could not provide any help to the current Chu Nan. Chu Nan was right. They were a burden. There were still 20,000 kilometers. The speed of the two heaven control martial artists flying in the positive space universe was actually faster than their small spaceship. Now, they had already closed the distance between the two sides to less than 10,000 kilometers. According to the current speed, they would be caught before they rushed into the Stargate. Seeing the calculation results given by the mainframe AI, Tiago hesitated for a moment and ordered in a low voice, "Remove the control and fly in a straight line at full speed. 10,000 kilometers left. Chu Nan, who had been blocking the spaceship, suddenly flew towards it. Everyone cried out in surprise and quickly understood Chu Nan's intention. That spaceship was now blocking the entrance of the Stargate. If he did not think of a way to make it move, it was simply a fool's dream for him to break through the blockade of the other party's terrifying spaceship that was nearly 10 kilometers long and comparable to the Noctem Chamber of Commerce's Enterprise-level battleship. However, what could Chu Nan do? The Stargate was already close. At this moment, because Chu Nan had maintained the high circulation of the star cloud for a long time, his body had actually long exceeded the burden. Moreover, because he had continuously blocked the high-energy particle beam, it had even caused the star cloud in his body to show signs of chaos. However, the spaceship that Tiago and the others were on had yet to enter the Stargate. He had to persist. Looking at the huge enemy spaceship in front of him, Chu Nan took a deep breath and suppressed his fluctuating mind to focus all his attention on controlling the star cloud in his body. Another internal breath flowed out of his dantian and circulated in the meridians in his body in the blink of an eye. It quickly returned to his dantian and entered the star cloud under Chu Nan's control. The star cloud that was already circulating at high speed was urged by the high-frequency internal breath after the 7 revolutions combination. The speed of circulation increased further. Be it the remaining spatial energy in Chu Nan's body or the huge spatial energy in the outside world, they were affected by the accelerated circulation of the star cloud in his body and quickly condensed. Chu Nan gritted his teeth and his brain, which was as powerful as an AI, circulated with all his might. He desperately mobilized more spatial energy and drove it to circulate around his body according to the trajectory of the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique. In the blink of an eye, an extremely huge spatial energy gathered by Chu Nan quickly formed a terrifying spatial energy vortex around him. The shape of this energy vortex was visible to the naked eye. The entire starry sky seemed to be affected and was completely absorbed. It looked extremely terrifying. Chu Nan brought this huge spatial energy vortex and ruthlessly collided with the even larger spaceship. Spatial energy vibration ripples that continuously changed color immediately appeared on the surface of the huge spaceship. Even the huge spaceship enveloped by the energy shield shook wildly because of this terrifying vibration, as if it was a small boat that had suffered a tempestuous storm. In the small spaceship, Tiago and the others looked at the scene displayed in the monitoring screen and were shocked speechless. Chu Nan was alone. Although it was said that heaven control experts indeed had the ability to contend with powerful cosmic battleships in space, Chu Nan was only an initial stage heaven control martial artist who had just successfully condensed a star cloud. Moreover, the battleship opposite him was clearly not an ordinary battleship. How could he make this huge battleship so miserable alone? Even if these were not counted, just the scene in front of them was enough to surprise everyone. Compared to the huge battleship that was nearly 10 kilometers long, Chu Nan's body was almost negligible. However, when he condensed such a terrifying spatial energy vortex, he could shake the entire battleship. After the previous incident, everyone originally recognized Chu Nan's strength and admitted that he was slightly stronger than their group. However, when they saw this scene, everyone discovered that he was only much stronger than they had imagined. Just as everyone was surprised, Chu Nan's voice suddenly sounded. "Hey, Tiago, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and fly into the Stargate." Tiago was stunned and reacted. In fact, while Chu Nan was fighting the enemy spaceship, their small spaceship had already flown to the Stargate. They only needed to casually move and fly in. However, the reason why he stopped here was to wait for Chu Nan to return and escape. Chu Nan actually let them leave first. "Chu Nan, are you crazy?" Tiago shouted, "Let's leave first." "How can you leave?" "Don't worry about me, I have a way." Chu Nan shouted. "But." "No buts. Hurry up and leave. I can't hold on anymore." Chu Nan interrupted Tiago sternly. Everyone looked at Tiago with different expressions. Compared to the previous time, there were not many differences between everyone now. Previously, it was because they had basically not seen what Chu Nan had done with their own eyes. During that period of time, they had personally seen what he had done and no longer doubted him. No one could say such a thing if they chose to abandon Chu Nan at this moment. Tiago, who was condensed by everyone's gazes, frowned and instantly made up his mind. "Chu Nan, take care." After shouting, Tiago opened the personal terminal on his wrist and prepared to give the order to fly the spaceship to the Stargate. "What are you doing?" Okiya cried out in surprise and pounced at Tiago. She kicked him and prepared to stop him. Tiago raised his right arm and slapped out with his palm, blocking Okiya's kick. At the same time, it did not stop him from ordering the mainframe AI of the spaceship through his personal terminal. Okiya wanted to pounce on her again, but Tiago looked at her coldly. "Stop fooling around. What can you do by staying?" She turned to look at the virtual screen of the spaceship's mainframe AI and saw a strange light flickering in the Stargate rushing towards her. A moment later, the feeling brought about by the space around her suddenly changed. It was the spatial change brought about by the familiar crossing of the Stargate. Clearly, in these few moments, the spaceship they were on had already passed through the Stargate and entered the alternate space. Okiya looked at Tiago angrily. "You ungrateful villain. How can he escape if you leave Chu Nan there?" Although the others were not as angry as Okiya, they looked at Tiago with unfriendly gazes. Many people even revealed obvious disdain. However, when they recalled that Tiago's decision was the most correct logically, everyone could not help but feel a little strange. Tiago glanced at everyone and smiled. "I think I should tell you a story. It's the story of a void break martial artist who miraculously survived after falling into the Stargate. The main character of this story is Chu Nan." Chapter 924. Seeing the small spaceship driven by Tiago and the others rush into the Stargate and disappear into the deep light that seemed to devour everything, Chu Nan immediately heaved a sigh of relief. After so long and so much effort, he finally sent these guys out. Next, as long as they took this small spaceship to planet Eton, the people of the Eta Chamber of Commerce would receive them and arrange for them to return to the Orion Arm. As for Chu Nan himself, in fact, what Chu Nan had said previously was completely from the bottom of his heart. These guys were simply a burden to him if he stayed here. If not for them, he would have already slipped away when he encountered the Eta Chamber of Commerce. Why would he need to go through so much trouble and even torture himself so miserably for them? When he thought of this, Chu Nan turned to look at his empty right arm and shook his head with a bitter smile. Although this was not a huge problem for him, it was still troublesome. Moreover, the current situation had already seriously affected his strength, causing it to be impossible for him to face the two of them head-on. Looking at the light brought about by the condensation of spatial energy in the distant starry sky approaching at high speed, Chu Nan knew very well that it should be Ro and Ankla chasing after him. He turned to look at the huge spaceship, but at this moment, he seemed to have reacted. He slowly turned around and headed towards the Stargate. It seemed that this spaceship planned to jump through the Stargate to track the small spaceship where Tiago and the others were. Chu Nan thought for a moment and his figure suddenly flashed. He instantly passed through the starry sky and appeared beside the Stargate. In the distant starry sky, the two of them flew towards the Stargate at high speed. Although they were still a distance away from the Stargate, the personal terminal on their wrists was connected to the mainframe AI on the huge spaceship. They could completely grasp the situation near the Stargate through the scene provided by the mainframe AI. Previously, when they saw Chu Nan block the high-energy particle beam of the spaceship alone, the two of them had a new evaluation of his strength. Later on, when they saw that the small spaceship actually left Chu Nan behind and jumped into the Stargate, after being stunned, the two of them were first furious before they were overjoyed. Even if those guys had obtained a spaceship from somewhere and jumped into the Stargate under Chu Nan's cover, as long as they were still in this starfield, it was impossible for them to escape the control of their faction. Sooner or later, they would be captured. However, Chu Nan did not have any spaceship to take now. No matter how strong he was or how talented he was only a heaven control martial artist in the end. It was impossible for him to pass through the Stargate with his body. Therefore, he was already trapped in this starfield and had nowhere to escape. Previously, this detestable kid could be said to have tricked them and brought them great trouble. The two of them were already filled with killing intent toward Chu Nan and would no longer consider keeping him alive. If Chu Nan escaped with that spaceship, it would probably be very difficult for them to capture this powerful and extremely cunning kid. In the end, this kid was actually betrayed by his companions. Ha! This damned kid, let's see where he can escape to now. Ankla happily sent a voice transmission to Ro. Just as he was about to speed up, he saw Chu Nan suddenly fly to the side of the Stargate and could not help but be stunned. What does this kid want? Ro and Ankla were puzzled. However, after Chu Nan flew to the Stargate, he did not do anything else as if he was waiting for something. Ro and Ankla increased their speed and soon, they flew to the side of the Stargate and stopped in front of Chu Nan. The two of them were not in a hurry to attack. Instead, they sneered at Chu Nan. Ankla sent a voice filled with mockery. Kid, you worked hard to save those guys, but now, you're betrayed by them. How's your mood? At this moment, the aura in Chu Nan's entire body had greatly weakened compared to when he fought them earlier. It was even much weaker than when they first saw him. Clearly, his serious injuries and the fact that he had forcefully endured the high-energy particle beam had exhausted him greatly, and it was very difficult for him to maintain his powerful combat strength. Moreover, there was no spaceship around him now and he could only sigh at the Stargate. The two of them were not worried that he could still slip there, so the two of them looked at Chu Nan with very relaxed expressions and were even filled with mockery. Chu Nan looked at Ro. At this moment, he was already unable to maintain the high circulation of the star cloud. His aura had indeed greatly weakened, and the strength he could unleash was even much inferior to his usual state. However, this also allowed him to regain his precise control of spatial energy. Therefore, after smiling, he sent a voice transmission to Ro. You asked me before why I did this for them, right? Ro sneered, that's right. With your strength, if you want to escape alone, there are many opportunities. I admit that it's probably very difficult for us to keep you here. However, you forced yourself into this situation for those trash. Most importantly, you were actually betrayed by them. Don't you think this is very ironic? You did your best for them, but they only thought of escaping and did not consider your safety at all. I can't understand why you did this at all. Of course you can't understand, because you're a bad person. The smile on Chu Nan's face made him look like he was discussing innocently. Why should I do this? The reason is very simple, because I'm a good person. Ro and Ankla were stunned for a moment, then laughed wildly as if they had heard a huge joke. However, their laughter quickly stopped, and the smile on their faces instantly became filled with fear. This was because the two of them saw that after Chu Nan finished speaking, he actually turned around and threw a punch at the Stargate. Damn, you're crazy. Ankla and Ro were shocked and wanted to fly over to stop Chu Nan, but it was too late. They could only watch helplessly as Chu Nan's punch accurately struck the pillar device around the Stargate that maintained the opening of the spatial wall. Although the attached devices of the Stargate had a certain amount of protection and were enough to endure ordinary accidental impacts, this Stargate had been in disrepair for a long time because of an accident, so how could it endure the full strength strike of Chu Nan, a heaven control martial artist? Crack, crack, crack. Cracks opened on the pillar of the Stargate. A moment later, the physical device of the entire Stargate suddenly exploded, turning into fragments that flew in the starry sky. At first, the spatial wall that was forcefully opened by the Stargate could still be maintained, but soon, because it had lost the support of the Stargate, it was corrected and distorted by the balance of the positive spatial universe and the alternate space. The space emitting a deep light that seemed to be able to devour everything in the Stargate was like a vortex that had lost the support of a water source and quickly faded. Soon, it had turned into nothingness, causing the entire starry sky to return to the empty but extremely calm and stable state of the positive spatial universe. Rowan Anklo looked blankly at the space where the Stargate should have been. That large spaceship was originally entering the Stargate under Ro's command and preparing to track the small spaceship that had escaped. However, now that the Stargate had been destroyed by Chu Nan's punch and the spatial wall that had been forcefully opened had been forcefully closed, the front of the spaceship that had already entered half of the Stargate seemed to have been swallowed by a monster and disappeared with the Stargate. After the two of them were stunned for a moment, they turned to look at Chu Nan, who had destroyed the Stargate, with anger. However, there was no trace of Chu Nan. Chapter 925. Chu Nan discovered that he was lost. After destroying the Stargate with a punch, Chu Nan immediately condensed spatial energy, opened the spatial wall, and entered the alternate space. The reason why he was relieved to let Tiago and the others enter the Stargate and leave first was that he already had the ability to open the spatial wall with his body and pass through the alternate space. He did not need a spaceship to easily follow behind them. However, when Chu Nan destroyed the Stargate and entered the alternate space, he discovered that he had made a very serious mistake. He had previously been able to pass through the Stargate with his body and head to another starry sky from here. He had encountered the caravan of the Ito Chamber of Commerce. After saving them, he had flown back from planet Eton with his body because he had previously discovered the key to passing through the Stargate. It was to master the trajectory of the special spatial energy fluctuations connected to the Stargate, so as to ensure that he would not lose his way in the alternate space. He originally thought that even if he destroyed this Stargate, the trajectory of these special spatial energy fluctuations would still exist and guide him back to planet Eton, so he did not show any mercy in destroying it. When he first entered the alternate space, the situation was indeed as he had expected. The trajectory of those special spatial energy fluctuations was still there. However, when he flew in the direction of this trajectory for a while, he discovered that the traces of spatial energy fluctuations in this special trajectory were getting weaker and weaker until they completely disappeared. After being stunned for a moment, Chu Nan immediately understood. Clearly, the reason why such a special spatial energy fluctuation trajectory could be maintained in the alternate space previously was that the Stargate provided a special locational anchor in the alternate space. The two Stargates were connected, forming such a special spatial energy fluctuation trajectory that guided the direction of the Stargate. Now that the Stargate here had been destroyed by Chu Nan's punch and this anchor had disappeared, it was naturally impossible to maintain this special trajectory. After figuring this out, the first problem Chu Nan was worried about was Tiago and the others. Without this special spatial energy fluctuation trajectory that was equivalent to the road in the alternate space as a guide, could they still successfully return to planet Eton? However, Chu Nan quickly felt relieved. A spaceship that could pass through the Stargate should have a complete star map. The moment they entered the Stargate, they should have already confirmed their destination. The moment they entered the Stargate, the mainframe AI of the spaceship should have confirmed the flight route. Next, they only needed to fly according to the planned route. Therefore, in theory, even if the trajectory that guided the navigation direction disappeared because of the destruction of the Stargate, they should be able to successfully reach the Stargate where planet Eton was under the guidance of the mainframe AI of the spaceship. The true problem was Chu Nan himself. Even if his brain was comparable to an AI, he did not have the complete star map of this star field in his mind, so it was naturally impossible for him to confirm the complete flight route the moment he entered the Stargate. Therefore, he was lost. Chu Nan stabilized his body and did not dare to move. Flying a short distance in the alternate space might have already crossed the vast starry sky in the positive space universe. He had already flown in the alternate space for more than 10 minutes. In the positive space universe, who knew how far he had flown? If he continued to fly around, he was not sure where he would end up. The starry sky of the universe was endless. He did not dare to guarantee that his luck was still as good as after he was slapped into the Stargate by Greg last time. After jumping out, he could encounter that mysterious girl and be saved successfully. It was terrifying to be completely lost in the starry sky. After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan turned around and began to fly back in the direction he had flown in. At this moment, his powerful AI-like brain was useful again. When he felt that the trajectory of the special spatial energy fluctuation was weakening, Chu Nan began to increase his vigilance. Therefore, he basically memorized the trajectory of his flight recently. Now that he had turned around, he could accurately fly back according to the trajectory when he flew over. Sigh, if only I had completely memorized this trajectory when I flew over from planet Eton previously. A trace of regret flashed through Chu Nan's heart before he shook his head. At that time, he did not expect such a situation to happen, so how could he have expected it in advance? After flying for a while, Chu Nan was already infinitely close to the area of the previous Stargate. Due to the fact that he could not clearly determine the direction, Chu Nan did not dare to continue flying around. He opened the spatial wall and returned to the positive space universe. Starlight entered his vision again. The first thing Chu Nan saw was a huge star shining on the left, and he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Being able to see a huge star so clearly proved that he was in the range of a star system. This place was naturally not far from the star system he was in previously, so in fact, he should have successfully returned the way he came and returned to the star system he was in. After flying in the direction of the star for a while, Chu Nan quickly discovered that the surrounding starry sky was identical to the starry sky in his memory. After confirming that he was not really lost, Chu Nan heaved a sigh of relief and opened the spatial wall again. He entered the alternate space and flew towards the planet that had landed with Tiago and the others. 2 minutes later, Chu Nan jumped out of the alternate space again and appeared outside the planet's atmosphere. Looking up, he discovered that in the synchronous orbit on the other side of the planet, there was still half of the spaceship brought by Ro and Ankla floating. Chu Nan did not have the intention to take the opportunity to destroy it. His current state was very poor and he could not provoke trouble. With a slight movement, Chu Nan landed on the surface of the planet below. Before long, he passed through the atmosphere and jumped into the sky from the starry sky. At this moment, it was early in the morning on the island. Be it the monsters in the sky or the sea, they had already retreated. Chu Nan flew straight to the island and entered the cave that Tiago and the others had discovered in the middle of the island to hide. Ro and the others might not have expected Chu Nan to return to this planet, but for safety's sake, before he completely recovered, he did not plan to act rashly. As soon as he entered the cave, he found something to simply hide at the entrance. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to activate the 9 revolutions technique to calmly adjust his internal breath. Although the battle with Ro and Anklo had only taken a short period of time, in order to entangle or even suppress the two of them alone and prevent them from diverting their attention to the small spaceship that Tiago and the others were escaping, Chu Nan was forced to maintain the 9 revolutions star cloud. This state placed extremely great pressure on him, causing his body to be affected to a certain extent. The meridians in his dantian were damaged to varying degrees, and even the star cloud in his body showed signs of collapsing because it was forcefully urged. It seemed to be extremely unstable. Fortunately, Chu Nan's grasp of the situation in his body was extremely precise. After checking his entire body, he slowly urged his internal breath to enter the star cloud and help it stabilize again. At the same time, he circulated the flame of life and the goddess song cultivation method and deliberately slowly healed the injuries in his body. Chu Nan, who had focused all his energy on the situation in his body, did not discover that when he urged the goddess song cultivation method, the spatial energy around him was completely transformed into life force. Apart from most of it entering his body to help him recover from his injuries, there was a trace of green aura that represented life force that directly entered the ground under his butt. Chapter 926. We're about to reach the target Stargate and perform a Stargate jump. Please be prepared. The notification of the spaceship's mainframe AI sounded. Everyone, including Tiago, heaved a long sigh of relief, their faces revealing the joy of escaping. After flying in the alternate space for 11 hours, they could finally hear a different voice, instantly alleviating everyone's extremely depressed mood during this period of time. Previously, when they were flying in the alternate space, everyone only knew that the name of the destination was the capital planet of the Kasha Kingdom, Planet Eden. They knew that after they arrived, someone from the Eta Chamber of Commerce would receive them, but they did not know anything else. This filled everyone's hearts with unease. All this information was provided by Chu Nan, but he did not leave with them because of an accident. Now that they had embarked on their journey, they naturally did not have any confidence. Before hearing this notification, many people were even worried that the spaceship might be lost in the alternate space and they would never have the chance to leave this damn place. Fortunately, everything was going smoothly now and there were no accidents midway. They arrived at their destination safely. When they recalled that after jumping through the Stargate, even if they could not completely escape, at the very least, they had returned to the civilized planet from that damned planet filled with ferocious beasts, everyone's hearts were filled with excitement. Even if an accident happened, as long as they could find a way to contact civilization on planet Eden, they could think of many ways to return. No matter what, it was much better than not being able to see anyone else. Of course, not everyone had completely relaxed expressions. Tiago turned around and looked in the direction of the end of the spaceship with a trace of worry. Tiago, is the story you mentioned true? Okiya walked over and asked Tiago in a low voice, didn't you make it up to reassure us? Can Chu Nan really pass through the Stargate with his body and survive? Although she deliberately lowered her voice, the people in the spaceship at least had the powerful strength of a third-stage void break realm, so they naturally could not escape their ears. Hearing Okiya's question, everyone immediately put down the joy in their hearts and turned to look at Tiago. Tiago looked at everyone's gazes and shrugged with a smile. When I told you this story previously, I heard it from a reporter from the Earth Federation. I can't guarantee that what that reporter said is 100% the truth, but you've seen what Chu Nan has done these few days. His strength is probably far stronger than we imagined, so I don't doubt that he can do such an unbelievable thing. Everyone looked at each other in silence. In fact, when Tiago described this story to them previously, they had already expressed their doubts. How could a void break martial artist survive after falling into the Stargate? Not to mention void break martial artists, as long as a heaven control expert did not reach the level of a star-grade martial artist, their body would definitely be shattered into the tiniest basic particles by the violent and terrifying spatial energy in the alternate space when they entered the Stargate. They would only die. No matter how strong Chu Nan was, he could not reach the level of a star-grade martial artist no matter what, so it was naturally impossible for him to survive. Therefore, everyone was very suspicious of the story Tiago told, so it was normal for Okiya to be worried. Seeing that everyone still did not believe him, Tiago continued, regardless of whether that story is true or not, at the very least, Chu Nan has already done so much. Let's not talk about anything else for now. Think about it, how did he encounter that Eta Chamber of Commerce and obtain this spaceship? This was indeed something that everyone had always been puzzled about, but Chu Nan had never said it explicitly, so they could not ask directly. Now that Tiago mentioned it, everyone was puzzled. If not for the fact that Chu Nan had indeed forcefully resisted the high-energy particle beam of that spaceship in front of them and even had a broken arm, some people would probably have suspected a conspiracy theory, but no one thought so now. However, everyone still could not understand how Chu Nan did it. I think. Just as the little fatty was about to speak, the notification of the mainframe AI of the spaceship suddenly sounded again. Prepare to jump through the Stargate. Please be prepared. Countdown, 10. Ankola immediately shut up and everyone focused. Crossing the Stargate would bring about a moment of serious discomfort because of the spatial jump. Although the effect on void break martial artists like them was minimal, it was best to make preparations. After the countdown ended, everyone was a powerful void break martial artist who could clearly sense spatial energy. They could clearly sense the obvious change in the surrounding space. On the virtual screen of the mainframe AI of the spaceship in front of him, it displayed the scene of the outside world. From an alternate space with only a strange light flickering, it changed to a familiar positive space universe. Everyone could not help but heave a sigh of relief. No matter how many times they experienced it, no normal human could like the special and strange environment of an alternate space. Moreover, the spatial energy of the alternate space was extremely violent and great danger was hidden everywhere. Therefore, being able to leave the alternate space meant that they could return to a civilized society, causing everyone to feel extremely at ease. That's great. We can go back soon. Ankola excitedly raised his arms and waved them. Haha, if we can successfully return this time, we must thank Chu Nan. If not for him. Even Pinto, who usually disliked Chu Nan the most, could not help but thank him. However, halfway through, he stopped. The surrounding people looked at the huge virtual screen of the spaceship's mainframe AI in shock. The starry sky of the positive space universe after jumping out of the Stargate was clearly displayed. However, at this moment, in the starry sky, they only saw dozens of ferocious cosmic battleships blocking the way and surrounding this small spaceship in the middle. Compared to the huge and fully armed battleships around them, their small spaceship, which was only hundreds of meters long, was simply like a newborn baby. Damn, what's going on? Ankola could not help but curse. The surrounding people were also stunned. Pinto suddenly turned around and grabbed Tiago's collar before shouting angrily, "Damn, Tiago, did you collude with Chu Nan?" Tiago was also a little stunned, but he barely maintained his calm and shook his head. "I'm not too sure, but this should not be Chu Nan's intention." "You're still speaking up for him? What's around here?" Pinto said angrily. Although the others were not as angry as Pinto, they could not help but look at Tiago in doubt. If not for the fact that Chu Nan and Tiago had colluded with the enemy, why would they be surrounded as soon as they jumped out of the Stargate? How could there be such a coincidence in this world? There's a communication request from the public channel. Do you want to connect? The notification of the mainframe AI suddenly sounded. Tiago was stunned for a moment before nodding. Answer it. A moment later, a low and powerful voice sounded. It was clearly a language that no one had ever heard before, but it was automatically translated into a common language that everyone could understand by the mainframe AI. This is the Capital Planetary Defense Team of the Kasha Kingdom. You've been reported for bringing dangerous goods into the country illegally. Now, I order you to stop immediately and be checked. If you disobey, we won't rule out the possibility of using force. Everyone looked at each other. How did they get this so-called Capital Planet Defense Team of the Kasha Kingdom out? They even said that they brought dangerous goods into the country illegally? What was going on? Tiago frowned and was about to answer when a voice suddenly entered the spaceship. Outside the spaceship was the vast space, but this voice did not seem to be obstructed at all. There was no need for any medium to transmit it. It actually sounded extremely clear in everyone's ears. Heh, kids, I'm very gratified to see that you're still alive. However, can anyone tell me where Chu Nan went? Where is he? The others were still dumbfounded. Only Tiago was stunned for a moment, but his usually calm face suddenly revealed an extremely shocked and excited expression. This voice, if he did not hear wrongly, it was clearly Supremacy Melanie. Chapter 927. Chu Nan woke up. This time, it took him much longer to repair his body than at any time in the past. After all, he was not only injured this time. Most importantly, he had forcefully pushed the star cloud in his body into a high circulation state, causing his body to be in a high burden state. This internal injury even injured the most fundamental part of him as a martial artist, the dantian. Moreover, the injury was really not light. Coupled with the equally serious injuries in his meridians, in fact, if his previous situation was on other martial artists, they would probably directly announce that this martial artist was crippled from now on. Even if he could rely on advanced medical technology to repair his body, it was impossible for him to truly recover completely. His strength would definitely be greatly affected. Compared to these internal injuries, breaking an arm was simply a negligible small injury. Fortunately, not only did Chu Nan have a powerful brain that was equivalent to an AI and could control the situation in his body the most accurately, but he also had an extremely special flame of life in the goddess song cultivation method, causing the recovery of his body to be far stronger and more perfect than the most advanced medical technology. This time, in order to recover from all his injuries and properly check the effect of his broken arm, Chu Nan deliberately slowed down the speed at which he circulated the flame of life in the goddess song cultivation method. Therefore, it took much longer. However, he was still a little strange. He felt that the effect of using the goddess song cultivation method seemed to have been affected and was not as obvious as before. This question only flashed through Chu Nan's mind before he threw it out. In comparison, he had more important problems to consider now. This question was, how should he return? When he thought of this, Chu Nan could not help but smile bitterly. Speaking of which, he had asked for it. If not for the fact that he had destroyed the Stargate with a punch, he could naturally successfully guide him back to planet Eton through the Stargate and smoothly return to the Orion arm. However, in order to prevent Ro and the others from chasing the small spaceship where Tiago and the others were, and most importantly, they could not spread the information here, Chu Nan was forced to destroy the Stargate with a punch and trap himself here. Chu Nan did not regret this because if he only wanted to escape himself, he would have long had a chance to escape alone. The reason why he had spent so much effort and trouble for so long was to let Tiago and the others escape safely. Now that he had achieved his main goal, as for himself, Chu Nan was actually not that worried because according to the rules of the Pan-Milky Way Convention, any Stargate was an important public facility that all the countries, groups, and individuals in the entire Milky Way had to work hard to protect. If it was damaged, the factions in the area where the Stargate was had to repair it immediately. The Noctem Chamber of Commerce would also treat repairing the Stargate as the highest priority and strive to repair it in the shortest period of time to recover the smooth passage of the star jump. Although the previous Stargate had been in disrepair for some reason and looked very dilapidated, it was still under the jurisdiction of the Kasha Kingdom. It was fine if it was not completely destroyed in the past, but now that it had been completely destroyed by Chu Nan's punch, this matter could definitely not be hidden because the Noctem Chamber of Commerce could definitely monitor it. Next, he only needed to wait patiently. The Kasha Kingdom had to inform the Noctem Chamber of Commerce and discuss how to repair this Stargate as soon as possible. Although Chu Nan was not sure how long the Kasha Kingdom would argue with the Noctem Chamber of Commerce, he was certain that this Stargate would be repaired sooner or later. Therefore, he could still leave this place sooner or later. Therefore, although Chu Nan was a little worried that his family would definitely be anxious after knowing that he had lost the news, he could only wait patiently. Fortunately, I have the experience of falling into the Stargate and disappearing last time. Mom, Dad, and Zioxy shouldn't be so anxious, right? Chu Nan comforted himself. After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan walked out of the cave and looked up at the sky. Night had already fallen outside the cave again. Now, the night sky above the island was indeed as Tiago had said. It was filled with all kinds of powerful monsters again. Several powerful auras also seeped out of the seawater around the island, meaning that many powerful monsters were hidden inside and surrounded the island. Previously, Chu Nan was busy thinking of a way to save Tiago and the others and did not have the time to pay attention to them. Now that he had nothing else to do, he sized up the strange situation of the island being surrounded by monsters and could not help but feel surprised. Why were these monsters so obsessed with this island? Could it be that there was a secret hidden on this island? What was even stranger was that these monsters were surrounding the island now, but none of them dared to rush up. They only dared to occasionally launch 2 long-range attacks from afar. If there was anything on this island that frightened them, why did the monster that Chu Nan and the others had killed after swallowing Sangshan dare to occupy this island? Chu Nan thought for a moment but still could not understand this question. He suddenly discovered that his stomach was rumbling. He was stunned before he recalled that he had not been able to eat well in the past few days and had exhausted a lot of energy to repair his body. It would be strange if he was not hungry. Chu Nan looked around and his figure flashed, appearing on the sea outside the island. As soon as he appeared, several black shadow fish jumped out of the seawater. Strange-looking monsters in the water revealed ferocious fangs and emitted a terrifying aura as they rushed toward Chu Nan. Chu Nan's gaze swept past and he chose a monster that looked quite pleasing to the eye. He slapped it to death and flew back to the island. Several light cannons that condensed spatial energy behind him shot over. At the same time, the monsters in the sky were alarmed and launched even more intense long-range attacks at the island. Bang, 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 bang. For a moment, explosions sounded on the island with an extremely shocking momentum. However, at this moment, Chu Nan had already dragged the huge sea beast that weighed half a ton and looked like a catfish back to the cave. There was not even a fire in the cave, but this was not a problem for Chu Nan. He rubbed his palm into a knife and cut this huge sea beast into fish slices in a few moves. Then, he activated the high-level fire elemental power cultivation method. The flames on his palm hurt, and a moment later, he completely roasted the fish slices and threw them into his mouth. Although there were no ingredients or salt, the meat of this sea beast was much fresher and more exquisite than Chu Nan had imagined. It was not that unacceptable to eat. Moreover, he was extremely hungry now, so there was naturally nothing to be picky about under such circumstances. Before long, Chu Nan had already eaten the entire sea beast. After tidying up the residue and throwing it out of the cave, Chu Nan looked up at the night sky. His gaze did not stop on the circling monsters in the night sky. Instead, it directly penetrated the night and shot into the vast starry sky. He knew very well that the spaceship brought by Ro and Ankla should be parked in the synchronous orbit outside this planet. The Stargate had been destroyed by Chu Nan, so they clearly could not escape this star system and could only wait patiently like him. However, how can I let you wait so calmly? The corners of Chu Nan's mouth curled into a dangerous smile. He tapped his feet and his body soared into the sky. A moment later, he broke through the night sky, the atmosphere, and entered the vast starry sky. Chapter 928. Ro was extremely vexed. After being blasted apart by Chu Nan's punch, he and Ankla had no choice but to accept the reality that they could not return. They were not star-grade martial artists, and the spaceship they brought this time did not have the latest positive space compression technology developed by the Noctem Chamber of Commerce. Now that the Stargate had been destroyed, they could only obediently stay in this star system and quietly wait for the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce to send people to repair the Stargate at some point. Unless they planned to slowly fly back through the positive space universe for more than 100 years. Not to mention that their operation had basically failed, just being forced to be trapped here and unable to move made Ro feel vexed. Every time he recalled that these things were caused by Chu Nan, Ro's heart was filled with killing intent. However, even if he was filled with killing intent toward Chu Nan, it was useless. Previously, he and Anklo had watched helplessly as Chu Nan destroyed the Stargate with a punch and disappeared in front of them. The two of them had used all their methods but could not find him. Therefore, Ro knew that either this kid had grasped an extremely special and powerful cultivation method to hide his figure and all his aura that neither he nor Anklo could sense, or this kid had the ability to pass through the spatial wall and disappear in front of them through an alternate space jump. In comparison, Ro still agreed with the previous guess. After all, Chu Nan's true strength was clearly inferior to him and Anklo. If he had the ability to pass through the spatial wall, it would be too against common sense and unbelievable. However, so what if he knew? They did not capture Chu Nan at that time. Now that they were in the universe, even if they knew that he was definitely trapped in this star system, they did not have the ability to find him. After all, this kid was a powerful heaven control martial artist and had the ability to survive and move freely in space. He only needed to casually find a place to hide. Without the support of enough technical methods, it was impossible for them to find Chu Nan even if they died of exhaustion. When he thought of enough technical methods, Ro turned around and glanced at Anklo, who was fighting a group of ferocious beasts behind him. His heart was filled with hatred. Chu Nan first broke the spaceship that he and Anklo began to take into two. Later on, he used the Stargate as a trap and let the large battleship that supported them be swallowed by the spatial wall until only half was left. Although the subordinates on the two spaceships reacted quickly and relied on the spaceship's own emergency measures to protect the remaining half of the spaceship, now, only half of the battleship and half of the anti-ordinary spaceship were left under him. He looked as miserable as could be. The most important problem was that these two spaceships did not carry many supplies. Coupled with the heavy losses, the supplies were even more extremely scarce. Not to mention anything else, just the basic fuel and basic food needed to maintain the spaceship's flight instantly seemed to be in short supply. Because he did not know when the Stargate would be repaired, Ro could only order the two remaining spaceships to hang in the synchronous orbit of the planet under his feet and fly without consuming fuel as the planet spun. As for the problem of food, fortunately, there was such a suitable planet in this star system. Otherwise, they would not even have a place to find food. In the end, someone might starve to death. However, after investigating the situation on this planet, Ro and Anklo faced an even more troublesome problem. There were many lives on this planet and many lives that could be used as food, but there were many strange ferocious beasts on this planet, and all of them were powerful high-level ferocious beasts. Most of the subordinates he had brought with him this time were ordinary people, and there were no powerful combatants among them at all. Therefore, if he wanted to obtain food from this planet, he could only rely on him and Anklo to collect it personally. His subordinates could not help at all. When he recalled that he, a third-stage heaven control expert, actually had to personally hunt in order to make his subordinates and him not hungry, Ro was filled with anger, but he had nowhere to vent it. Anklo was angrier than Ro. He was not Ro's subordinate. The reason why he came this time was only to listen to the orders of the higher-ups to provide support. He did not expect to be covered in dust by that kid called Chu Nan. Now, he even had to do hard work for his subordinates and help them hunt and get food. If word got out, he would lose all his face as a heaven control expert. Chu Nan could not be found at all and his anger could only be vented at the ferocious beasts in front of him. Boom! With a punch, a huge B-rank beast in front of him was directly turned into meat paste by his punch, turning into a rain of blood that filled the sky and scattered. Hearing the commotion, Ro turned around and flew over. He frowned and said, "Heh, Anklo, don't do this. You won't be able to collect any meat like this." Anklo was already holding back his anger. Now that he was criticized by Ro, he immediately erupted. "What's the problem?" Anklo's face was cold as he glared at Ro. "It's only a ferocious beast. Do I need your approval to deal with it?" Ro's expression froze and the anger in his heart soared. He knew very well why Anklo was so angry, but he could not directly criticize him. In the end, he was mainly responsible for this operation. Now, because of his failure, he had been implicated, causing him to be trapped in this star system. It was natural for him to have some complaints. Therefore, he could only forcefully suppress the anger in his heart and shake his head. It was not good to argue with Anklo. He turned around and silently continued to hunt other ferocious beasts. Ro's reaction surprised him. He originally thought that Ro would argue with him and that the two of them might even fight. He could take this opportunity to vent his anger. However, he did not expect Ro to endure it silently. It was really not his usual style. Anklo rolled his eyes and understood. It seemed that this incident had made Ro feel a little defeated. Being toyed with by a young kid who was not even 20 years old many times and could not do anything to the other party in the end, undoubtedly dealt a huge blow to the pride in Ro's heart. Of course, Anklo was no exception. When he thought of Chu Nan, he was actually a little discouraged. He knew very well that although this kid had suffered a very serious injury when he fought the two of them head-on, it was obvious that it would not cause him a truly fatal effect. As for breaking an arm or something, it was not a big deal. Now that this kid had slipped away, it was simply a dream for the two of them to find and kill him. Damn, if only I had the chance to capture this kid again. Anklo cursed as if he wanted to vent his anger toward Chu Nan on the ferocious beasts. He punched two more ferocious beasts into meat paste. In the distance, Ro saw Anklo's actions, but he only shook his head and did not say anything. Just as one of them was focused on hunting ferocious beasts and the other was only concerned about venting, the personal terminals on their wrists rang at the same time. The two of them lowered their heads to look. They were at first shocked, but then they revealed happy expressions at the same time. Anklo looked up at Ro with excitement. Ha, this kid actually appeared again. Ro, we must burn this kid's bones and scatter his ashes this time. Ro's face also revealed irrepressible joy and excitement, and his eyes revealed an undisguised ferocious glint and dense killing intent. That's right. I must make this damned kid unable to return this time. Chapter 929. Chu Nan quietly watched as Ro and Anklo flew through the atmosphere and arrived in front of him. When the two of them stopped, a smile appeared on Chu Nan's face and he waved at them. Ha! Under the normal state of not deliberately urging the high circulation of the star cloud, Chu Nan's voice accurately entered the ears of Ro and Anklo through the vibration of spatial energy. Ro and Anklo frowned and first looked at Chu Nan in confusion before looking at the two remaining spaceships in the synchronous orbit not far behind him in concern. They discovered that the two spaceships were still intact and did not seem to be problematic. This made the two of them even more puzzled. They had just received an alarm from their subordinates at the same time and said that they had discovered Chu Nan suddenly appearing beside the spaceship. The two of them immediately flew up in surprise and joy. They originally thought that they would see Chu Nan wantonly destroying the spaceship, but they did not expect that Chu Nan would greet them like an old friend. What was going on? Ro and Anklo looked at each other. Anklo asked first, "Hey, kid, what do you want to do? Did you specially come to die?" Chu Nan smiled and did not have the intention to continue chatting with the two of them. Instead, his figure flashed and without a word, he threw a punch at Anklo. After being stunned for a moment, he was furious. "Kid, you're courting death." Anklo was originally extremely angry at Chu Nan and his killing intent was dense. Now that he saw that Chu Nan actually dared to appear and even attacked him recklessly, he could not be bothered to think carefully. The star cloud in his dantian circulated and a circle of light rose behind him. The spatial energy in the circle quickly condensed and in an instant, countless arrows condensed from spatial energy shot towards him. This time, he attacked with all his might from the beginning, unleashing his most lethal arrow rain to the limit. Chu Nan only glanced at it and did not need to use his powerful data ability to accurately calculate. He knew that it was impossible for him to completely dodge such a dense rain of arrows. Of course, he did not plan to dodge. Seeing the arrow rain attack, Chu Nan's fist lit up with white light. A large amount of spatial energy condensed and stretched out, hitting the arrow at the front. Boom! A huge sound passed through the spatial energy vibration and the vibration of Chu Nan's body to his eardrums, causing him to feel as if a thunderclap had sounded in his ears, causing his entire brain and body to buzz. Chu Nan glanced at his fist and discovered that it had finally recovered and was already mangled because of the explosion of the arrow. Clearly, he could not completely block the terrifying lethality contained in the arrow rain with his original strength. He was not surprised. He took a deep breath and the internal breath in his dantian flowed out. It quickly circulated in the meridians in his body and completed the first cycle of the 9 revolutions technique. Then, he used his strengthened internal breath to urge the star cloud. He immediately felt that the spatial energy he could affect through the star cloud had clearly increased compared to before. His internal breath circulated and the star cloud circulated. After completing these actions, Chu Nan had already condensed spatial energy that was even stronger than before and threw another punch at the other arrow. Boom! The arrow exploded, but Chu Nan was still shaken by the terrifying recall energy until his entire body shook violently. His ears rumbled, but it was clearly much better than the previous strike. However, he still could not completely block this strike. This head-on collision made the injuries on his right fist even more serious. At the same time, because he could not completely dodge the attack, Chu Nan's body was still struck by several arrows that penetrated his front and back. Some of the arrows even exploded, blasting out a few extremely terrifying wounds on his body. Humph, this kid only has the strength in the end. I must kill him this time. Ro sneered in his mind and flew behind Chu Nan. His internal breath circulated wildly and the star cloud also circulated wildly, absorbing the spatial energy in the large space around him. With a wave of his hand, waves of frost spread in the starry sky. This time, he deliberately increased his perception and detection of the surrounding starry sky to prevent Chu Nan from inexplicably slipping away again. However, just as he used his cultivation method and was about to attack Chu Nan with all his might, he saw him punch another arrow. Then, he borrowed the powerful recoil of the explosion to fly at high speed into the starry sky behind him and immediately left the starry sky affected by the Ro frost. Heh, two of you, see you next time. Ro and Anklo were shocked. Just as they could shout that something was wrong, they heard Chu Nan's voice through the vibration of spatial energy. Then, they saw Chu Nan wave at them and his figure suddenly disappeared into the starry sky. Looking at the empty starry sky in front of them, Ro and Anklo were stunned. This kid ran away just like that? He really ran away? Anklo did not give up and flew to the place where Chu Nan had disappeared. Countless arrows shot in all directions from the circle of light behind him, but how could they cause any reaction? Seeing Anklo's actions, Ro's expression darkened. What was this kid doing here? Chu Nan jumped out of the alternate space and appeared in the air above the island. Then, he fell and smashed a huge pit in the soil in the center of the island. Only then did he get up and slowly move into the cave to sit cross-legged. Although the battle with Ro and Anklo had only lasted for a very short period of time, the two of them had extremely strong killing intent towards him. It could be said that they had used their full strength from the beginning, causing it to not be easy for Chu Nan to deal with them. Moreover, in such a short period of time, Chu Nan's body had already been severely damaged. Not only was his right fist mangled, but there were also terrifying wounds all over his body. Of course, this was nothing to Chu Nan. He sat on the ground and immediately circulated the flame of life and the goddess song cultivation method. This time, because his injuries were not as serious as the previous time, it only took less than 5 minutes to completely recover. Chu Nan still did not notice that during this process, a trace of green aura that represented life force flowed into the ground. After confirming that his body was completely normal, Chu Nan composed himself and directly urged his internal breath to circulate. Then, he entered his dantian and urged the star cloud to circulate. If it was in the past that he was completely forced to urge the star cloud to fight those two people head-on in order to delay Ro and Anklo, then he was deliberately doing this now. Through the previous battle, Chu Nan realized that the 9 Revolution Star Cloud was a plan that had practical possibilities, so he was naturally unwilling to let it go easily. Therefore, he deliberately found Ro and Anklo to fight not only to make the two of them unable to live in peace but more importantly, to test his ability. Through the short battle earlier, Chu Nan did a simple test. He circulated his internal breath and completed the first Revolution Star Cloud. Reality proved that this did not increase his strength much, so he was still unable to block Anklo's full strength attack. However, this provided him with precious data support, allowing him to complete this action better. After trying a few more times, Chu Nan gradually had more understanding and comprehension of the state of his internal breath circulation in First Revolution Star Cloud. He jumped up and rushed out of the cave. He flew into the night sky again and penetrated the atmosphere. A moment later, Chu Nan appeared beside the 2 remaining spaceships and waved at Ro and Anklo, who had yet to leave and were shocked to see him. "Heh, the two of you, I'm here again." Chapter 930. In the next few days, Chu Nan continuously harassed Ro and Anklo. Although every time he fought the two of them, Chu Nan would endure extremely great pressure because of his insufficient strength and even suffer very serious injuries. With his ability to pass through the spatial wall, he could escape in time every time. Moreover, no matter how serious his injuries were, he only needed to spend a period of time using the flame of life and the goddess song cultivation method to recover. He could always recover completely and jump in front of Ro and Anklo to challenge them again as if nothing had happened. In the beginning, Ro and Anklo were furious when they saw Chu Nan and wished they could think of a way to kill him as quickly as possible. However, after fighting like this a few times, dozens of times, or even more than 100 times, the two of them finally helplessly admitted that as long as Chu Nan wanted to escape, they could not do anything. Not to mention capturing Chu Nan and skinning him alive. After the number of times they fought him increased, the two of them also discovered that his growth speed was abnormally shocking. In the beginning, even if Chu Nan risked his life, he could not last more than 5 minutes under their joint attack. However, later on, he could last longer and longer. The strength he displayed in the battle clearly became stronger and calmer when facing the two of them. In the end, the two of them could not help but make a shocking guess. If this continued, Chu Nan might have hope of fighting them to a draw or even defeating them in the end. No matter how one looked at it, this guess was extremely ridiculous because Chu Nan was only an initial stage Heaven Control Realm martial artist while the two of them had the strength of a 3rd stage Heaven Control Realm. With Chu Nan's strength alone, how could he surpass the two of them in a short period of time? However, the two of them personally experienced Chu Nan's shocking growth and the guess in their hearts became more and more realistic. "Heh, Ro, we can't continue like this." After watching Chu Nan disappear in front of him again, Anklo found Ro with an unprecedented serious expression. "Did you discover? That kid's cultivation method is special. Even if he's injured, he can quickly recover, but we can't. Now, he can't injure us, but with this kid's terrifying growth speed, it might not be long before he has the chance to injure us. At that time, we won't be able to recover quickly and will only face his increasing disadvantage. In the end, you should understand." Ro looked at the serious-looking Anklo in surprise. Anklo's personality had always been extremely arrogant. Even he often put on an arrogant appearance to his companion who was similar to his strength, let alone ordinary initial stage Heaven Control martial artists. Now that he said this, it could be seen how much pressure Chu Nan had brought on Anklo during this period of time. However, there was no sign of joking on his face. Ro frowned and thought for a moment. He had to admit that he was right. In fact, to be honest, even if Chu Nan's strength grew at an astonishing speed, he was still far inferior to them and could not pose any threat to them for the time being. However, the most annoying thing about this kid was that he did not know what damned cultivation method he cultivated. It could always make him completely disappear in front of the two of them. Even if Ro still did not believe that Chu Nan had the ability to pass through the spatial wall and perform a super spatial jump, the truth was in front of them. They were unable to completely kill him and could only be challenged and harassed by him again and again. Apart from that, no matter how serious this kid's injuries were, he could always quickly recover to his original state. Before long, he would jump out alive and kicking, annoying them greatly. If this continued, even if they did not have to worry that Chu Nan's strength would surpass them in a short period of time and defeat the two of them, just as Anklo had said, if Chu Nan had the chance to injure them in the future, they did not have his ability and it would definitely affect their combat strength. Once Chu Nan had a chance to injure them, it proved that his strength had already increased to a certain extent. In the future, he would definitely have more opportunities to injure them. If this continued, their combat strength would definitely decrease as their injuries accumulated. On the contrary, Chu Nan could always maintain his complete combat strength and could even continuously increase in battle. In the end, they would probably be worried that they would not be able to block Chu Nan's attack. Thinking of this, Ro's expression became serious. If it was in a normal environment, he naturally would not have any doubts. However, now that they were trapped in this star system with Chu Nan and could not go anywhere, it was very worrying that he had nothing better to do and clearly treated them as sparring partners. After thinking for a moment, Ro felt a trace of anger. Damn, he and Anklo were two powerful third-stage heaven control experts. They were extremely famous experts in their respective galaxies and even the entire country. Now that they had joined forces, they were forced to this extent by a young kid. If word got out, they would simply lose all their face. However, this trace of anger only flashed past before instantly disappearing. Ro knew very well that it was meaningless to be angry. The most important thing now was to consider reality. Anklo's worry was not casual, but a real problem. Even a proud guy like him said such a worry openly. It could be seen that he had indeed seriously considered this problem. Ro suppressed the anger in his heart and could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. He asked Anklo, "Then what do you think we should do?" "I'm almost certain that kid should be hiding on the planet below, but now that the monitoring satellite has been destroyed by that kid, it's impossible for us to find him. Moreover, if the two of us leave the spaceship together, that kid might turn around and attack the spaceship. If the spaceship is destroyed, the situation can only be worse." This was the most helpless thing about the two of them. Chu Nan was only alone and could advance and retreat as he pleased, but they could not. They had brought so many subordinates this time and had already suffered heavy losses in the previous battle. If they were completely wiped out by Chu Nan now, they would be too ashamed to return and see others. Most importantly, the spaceship was an important medium for them to control the situation in the surrounding starry sky at any time. Without the spaceship, they could not know immediately if the Noctem Chamber of Commerce had sent people to repair the Stargate and could not contact the outside world immediately. If these conditions were gone, who knew how long they would have to wait to return? What I mean is, Anklo's expression was very conflicted. After hesitating for a long time, he turned around slightly as if he was embarrassed to look at Ro and continued, Let's retreat first." Retreat. Ro was immediately stunned. Perhaps it was because he had already said his thoughts, but he simply turned around and looked straight at Ro before nodding. "Yes, let's retreat first. Otherwise, who knows when an accident will happen if this continues. We can't bury everyone here because of this kid, right? In any case, the food on the spaceship has almost been gathered. When the Stargate is repaired, we can go back and find someone to kill this kid. If there's really no other way, we can invite the Supremacy to attack. No matter how cunning this kid is, can he escape the palm of the Supremacy?" Supremacy. Ro was even more stunned. What he meant was that, to deal with a young kid like Chu Nan who was not even 20 years old, he had to actually invite a star-grade martial artist? This was too ridiculous. However, on careful thought, Ro had to admit that what Anklo said was true. Seeing Ro frown in thought, Anklo continued, "In any case, this kid doesn't have a spaceship. Even if the Stargate is repaired, he won't be able to escape. We have plenty of opportunities to deal with him. Why waste time with him here?" Ro was finally convinced by Anklo. He looked at him as if seeing him for the first time. He sized him up, then nodded slowly. Then, "All right, let's retreat first." Seeing that Ro agreed, a look of joy immediately appeared on his face, and Ro could not help but heave a sigh of relief. The two of them looked at each other and were stunned when they saw each other's expressions. They revealed ashamed expressions and turned around. As two powerful third-stage heaven control martial artists, they were forcefully forced to retreat by an initial-stage heaven control kid. Embarrassing. It was too embarrassing. Chapter 931. At this moment, Chu Nan did not have the slightest thought of considering Ro and Anklo's mood. Or rather, he did not have the time to care about these things. He was currently at a very important moment. In the depths of his dantian, a star cloud slowly circulated. Outside his dantian, an internal breath continuously circulated in his meridians. As this internal breath circulated and increased in his meridians over and over again, it gradually increased from the first revolution internal breath to the highest seventh revolution internal breath Chu Nan could increase. As his internal breath gradually increased, the star cloud in his dantian circulated faster and faster under Chu Nan's deliberate control of his internal breath. Moreover, as his internal breath was injected and spatial energy continuously transformed, the star cloud became larger and larger. As Chu Nan carefully maintained the complete and normal circulation of this star cloud, he carefully strengthened his internal breath and tried his best to maintain his balance. Now, this was the moment when he circulated the internal breath that he had injected into his dantian to the greatest extent, and the speed at which the star cloud circulated was the highest. Under the influence of the huge star cloud with an extremely high circulation speed, Chu Nan could clearly sense that the range he could affect the spatial energy in the space around him far exceeded ordinary. The spatial energy he could control also far exceeded ordinary. From the situation of his battle with Ro and Anklo during this period of time, in this high-speed star cloud state that maintained the strongest internal breath stimulation, the spatial energy he could control was definitely not inferior to any of these two people, and it might even faintly surpass them. In other words, in this state, he indeed had the strength equivalent to a third-stage heaven control martial artist like he had felt the first time he entered this state. He was even infinitely close to the fourth-stage heaven control realm. However, the good times did not last long. In less than a minute, the star cloud in Chu Nan's dantian had suddenly escaped his control. It had become even crazier from an extremely shocking high speed just now. Its speed was several times faster and faster. A moment later, it had already reached an extremely terrifying high circulation speed. However, while circulating at high speed, the star cloud also threw out the spatial energy condensed inside at an extremely fast speed. It was as if in just a few breaths, the star cloud in his dantian had completely dissipated. The high condensation spatial energy that was originally condensed in Chu Nan's dantian had completely lost control. A portion of it transformed into internal breath, and a portion directly attacked his dantian. Affected by this, Chu Nan's internal breath, which was originally circulating at high speed in his meridians, instantly became chaotic. The star cloud around him that had originally condensed at the same time as the star cloud in his dantian dissipated. Countless spatial energy that had naturally circulated with the star cloud immediately turned into groups of wild horses that ran amok in his body. It was as if Chu Nan's dantian and meridians had endured the full strength attack of a third-stage heaven control expert at the same time. In an instant, they were shattered from the inside. Phew! Chu Nan spat out a mouthful of blood. Not only did it dye the ground in front of him red, it even sprayed too far and spat out a strange red pattern on the distant cave wall. Under such an intense internal impact, Chu Nan could only firmly guard the last trace of clarity in his mind and allow his body's aura and spatial energy to wreak havoc without fainting. With his previous experience of his body being completely destroyed and reforged in the alternate space, Chu Nan could still endure this pain. Fortunately, this pain came and went fiercely and quickly. In less than half a minute, it slowed down greatly. Then, the spatial energy in his body dissipated and his extremely weak internal breath gradually stabilized and no longer affected Chu Nan. Only then did Chu Nan have the strength to barely stand up. He reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and revealed a self-deprecating smile. Heh, there's probably no other person in this world who cultivates cultivation methods like a lunatic like me. Due to the dissipation of the star cloud in his dantian, the spatial energy contained in his body had completely been lost under the huge impact. Coupled with the serious injuries to his dantian, his internal breath had become extremely weak. At this moment, his actual strength was probably not much stronger than an initial stage internal breath realm martial artist. If Rowan Ankla discovered Chu Nan now, because his strength had decreased greatly, not to mention any ability to resist, he would even lose his control of spatial energy and not even have the chance to escape through the spatial wall. Of course, Chu Nan dared to do this because he was absolutely confident. It was night outside and the surroundings of the island continued to be surrounded by ferocious beasts. It was impossible for Ro, Anklo, and the others to find this place at this moment, so Chu Nan was still very safe for the time being. Moreover, Chu Nan had long calculated all the situation before he did this cultivation method experiment. This situation was within his expectations. After taking a deep breath and calming his aura, Chu Nan focused his gaze on his body and controlled the weak internal breath that he could still control. Then, he circulated the flame of life with the high-frequency vibration internal breath and it slowly circulated in his meridians. Although he had lost control of spatial energy and could not use the goddess song cultivation method to assist him for the time being, this did not affect the effect of the flame of life itself. Coupled with the fact that the strength of Chu Nan's body was not too affected by this experiment, the self-recovery ability of his body was still super strong. Therefore, it did not take long for the meridians in his body to completely recover and still have a weak increase compared to before. After this, his dantian was repaired, and the internal breath that Chu Nan could control increased bit by bit. His strength quickly increased from the level of an initial stage internal breath martial artist. In a breath, he had already reached the strength of a second stage internal breath martial artist, and then the third stage. In less than 2 minutes, Chu Nan had already produced his internal cosmos in his dantian. He instantly sensed the spatial energy in the space around him and skillfully controlled it. After cultivating like this for another 5 minutes, Chu Nan had already stored enough spatial energy in his body through his cultivation method. Therefore, he began to adjust the spatial energy structure and condense a star cloud in his dantian. This time, the situation was completely different from the first time he condensed a star cloud. The first time he condensed a star cloud, Chu Nan had only used his understanding of spatial energy structure to successfully construct the star cloud in his body with the newly comprehended 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique. This time, because Chu Nan had fought with Rowan Anklo more than 100 times during this period of time, his understanding and use of the star cloud were much deeper than the first time he successfully condensed it. Most importantly, he was fundamentally different from other martial artists. He had an extremely powerful data ability, causing the method of condensing a star cloud to be different from other martial artists. If it was any other martial artist, if a situation like his where the star cloud dissipated and his dantian became filled with holes, it would probably be impossible for him to recover in his life. But Chu Nan could rely on his special cultivation method and special understanding of the spatial energy structure when he first condensed the star cloud to completely reconstruct it. He could even make slight adjustments to the star cloud in the process of reforging it. According to the various data displayed by the high-speed star cloud when he was experimenting previously, Chu Nan had further strengthened and adjusted the special spatial energy structure when reforging the star cloud, causing it to become more stable and be able to endure a greater impact. This job was much more complicated and detailed than repairing his body previously. Chu Nan spent half an hour before finally condensing a star cloud in his dantian. If he only saw it through his internal vision, this star cloud was identical to the star cloud he had condensed previously, but Chu Nan knew that the difference was huge. This should be called the new structure, Star Cloud 2.0? Chapter 932. Chu Nan grinned and joked before mobilizing his internal breath again. A moment later, another high circulation internal breath was injected into the star cloud. The star cloud was immediately urged by the internal breath to circulate even faster. However, this time, the star cloud clearly became much more stable when it spun at high speed without any signs of instability. Chu Nan nodded in satisfaction and continued to circulate his internal breath to gradually advance from the second revolution to the seventh revolution. Under the urging of the continuously increasing internal breath, the circulation speed of the star cloud also continuously increased. Soon, his internal breath increased to the seventh revolution, but the speed at which the star cloud spun became extremely terrifying. According to the standard of a normal star cloud, the star cloud in Chu Nan's dantian could be said to have entered a berserk state. Under the influence of such a nearly violent star cloud, Chu Nan felt an even stronger perception and control of the spatial energy around him. However, it was different from before. If he maintained this state, the star cloud in Chu Nan's dantian could still maintain a basic stable state and would not clearly begin to dissipate like before. Apart from that, when Chu Nan let the star cloud enter a high circulation state a few times, although he could control more spatial energy and affect a larger range, his precise control of spatial energy greatly decreased, causing him to be unable to use any cultivation method that required exquisiteness in this state. The most obvious example was that he could not use the flame of life and the goddess song cultivation method in this state. Therefore, every time he fought with Ro and Anklo, in order to ensure that he had the ability to face the other party head-on, he had to force himself to enter the high circulation state of the star cloud. However, because of this characteristic, he could not use the flame of life and the goddess song cultivation method to ensure his powerful long-term combat ability. He could only fight with Ro and Anklo for a short period of time every time. Then, he had to immediately find a chance to escape before the star cloud completely collapsed. Now that he had modified it, letting the star cloud be in a high circulation state again did not affect his exquisite control of spatial energy much. This meant that he finally had the ability to truly fight the two high-level heaven control experts, Ro and Anklo. Although the situation of the star cloud was still not perfect, such as the precision of his control of spatial energy could not be completely equivalent to his normal state, it was already enough for him to do this. This meant that compared to before, in order to delay the two of them, he had no choice but to put himself in an extremely dangerous state. His strength had clearly improved greatly. If a similar situation happened again, he was even confident that he could successfully retreat with Tiago and the others after forcefully killing that enemy battleship under the pursuit of Ro and Anklo. Speaking of which, Tiago and the others should have long returned to the Orion Arm, right? When he thought of Tiago and the others, this question appeared in Chu Nan's mind. According to the local time of this planet, it had been 46 days and nights since he helped Tiago and the others escape. According to the time on Earth that he had calculated in his mind, 60 Earth days had passed, which was 2 months. This long period of time was enough for Tiago and the others to board the spaceship arranged by the Ita Chamber of Commerce and return to the Orion Arm and the country they belonged to. As for how they judged his situation and whether they had prepared any subsequent rescue measures, Chu Nan had no way of knowing. Actually, there's no need for them to save me. Chu Nan shrugged and gave up on waiting for help. In any case, so much time had passed. With the powerful reaction speed and efficiency of the Noctem Chamber of Commerce, even if the Kasha Kingdom deliberately interfered, they should put the matter of being responsible for repairing the Stargate on the agenda. He believed that before long, the Stargate would be repaired by the Noctem Chamber of Commerce. At that time, Chu Nan only needed to enter the Stargate and fly back to planet Eden before thinking of a way to return to the Orion Arm. When he thought of this, Chu Nan's mood became very relaxed. With a thought, he began to try for the first time to mobilize spatial energy in the high-level star cloud state urged by his 7th revolution internal breath and use the goddess song cultivation method. His body had already been repaired by the flame of life in the process of recovering his vision. What he needed to do now was to use the goddess song cultivation method to replenish a large amount of life force lost in this process. With a thought, the extremely huge spatial energy in the space around him was quickly attracted by the high-speed spinning star cloud. An aura that could be seen with the naked eye surged towards Chu Nan, quickly causing his originally exhausted mind to become energetic and his entire body to appear even more radiant. That's great. Although this state is indeed inferior to normal, the amount of life force is much greater than usual. Chu Nan happily absorbed these auras that represented life force into his body. Just as he was about to circulate the flame of life to test the limit of his control of spatial energy in the high circulation star cloud state, he suddenly discovered a strange phenomenon. In the space around him, a large amount of spatial energy was being transformed into a green life force by the goddess song cultivation method. Originally, these life auras should have all struck his body, but now, he clearly saw that a portion of the green aura directly sank and actually entered the ground of the cave, seeping down like water. What's going on? Chu Nan felt strange and reached out to touch the ground to confirm that it was indeed hard soil under his butt. However, how could the soil and ground absorb the life force he had transformed? Ever since Chu Nan grasped the goddess song cultivation method, this was the first time he had seen such a strange situation. After thinking for a moment, he simply strengthened the goddess song cultivation method and transformed more spatial energy into life force. This way, the green life aura in the cave was even stronger, and this strange phenomenon was even more obvious. Chu Nan widened his eyes and watched as strands of life force entered the soil underground. He could not understand no matter how he thought about it. This was clearly the life force transformed by him using the goddess song cultivation method. Why did he not listen to him and run away? However, Chu Nan did not know that this was not the first time this had happened. When he was injured in the previous 100 battles with Ro and Anklo and returned to treat his injuries, similar situations happened every time. However, he had always focused on his treatment, observation of the situation in his body, and data collection and did not notice these situations. This time, because he had gradually increased his strength from the weakest stage and reconstructed the star cloud, in the end, everything was prepared. He purely used the goddess song cultivation method to replenish his life force. It was also his first experiment in the high circulation state of the star cloud, and the life force transformed was especially powerful. This was why he noticed this strange phenomenon that was not obvious. Chu Nan frowned in thought for a moment before shaking his head. He suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped down, immediately creating a huge pit in the soil of the cave. In that case, he might as well dig down and take a good look. Chapter 933. Boom. Chu Nan slapped out again and knocked out another floor of the ground that he had dug out. Even after digging so deep, Chu Nan discovered that the green life aura that he had deliberately maintained through the goddess song cultivation method would still involuntarily enter the soil below. However, it was different from when he was digging previously. When he heard the recall from below, Chu Nan raised his eyebrows with a surprised expression. From the sound, there was actually not a solid underground ground below, but a large hole. What's under this island? Chu Nan was very surprised. He first patted it forcefully and confirmed the size and location of the recall sound below. Then, he accurately calculated in his mind and focused on slapping down. Boom! As soon as this palm landed, Chu Nan immediately felt his feet sway. Then, the four walls of the deep pit he had dug around his body shook violently. A moment later, he suddenly felt his body lighten and the soil under his feet fell with a bang. Fortunately, Chu Nan was already prepared. He stabilized his body in the air and watched the soil below fall. Soon, a deep hole was revealed. This hole that should have been hidden deep under the island was actually emitting a simple green light. Be it the color or the feeling that Chu Nan sensed, it was extremely similar to the life force he had transformed through the goddess song cultivation method. Chu Nan was even more curious. He composed himself and floated down. Although the situation inside the cave was unknown, with his current strength, he did not have to worry about anything. As soon as his body passed through the cave, Chu Nan's eyes lit up and he instantly felt enlightened. He could not help but cry out in surprise. The space below was actually much wider than he had imagined. Be it looking left or right, his vision could only see a blurry cave wall hundreds of meters away. Such a huge space was simply several times larger than the most standard internal space of the sports field. In such a huge space, other than the visible life force that spread everywhere, there were also all kinds of green plants of various descriptions. There were even many colorful flowers blooming, and it looked filled with life. At the same time, the surface of the ground below and the surrounding cave walls were filled with unknown flowers that emitted a faint silver light. Coupled with the dense green life aura, it enveloped the huge cave in a hazy light that emitted a mysterious aura. Chu Nan looked around in surprise and could not understand why there was such a place under this island. However, the universe was endless. Just in the Milky Way, there were countless new and magical phenomena every year. It was not especially strange for such a phenomenon to appear. Chu Nan only thought that this was a special phenomenon on this planet and did not mind. However, after seriously observing the environment in the cave, he discovered an even stranger phenomenon. This huge cave space was filled with dense life auras, but if one seriously sensed it, one would discover that these life auras were circulating in a fixed route. In the end, they all surged in the same direction. Chu Nan curiously searched in the direction of the life aura he sensed. On the way, he carefully tried not to encounter any plants. After flying for 300 meters in midair, he arrived at the center of the entire cave. The other places in the cave were filled with all kinds of plants and flowers. The only thing that did not grow was an underground river that happened to pass through the middle of the cave. However, in the center, the underground river still passed through, but there was a not so large completely empty area in the middle. There were no plants in this area, but the life aura was much denser than elsewhere. This was because the life aura in all directions in the cave was condensing in this direction. Then, after entering this area, it was as if it had suddenly been absorbed by something and became much fainter out of thin air. Chu Nan had always maintained the life aura transformed by the goddess song cultivation method. When he approached this area, the phenomenon of the life aura he had discovered running away was even more obvious. He could clearly sense that the transformed life aura was also surging into this area and seemed to have been swallowed before completely disappearing. What's this? Chu Nan frowned in thought for a moment before stepping into the area. As soon as he stepped in, Chu Nan immediately felt his entire body tremble and a powerful but gentle recoil squeezed him out. This reaction stunned him. This area was clearly blank, so why was there such a huge repulsive force? Chu Nan did not give up and tried twice more, but he discovered that he still could not squeeze in. It was as if he was completely rejected by this space. However, these two attempts made him make a new discovery. Of course, he could sense the fluctuation of spatial energy in this space, but the fluctuation of spatial energy here was also abnormal. It did not seem to be the spatial energy fluctuation of a normal positive space universe. This did not surprise Chu Nan. What puzzled him was that the spatial energy fluctuation in this space actually gave him a familiar feeling. Chu Nan was greatly surprised. To him, whose brain was equivalent to a powerful AI, there was no vague feeling of familiarity. The reason why it felt familiar was definitely that the fluctuations of this spatial energy in all aspects were almost identical to a certain spatial energy fluctuation he had come into contact with. Chu Nan immediately used his full strength to search for the same memory data as this spatial energy fluctuation. Before long, Chu Nan dug out this data from his mind. However, after carefully comparing this data and confirming that the two sides were completely identical, Chu Nan's heart was filled with disbelief. This can't be. Chu Nan blankly looked at the strange blank area in front of him and seriously sensed it. At the same time, he carefully compared it in his mind a few times and confirmed that his mind was not hallucinating. Could this be what supremacy Melanie said? Chu Nan was in a daze for a while before he took a deep breath and focused. He raised his right hand and placed it on the obvious dividing line between that area and the surrounding areas. Feeling the abnormal spatial energy fluctuation that he was familiar with from the recall in that area, Chu Nan had a thought and activated the flame of life and the goddess song cultivation method with all his might. Chapter 934. White light erupted in the underground cave and the green light flourished. Under Chu Nan's full urging of the flame of life and the goddess song cultivation method, the huge spatial energy in the cave was almost completely mobilized by him and transformed into a green aura that represented life force. Then, the transformed green life aura was deliberately urged by Chu Nan to surge towards the special area. In the beginning, that area seemed to be not used to the large number of life auras that suddenly surged over. Most of them were actually blocked outside and still absorbed a small portion at the original speed. However, when Chu Nan mobilized the flame of life cultivation method and completely enveloped that area with a milky white light filled with life force, he could adjust the structure and frequency of spatial energy in the flame of life cultivation method to be consistent with that area. That area seemed to have opened its heart and instantly let go, absorbing a large amount of life force around it. Feeling the almost endless desire for life force in that area, Chu Nan narrowed his eyes and was even more certain of his guess. Therefore, he continued to maintain the synchronization of the flame of life cultivation method and the situation in that area while urging the goddess song cultivation method with all his might. A large amount of spatial energy was transformed into life force and surged into that area like a wave. Then, it was completely absorbed and disappeared. At first, there was no change, but after Chu Nan maintained this action for more than 10 minutes, some specks of light suddenly appeared in the empty area. Then, these specks of light slowly condensed and automatically formed a blurry human figure. Seeing this change, Chu Nan's mind shook. He simply mobilized his body's aura to form the second revolution and urged the star cloud to accelerate, further strengthening his control of the spatial energy in the surrounding space, causing the speed at which the goddess song cultivation method transformed spatial energy into life force to become faster. Under the injection of a large amount of life force, the blurry human figure gradually stabilized and became clearer bit by bit. After nearly half an hour, the human figure had completely condensed and completely turned into a figure of light. At this moment, another shocking change suddenly happened to the figure of light. Inside the figure of light, some extremely fine cell tissue appeared out of thin air and spread bit by bit at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. First, it formed bones bit by bit, then it turned into blood vessels, muscles, skin, hair. Chu Nan widened his eyes and looked at the shocking change in front of him. Although he was extremely surprised, he did not feel that surprised. Instead, he felt that it was as expected. This process was slow. Starting from the bones, every cell seemed to have been produced one by one as the body tissues formed bit by bit. It was fast because what the naked eye could see was changing at almost every moment. Moreover, this process was too magical, causing Chu Nan to be unable to take his eyes off it and not want to give up on any details. In the end, it was as if he had personally seen a human body appear out of thin air. As the entire head, face, facial features, hair, and all the skin on his head were completely produced, the milky white light of the flame of life and the surrounding green aura that represented life force was suddenly absorbed into this human body that was produced out of thin air. Then, Chu Nan felt a gentle recoil attack, causing him to take a step back and break his control of the spatial energy around him. The flame of life cultivation method and the goddess song cultivation method could no longer continue steadily. At this moment, Chu Nan actually did not have the intention to continue mobilizing these two cultivation methods. He only knew to blankly look at the person who appeared out of thin air and did not know what expression to face. This person's skin was rosy, her life force was flourishing, and her expression was exquisite and detailed. Of course, she was real. Chu Nan had also experienced the process of reconstructing his body countless times in the alternate space. He had even helped the mysterious girl complete the reconstruction of her body previously, so he was not extremely surprised by this phenomenon. However, what really surprised him was, although the person in front of him was similar to him no matter how he looked at it and was equivalent to a girl who was not even 20 years old, her size, facial features, expression, the expression when she looked at him, even the special aura emitted from her body, the natural special fluctuation caused by the spatial energy around her. All these conditions could only remind Chu Nan of one person. Supremacy. Supremacy ovally. After a long time, Chu Nan opened his mouth and blankly spat out these words. That's right, this girl actually looked exactly like Supremacy ovally. Or more accurately, she was simply Supremacy ovally who was a few years younger. Ha! The girl chuckled, and her voice was undoubtedly identical to Supremacy ovally. Kid, although I don't know how long we haven't seen each other, you don't look much different. That shouldn't have been long, right? Why do you look like you can't recognize me? Chu Nan swallowed his saliva with difficulty and could not help but carefully size up the other party from head to toe. After confirming that he was definitely a real person, he looked into the other party's eyes and asked, are you really Supremacy ovally? I'm not seeing things, right? The girl. Oh, no, Supremacy ovally shook her head and suddenly slapped Chu Nan. Chu Nan was shocked and reflexively slapped out, blocking Supremacy ovaly's hand. Slap. Chu Nan's body swayed, but Supremacy ovally still easily broke through all his defenses and grabbed his wrist. Kid, you've improved quite a bit. A trace of surprise flashed through Supremacy ovaly's eyes, and then the spatial energy around her highly condensed. Chu Nan immediately sensed this change and looked at Supremacy ovally with a strange expression. In the next moment, Supremacy ovally had already opened the spatial wall and brought Chu Nan into the alternate space. It was as if in an instant, Supremacy ovally had already left the alternate space with Chu Nan. When they appeared again, the two of them were already in the vast space with the blue planet under their feet. Chu Nan, do you still remember the first time I brought you into space? Supremacy ovaly's voice entered Chu Nan's ears through the vibration of spatial energy. Then, she glanced at him and let go before sighing deeply. The first time I brought you into space, you were still at a loss. I didn't expect your strength to increase to this extent in such a short period of time, and you already have the ability to fly freely in space. Tell me, what happened to you during my resurrection period? Chu Nan still looked at Supremacy Overly in a daze and only reacted after a long time. No. Senior, don't be in a hurry to ask me. Answer my question first. What? What happened just now? Chapter 935. What's going on? Supremacy Overly smiled and asked, you want to know? Chu Nan nodded. Although he was actually already mentally prepared just now, seeing Supremacy Overly create a body out of thin air still shocked him greatly. This change was much stronger than him reconstructing his body in the alternate space. It was even much stronger than him reconstructing that mysterious girl's body. It simply exceeded Chu Nan's common sense, so he could not wait to understand what was going on. Supremacy Overly nodded but did not immediately answer this question. Instead, her gaze suddenly landed on Chu Nan's right arm. What's wrong with your arm? Chu Nan turned around and shrugged before answering with a relaxed expression. It's nothing. I fought with someone and it was accidentally destroyed. That's good. Supremacy Overly did not seem to mind at all and suddenly stretched out her hand to press on Chu Nan's right shoulder. Kid, from the looks of it, you must be prepared to undergo a limb regeneration surgery. Yes, my arm is broken. Chu Nan nodded with a nonchalant expression. Then what do you know about limb regeneration technology? Supremacy Overly asked again. This. Chu Nan scratched his head with his remaining left hand. I only heard that. It seems to have taken a portion of the genetic cells from my body and cultivated a suitable arm according to a certain procedure before reconnecting it for me. That's true in general. However, do you know how this brand new arm that suits you grew? They should rely on cells to nurture it. Chu Nan was a little uncertain. He knew nothing about science and technology in medicine. The reason why he knew this was only because he had occasionally seen it on the Milky Way Network. He could only speculate through his understanding, but he could not guarantee that it was true. That's right. They indeed rely on cells to nurture it. However, do you know how cells divide and grow and finally form an arm? Supremacy Overly still asked relentlessly. I don't know. Chu Nan could only shake his head honestly. Do you want to know? Supremacy Overly suddenly smiled. Be it her face, figure, or even temperament, she was exactly the same as a girl who was not even 20 years old. When she smiled like this, not only did she still have her previous beauty, she even had an additional sunny, innocent, and pure feeling. Chu Nan could not help but be stunned and only knew to nod in a daze. Alright, relax. Use the flame of life to complement me. At the same time, you have to use your cultivation method that can mobilize life force and listen to my instructions. Supremacy Overly instructed, and the palm that pressed down on Chu Nan's shoulder suddenly erupted with a ball of very gentle milky white light. Chu Nan immediately sensed that Supremacy Overly had clearly used the flame of life cultivation method. Compared to the flame of life cultivation method Chu Nan used, the one used by Supremacy Overly was clearly much stronger. As soon as he was enveloped by the milky white light, Chu Nan immediately felt a trace of soreness and itchiness at the front of the broken arm. No way. Chu Nan lowered his head in surprise and discovered that the surface that had long been covered by various cell soft tissues and had become necrotic had actually begun to turn rosy bit by bit. Before long, Chu Nan felt the itchiness on the surface become even stronger, causing him to have the thought of scratching it twice. Heh, kid, don't just stand there. If you don't have enough life force to replenish yourself, do you think your cells will casually divide? Hurry up and use your goddess cultivation method to replenish enough life force here, Supremacy Overly suddenly said. Oh. Although he still did not understand what was going on, Chu Nan trusted Supremacy Overly completely and naturally did as he was told. With a thought, the goddess song was activated. The life force transformed by spatial energy quickly condensed and slowly injected into the broken surface of his right arm. The soreness, numbness, and itchiness instantly became even more ferocious. If it was only a trace of spring sprouts breaking through the soil just now, they assaulted him one after another like a flood breaking through a dam. Chu Nan could not help but groan in pain. It happened to cause the spatial energy around him to involuntarily fluctuate strangely. Supremacy Overly glanced at Chu Nan with a strange expression. Heh, kid, your current strength has actually reached this extent. It's really surprising. Then, she shouted with a straight face, however, this is not the time for you to be in heat. Focus. Otherwise, don't blame me if your arm grows crooked later. In heat. Chu Nan was immediately embarrassed before feeling a little strange. His arm would be crooked? How? As soon as the doubt arose, the milky white light coming from Supremacy Overly's palm suddenly became extremely bright and completely enveloped the broken part of Chu Nan's right arm. Moreover, it stretched out as if a white light had shot out from his shoulder and affected half of his right body. A moment later, Chu Nan felt as if something had grown out of the broken surface of his right arm. Looking over, he was shocked to discover that the layer of necrotic cell tissue that enveloped the outer layer of the fracture suddenly cracked open. Then, bright red tender shoots seeped out. In the blink of an eye, the necrotic cell tissue on the broken surface had completely fallen off. Only the fresh and blood-red entire arm could be seen. Then, Chu Nan watched helplessly as his arm grew bit by bit. First, the middle bones, then the muscles attached to the bones, the blood vessels and meridians embedded in the muscles, the skin covering the surface of the muscles, the hair on the skin. With Chu Nan's powerful vision and precise control of his body, he knew all these changes like the back of his hand and felt them extremely clearly. However, it was precisely because he felt it so clearly that Chu Nan felt even more terrified. What was going on? He actually had an arm? Before long, Chu Nan's entire right arm had completely grown. Then, he watched as his entire palm began to grow from his arm. Compared to his arm, perhaps the structure on his palm was more complicated, so the speed of growth was slightly slower. After more than 10 minutes, the nails on the 5 fingers of Chu Nan's right palm had completely grown. Only then did Supremacy overly retract her hand. She picked up Chu Nan's right arm and looked at it. She pinched it and nodded in satisfaction. Very good. There's nothing wrong with this arm. The strength of your body is much higher than I imagined. Your physical cell activity is extremely abundant. It saved me a lot of effort. Chu Nan was still stunned. He raised his right arm and waved it left and right. He raised his right hand and flipped it carefully. In the end, he asked Supremacy overly in disbelief, about that. Am I dreaming? Chapter 936. In your dreams. Supremacy overly glared at Chu Nan and raised her hand as if she wanted to slash down. Do you want me to cut off your arm and grow another one? No, there's no need. Chu Nan hurriedly retracted his hand, but he did not forget to pinch his arm. The clear pain coming from his arm told him that he was definitely not dreaming. Moreover, although this new right arm still made him feel some abnormalities, it did not make his body feel any rejection. He could move it freely and was simply no different from his original intact arm. Even in terms of the most important physical strength, this new arm could almost be compared to the other parts of his body. Even if there was a difference, it was very small. From this point alone, this was much better than using limb regeneration technology to connect the arms. However, the key was, what was wrong with this arm? How could it grow out like this? Chu Nan looked at Supremacy overly with a puzzled expression. I thought that after you personally helped me reconstruct my body and reincarnate, and having personally experienced the regeneration of your arm, you would completely understand what's going on. Seeing Chu Nan's expression, Supremacy overly helplessly rolled her eyes. Compared to when she was still a girl around 25 years old, not only had her appearance become younger, but her mentality seemed to have also become much younger. I roughly know what's going on. Chu Nan thought for a moment and replied, Senior, you actually want to tell me that this is actually a variation of the limb regeneration technology? However, my arm still has the foundation of my body. Why did you suddenly jump out like that? It's very troublesome to explain in detail. Supremacy overly waved her hand. Generally speaking, it's actually a high-end use of the flame of life after cultivating to a certain realm. After a pause, Supremacy overly asked, you should know that I'm actually much older than I look, right? Chu Nan paused for a moment before slowly nodding. Although he knew very well that Supremacy overly was much older than him, looking at the young and beautiful Supremacy overly in front of him, it was really difficult to convince himself. Then do you know that I've experienced such a physical reincarnation a few times? Chu Nan originally wanted to shake his head, but when he recalled some of the things Angie Prairie had told him in private and what he had heard from Supremacy Melanie, he could not help but nod. Senior, does your appearance become a few years younger every time you reincarnate like this? You're right. Supremacy overly smiled sweetly. When I adopted Angie Prairie, my appearance was still similar to a 50-year-old middle-aged woman. However, up until that time, I've experienced a total of 6 physical reincarnations. I took the initiative to do this sometimes, and some were forced by circumstances. However, every time I reincarnate, I'll be a few years younger than before. The youth I'm talking about is not only physical but also mental. Look, do I look very young and energetic now? At this point, Supremacy overly even spun in front of Chu Nan and indeed looked filled with youthful vitality. However, please visit. Chu Nan blushed and turned around. About that. Senior, before you say this, can you put on your clothes first? This is too. Cough. It turned out that although Supremacy overly had been revived through the physical reincarnation she had mentioned, her clothes could not be produced out of thin air, so she was completely naked now. Previously, Chu Nan was only shocked and did not notice this. Now that he gradually accepted the display in front of him, his mood gradually calmed down. When he saw Supremacy overly turn around playfully like a girl in front of him but still maintain her naked appearance, he could not help but feel a little awkward. Supremacy overly looked down and chuckled. Heh, you've long seen everything. Do you feel embarrassed now? About that. I didn't have the time to think of this just now. Actually, I didn't see much. Supremacy overly could not help but laugh. Alright, kid, put away your boring shame. To me, the human body is only a tool for research. Even if you see it, it won't affect you. On the contrary, I hope you can seriously look at my new body because according to my plan, if it wants to be completely produced, it should be at least 2 Earth years later. Now, because of your unexpected appearance and help, it was completed in advance. It can be said that this body was completely forged by you. Chu Nan turned around and looked at Supremacy overly with a strange expression. What did she say? He had built this body himself? When he recalled that in the cave below the cave, he had circulated the goddess song cultivation method with all his might to transform his life force to replenish it, and then Supremacy overly appeared in front of him bit by bit. It seemed that this was not wrong. After glancing at it, Chu Nan retracted his gaze and turned around. If it was any other girl, Chu Nan would have seen it and could not be bothered to be so embarrassed. However, Supremacy overly was Angie Prairie's master. It felt wrong for him to look at her naked body like this. Seeing Chu Nan's reaction, Supremacy overly smiled and did not insist. Kid, do you think this is very unbelievable? Yes. Chu Nan nodded bluntly. Forming a body out of thin air is too mysterious. I can't understand what's going on. No, this is not fantasy at all. On the contrary, this is actually built on a very complete scientific foundation. Supremacy overly shook her head and began to patiently explain to Chu Nan. It turned out that this so-called physical reincarnation was a brand new cultivation method that Supremacy overly had successfully developed through many years of research. She had relied on the powerful strength of a star-grade martial artist and the extremely special flame of life cultivation method she had grasped, as well as the most advanced research related to human genetic engineering. With this cultivation method, even if her body was completely destroyed, as long as she kept the core, she could completely recover her body. Moreover, in the process of reforging her body, she would abandon the flaws in her previous body and improve the perfection of her body. Therefore, after every physical reincarnation, her body size and appearance would always be a few years younger than before. This was the symbol of the human body taking another step in the most perfect direction. The first question. After hearing this, Chu Nan stretched out a finger. If this happens a few more times, will you always become smaller and finally become a baby? Of course not. Supremacy overly smiled and shook her head. According to research, the best human body stage for us humans on Earth, especially me, is between the ages of 16 to 20. After this physical reincarnation, my current human body is already infinitely close to perfection and doesn't have much need to adjust. Even if such a situation happens again in the future, you'll discover that I still maintain this form. Is that so? Chu Nan could not help but glance at Supremacy overly from head to toe and think to himself, if you really want to pursue the perfection of the human body, shouldn't you remove the 2 lumps of useless fat on your chest first? The second question. Chu Nan raised another finger. Senior, why did you appear on this planet? According to the information I've obtained, you died with the Supremacy Lahir we encountered in the Lepler star system. No, he's dead, but I'm not. Supremacy overly smiled and shook her head. Of course, I was close to death at that time. Our last battle happened in this star system, and then I tried my best to kill him. My body was also severely injured because of his counterattack before he died, so I could only be forced to enter my body to reincarnate. Otherwise, I would really die. At this point, Supremacy overly looked at Chu Nan with a complicated expression before suddenly laughing. However, I didn't expect you to suddenly appear here and even discover me to help me complete my physical reincarnation in advance. To be honest, I have to thank you properly. Senior, you're welcome. You're Angie Prairies. Chu Nan suddenly stopped and looked at the distant starry sky. Before him, Supremacy overly had already turned to look in that direction. Heh, kid, are the 2 fellows flying over your friend? Of course not. Chapter 937. Ro and Ankla stopped far away. The 2 of them focused their gazes on Supremacy overly beside Chu Nan and were surprised. Previously, Chu Nan had appeared more than 100 times to harass them and was always alone. Why did another person suddenly appear this time? Moreover, the girl who suddenly appeared was actually a very young girl who was probably 2 years younger than Chu Nan. What was even stranger was that this girl was beautiful and her figure was simply perfect. Such an extremely outstanding little beauty was actually completely naked at this moment. The 2 of them sized up Supremacy overly in confusion, but they did not dare to underestimate her. Although this girl looked young and could not sense any powerful aura coming from her, since she could fly in space so well and seemed to be at ease, it proved that she should at least have the powerful strength of the heaven control realm. Her young appearance might only be an illusion, but her age should not be the same as her appearance. This was not the first time Ro and Anklo had seen such a thing. Many of those powerful female martial artists would always pay special attention to their appearance. No matter how powerful they were willing to spend the effort to make their appearance younger. However, this was the first time they had seen someone who looked too young and did not even have any signs of age on her naked body. No matter what, the 2 of them did not believe that this girl's true age was as young as she looked. This was because the 2 of them were certain that other than the descendants of the royal family of the Declan Empire, it was impossible for there to be another young genius martial artist like Chu Nan who had the powerful strength to give the 2 of them a headache at such a young age. If not for Chu Nan's clear background and detailed records of the information provided by Jiggs, the 2 of them might have suspected that he was a member of the royal family of the Declan Empire. In any case, the strength of this naked girl who suddenly appeared was unquestionable. Previously, Chu Nan alone had made them a little anxious and annoyed. They even wanted to take the initiative to retreat and avoid this guy. Now, this kid had another helper who also had the strength of the heaven control realm. No matter what level this helper was at, it was a huge problem for them. The 2 of them originally felt that if Chu Nan was alone, they would fly over and try to find some trouble for this kid. Even if they still could not kill him, they would not give him a chance to be afraid of spoiling their retreat plan. However, they did not expect Chu Nan to have another helper. The 2 of them could not help but hesitate. When their gazes swept past Chu Nan, they became even more suspicious. This guy's right arm had clearly been broken by Ro previously. Why did it suddenly grow back now? Could it be that he had found a hospital with advanced technology in this star system to perform limb regeneration surgery for Chu Nan? The 2 of them suddenly felt the mysterious halo enveloping the kid in front of them become even stronger. Contrary to the 2 of them, Chu Nan looked at them with a smile and a relaxed expression. Heh, these 2 fellows are really stupid to not take the path to heaven and barge into hell. In the previous 100 exchanges, it was true that these 2 fellows could not do anything to Chu Nan, but he could not do anything to them. Every time, he could only barely last under them for a period of time before returning in defeat and relying on his ability to pass through the spatial wall to successfully escape every time. However, now that these 2 fellows had taken the initiative to run to him, his luck was extremely good. He had actually unintentionally revived Supremacy overly. With a powerful star-grade martial artist like her taking action, crushing these 2 fellows was not a problem. Chu Nan excitedly turned to look at Supremacy overly. Just as he was about to speak, he saw her yawn without any image and take the initiative to fly back. He was immediately stunned. What did supremacy overly mean? Kid, don't look at me like that. I've just reincarnated in my body and my various states have yet to recover to the best. What I should do now is to properly circulate my cultivation method to recover. I can't help you. Help me watch them and don't let them disturb my recovery. After saying that, Supremacy Overly actually flew away for a while. Then, she actually assumed a posture of circulating her cultivation method in space to adjust her breathing. Feeling a large amount of spatial energy slowly circulating around Supremacy Overly in the cosmic space, Chu Nan could only swallow the blood he almost spat out. What a joke! You clearly flew up with me just now. Why do you need to recover? Although he was filled with doubt about Supremacy Overly's words, since she said so, Chu Nan could only obediently listen. He turned around with a bitter smile and glanced at Ro and Anklo. He hooked his finger at the two of them and sent a message. Heh, what are you waiting for? Let's fight. Ro and Anklo looked at each other and did not understand what had happened between Chu Nan and the naked girl. However, it was obvious that the naked girl put on a posture of not planning to help. Clearly, she did not plan to interfere in their matters. If they were only dealing with Chu Nan alone, although the two of them had a headache, they were not afraid at all. Their minds immediately shook and they flew over from the left and right. This time, even if they could not kill this detestable kid on the spot, they had to beat him until he was heavily injured that he could not recover in a short period of time before they escaped, preventing him from causing trouble again. The battle was about to begin. To Ro and Anklo, the two sides had already fought more than 100 times so far and were already extremely familiar with each other's cultivation methods. There was no mystery to speak of. However, their goal this time was different from the previous 100 battles. They had long given up on the thought of truly killing Chu Nan and focused on heavily injuring him. Therefore, they changed their style in the previous battle and directly attacked from the beginning. They planned to use the fiercest attack from the beginning to make Chu Nan overwhelmed and unable to block. This was purely an attack with their strength that surpassed Chu Nan's and could not be faked. In the hundreds of battles with him in the past, the two of them discovered that this was the most effective and fastest combat method to deal with him. However, they were worried that this combat pattern would be dangerous and might cause damage to the two of them. Moreover, they could not recover quickly like Chu Nan, so they did not dare to really let go. Now that the two of them had already treated this as the last battle, they naturally let go of these reservations. They acted extremely unyielding from the beginning and instantly forced Chu Nan into danger. Chapter 938. In the distance, Supremacy Overly's expression changed, and her eyes were filled with surprise. Although it was not a lie for her to tell Chu Nan that she needed to circulate her energy to adjust her breathing and recover because her current state was indeed far from her peak state and she would need to spend a period of time understanding and adapting to this newly reincarnated body, it would be nonsense to say that she could not help. With her powerful strength as a star-grade martial artist, even if she was not in her peak state, it was still easy for her to deal with these two fellows who were at most at the third stage heaven control realm. The reason why she did not want to help was purely because Supremacy Overly wanted to see Chu Nan's current strength. In fact, she had many doubts. Firstly, how did Chu Nan suddenly appear here? This place was an unknown star system on the Perseus arm. Logically speaking, Chu Nan should not have known this place, so why did he happen to run over and discover the place where her soul was hiding? Secondly, she knew the goddess song cultivation method that Chu Nan had grasped. It was the clan protection cultivation method of the Rand clan. Previously, Chu Nan had obtained the gratitude of the Rand clan because he protected the holy land of the Rand clan from being destroyed by the Sand Eagle and learned this cultivation method. Supremacy Overly knew this. In fact, Supremacy Overly had always been very interested in the goddess song cultivation method because this cultivation method was very related to the field she had always studied and had very strong compatibility with the flame of life cultivation method. However, although Supremacy Overly had once been treated as a saintess by the Rand clan and had the chance to come into contact with the goddess song cultivation method, she discovered that with her talent and powerful strength, she actually could not learn this cultivation method. In the end, she could only give up. She did not expect that not only had Chu Nan grasped the flame of life, a special cultivation method that almost no one other than her and Angie Prairie could truly master, he had also truly grasped the even more special cultivation method, the goddess song cultivation method. Supremacy Overly had always wanted to know what it was like to use these two cultivation methods together, but because she was disturbed by the things on the Lepler star system after that, she fought with Supremacy Lahir. In the end, she actually fought all the way from the Sapphire Star field to the Perseus arm. In the last battle between the two sides, Supremacy Lahir's body was shattered by her and had no life left, while she could only be forced to undergo physical reincarnation. Originally, before she underwent physical reincarnation, Supremacy Overly felt that she was not prepared enough this time. The result of the physical reincarnation would not be good and it would take a long time. She did not expect Chu Nan to come here by accident. With Chu Nan's help, Supremacy Overly's physical reincarnation had actually become extremely perfect. Not only had she eliminated the last few flaws in her body in one go, causing it to be infinitely close to perfection, but she had also greatly shortened the time for her physical reincarnation, allowing her to revive nearly 2 years in advance. Therefore, Supremacy Overly was very curious. To what extent had Chu Nan cultivated the Flame of Life cultivation method and the Goddess Song cultivation method? In particular, many people in the Rand clan had successfully cultivated the Goddess Song cultivation method, but no one could mobilize such a dense and seemingly endless life force like Chu Nan. How did Chu Nan do it? The third question was the most fundamental question. How strong was Chu Nan's current strength? The last time she saw Chu Nan in the Lepler star system, this kid was only an initial stage void break martial artist who had just broken through the cosmic heaven's gate. Although he had displayed rapid growth and even more shocking combat strength, Supremacy Overly did not expect that the star cloud in Chu Nan's body had already condensed and he had become a heaven control expert. Supremacy Overly did not know how long had passed since she last saw Chu Nan, but from the change in this kid's appearance, it was obvious that it would not be long. At most, it would be a year or two. However, this kid had increased to this extent in such a short period of time. It was really too shocking. Therefore, Supremacy Overly deliberately expressed that she could not help because she wanted to see what strength Chu Nan could unleash when facing these two third-stage heaven control martial artists. Although from the aura emitted by Chu Nan, his current strength should only be at the initial stage heaven control realm, not to mention fighting two alone, it was impossible for him to defeat either of them in a one-on-one battle. Supremacy Overly was extremely experienced. With a glance, she knew that the two of them were clearly old acquaintances of Chu Nan. The two sides had definitely fought more than once or twice, so she was not worried that anything would happen to him. However, when Chu Nan really fought with Rowan Anklo, even with Supremacy Overly's knowledge, she could not help but be shocked. As soon as they fought, Rowan Anklo used their full strength and displayed an extremely ferocious and powerful performance. It was simply as if they had put on a desperate posture to fight Chu Nan from the beginning. Although Supremacy Overly was a star-grade martial artist, she could tell at a glance that the cultivation methods of Rowan Anklo were indeed unique. Moreover, her strength was not fake and her combat experience was extremely rich. She was definitely an enemy that could not be underestimated among heaven control martial artists. Seeing the two of them do this, Supremacy Overly could not help but worry for Chu Nan and was prepared to go back on her words and save him at any time. However, she did not expect that although Rowan Anklo appeared ferocious, Chu Nan was even more ferocious than them. Seeing the two of them attack from the beginning, Chu Nan was only stunned for a moment before an extremely powerful aura suddenly erupted from his body. It had clearly surpassed the initial stage heaven control realm and soared. Before long, he was comparable to the two of them and could even vaguely surpass one of them. In the face of the two of them, Chu Nan did not retreat at all. Be it facing Rose Frost cultivation method or the sky full of arrows, other than occasionally dodging, he mostly rushed forward to face them head-on. At first, Rowan Anklo were a little surprised. They felt that Chu Nan had gone crazy and actually chosen such a stupid combat method. This time, they had a higher chance of heavily injuring him and even had the chance to kill this detestable kid who had pestered them for so long after Chu Nan's aura weakened. However, after the battle lasted for a period of time, the two of them became more and more shocked. Chu Nan's judgment in battle was precise as if he had powerful combat experience that did not belong to his age. The two of them had long experienced this in the hundreds of battles with him. In fact, it was not strange for Chu Nan to occasionally erupt with strength that was enough to face them head-on. In the previous 100 or so battles, he would often erupt like this. However, Chu Nan had always been able to maintain this explosive state and did not weaken for a long time. The two of them felt extremely strange. Feeling that the spatial energy around him seemed to have fallen into Chu Nan's control, an extremely powerful force could erupt from this kid's casual punch and kick. Be it Rose Frost or Anklo's arrow of light, they were completely destroyed before they could even approach Chu Nan. In fact, the aura emitted by Chu Nan was even stronger than the two of them. Ro and Anklo were greatly surprised. It could not be that. In a few days, this kid had jumped from the initial stage heaven control realm to the third stage heaven control realm or even stronger, right? Chapter 939. Chu Nan had jumped from the initial stage heaven control realm to the third stage heaven control realm or even stronger in a few days. This was naturally impossible. The reason why Chu Nan could erupt with such powerful combat strength now surprised Supremacy Overly was only because his research on the high-speed star cloud had clearly improved. Now, not only could he quickly use his high circulation internal breath to urge the star cloud in his body to enter a high circulation state and erupt with combat strength that far exceeded his true strength, but after these few days of research and experimentation, Chu Nan could already maintain the stability of the star cloud in this state and not collapse after entering the high circulation state like before. Coupled with the fact that he had fought with Ro and Anklo more than 100 times in the past 2 months, he had long accumulated enough experience and knew these two people extremely well. Therefore, although he was a little caught off guard and looked a little miserable, he quickly adapted and quickly urged the star cloud to enter a high circulation state. He was not at a disadvantage even if he faced the two of them head-on. Most importantly, he could still maintain relatively precise control of spatial energy in this state. Even if it was not as precise as his ordinary form, it was enough to use the flame of life and the goddess song cultivation method. Therefore, when he saw that Ro and Anklo wanted to fight him to the death and even planned to exchange injuries, Chu Nan could not help but not panic at all. Instead, he wanted to laugh. Boom, boom, boom. Although there was no air or other medium in space to transmit sound, every move of Chu Nan and the other two was enough to cause the spatial energy in a large area to tremble. When they collided, it caused the entire space to tremble. It could still bring about a terrifying bang that seemed to make the entire starry sky tremble in the empty space. In the beginning, Ro and Anklo felt that the two of them had hope of heavily injuring Chu Nan with their full strength. However, after an intense battle, this thought instantly faded and became extremely vexed. The two of them could not deal with this kid even if they attacked with their full strength. If the naked girl in the distant starry sky no longer continued to watch and rushed forward to help, as long as her strength was comparable to Chu Nan, the two of them had to consider whether they could escape. As the two of them continued to fight Chu Nan, they discussed through voice transmission. Seeing that they still could not take down Chu Nan, What they needed to consider now was how to safely retreat. Most importantly, they could not let this detestable kid sense their intention to retreat. Otherwise, if he chased after the spaceship, they could not guarantee that they could not lose it under Chu Nan's attack. Although they were very unwilling, the two of them had to admit it now. They really could not do anything to Chu Nan. Just as the two of them were secretly communicating and discussing, the situation suddenly changed. After Chu Nan punched Ro back, he did not have the intention to continue chasing or attacking. Instead, he suddenly retreated and instantly flew to Supremacy Ovaly's side. Ro and Anklo did not expect Chu Nan's reaction. After being stunned, they could only watch helplessly as he flew over. Supremacy Ovaly opened her eyes and looked at Chu Nan in confusion. At first, she was a little worried about Chu Nan. After watching for a while, she discovered that he was not at a disadvantage when facing the two of them. She was surprised, but at the same time, she was relieved. She simply closed her eyes and teased herself as she had said. Just as she was focused on the change in her body, she sensed Chu Nan flying over and could not help but feel a little strange. Chu Nan glanced at Ro and Anklo in the distant starry sky and scratched his head as if he was a little embarrassed. He asked Supremacy Ovaly about that. Supremacy, you really can't attack now. Supremacy Ovaly looked at Chu Nan in amusement. What? Didn't I see that you were on par with those two fellows? Why can't you hold on anymore? Chu Nan laughed dryly and did not know how to explain it to Supremacy Ovaly. Although he had indeed been on par with Ro and Anklo just now and was not at a disadvantage, that was built on maintaining the high circulation of the star cloud. Although his stability and endurance in the high circulation state of the star cloud were much stronger than before, after this period of battle, he still discovered a problem. Maintaining this state consumed his internal breath very quickly. After more than 20 minutes of intense battle, the internal breath in his dantian was almost exhausted. This situation was really beyond his expectations. Ever since he broke through the cosmic heaven's gate, regardless of whether it was fighting or reconstructing his body, Chu Nan had mainly mobilized spatial energy and basically did not have to worry about consumption. After the star cloud condensed, it would completely fuse with the space around it. It was easy to mobilize spatial energy, let alone consider the problem of internal breath. However, he did not expect that in order to maintain the high circulation state of the star cloud, he had no choice but to work hard to mobilize his internal breath to high circulation for the star cloud. In the end, the high circulation star cloud could maintain stability, but his internal breath could not endure the consumption. If his internal breath was exhausted, not to mention continuing to maintain such a high burden of high circulation star cloud, it would probably be very difficult for even the star cloud in his dantian to continue maintaining its complete state. There was no need to think about his control of spatial energy. Then, it was naturally impossible for him to continue fighting Ro and Anklo. He would not even have the ability to escape. After discovering this problem, Chu Nan made a prompt decision to escape. However, explaining this problem to Supremacy Ovaly was not something that could be solved with a few words. After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan could only nod and admit it. I can't hold on anymore. If you really can't attack, let's quickly slip away. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape later. Earlier, Supremacy Ovaly had even brought Chu Nan through a spatial jump, so he was not worried about escaping with her. However, Supremacy Ovaly glanced at Chu Nan again and suddenly stretched her back. They're only two heaven control kids. Why are you running? After saying that, Supremacy Ovaly did not move. Her figure suddenly disappeared in front of Chu Nan and in the next moment, she appeared in front of Ro and Anklo. Ro and Anklo were hesitating. Seeing Chu Nan take the initiative to retreat, they quickly determined that he was probably unable to continue. Now, he should be planning to escape like the previous 100 exchanges. However, this time was different from before. He had been alone previously and could escape if he wanted to. The two of them could not stop him. Now that he had another companion, it seemed that he planned to escape with her. His companion might not have the ability to disappear like Chu Nan. Therefore, the problem with Ro and Anklo's hesitation was whether to grasp this opportunity and use Chu Nan's additional companion to force him to fight them to the death to deal with this detestable kid. The reason why the two of them hesitated was because they could not figure out the true strength of the naked girl and were not completely confident. Damn, if we miss this opportunity, we might have the chance to kill this kid. Anklo suddenly cursed fiercely. Even if that girl is a heaven control martial artist, it's impossible for her to be much stronger. You definitely can't stop the two of us from joining forces. Ro, go, let's capture that girl and force that kid to kneel and beg for mercy. Ro pondered. With the personality Chu Nan had displayed previously, he was not a person who would abandon his companion and escape. If he could really capture that girl, he might really have the chance to threaten Chu Nan. However, was that girl really only a girl? Just as this question flashed through their minds, their vision suddenly blurred. When they focused their gazes, that girl had already appeared in front of them. Ro and Anklo were shocked at the same time. This girl was probably much more terrifying than they had imagined. Then, they felt all the spatial energy in the space around them leave their control at the same time. The space around them was completely locked, and even their bodies could not be controlled freely. Seeing the girl reach out to their necks expressionlessly, their eyes were filled with shock. With their strength, they were actually easily restrained by this girl. Could this girl be a star-grade martial artist? Chapter 940. In the synchronous orbit of the planet, two spaceships, one large and one small, were floating in space. Through the emergency rescue device of the spaceship, although Chu Nan had destroyed an entire body of these two spaceships, they still tenaciously maintained the remaining basic facilities and could even maintain the minimum power supply. Therefore, although the subordinates brought by Ro were trapped in this star system this time, it was not a problem for them to live normally. They could still live normally in the remaining half of the spaceship and had long been used to this life for 2 months. They were even used to Chu Nan's continuous harassment. However, now, all the subordinates brought by Ro in the spaceship whitened their eyes and looked at the 4 people who flew in from the emergency exit of the spaceship. They were all shocked. Many people even rubbed their eyes as if they did not dare to believe the truth they saw. At the front was a very young and beautiful girl. With her appearance and figure, she would probably be praised as a beauty in any human country in the Milky Way. It was already surprising enough to see such a beautiful girl fly in at this place. However, what was even more surprising was that this young beauty was naked and was still generous in front of everyone's gaze as if she did not care about others' gazes. However, this was still not the thing that surprised these subordinates the most. What really made them almost not dare to believe their eyes was that behind this young beauty, Ro and Anklu were obediently walking behind like 2 followers. Not to mention that they could not see any dissatisfaction, they even looked careful. When they looked at the naked young beauty in front of them, their eyes revealed a trace of undisguised fear. This really surprised and puzzled his subordinates. To their subordinates, Ro and Anklu were both powerful heaven control martial artists and were far from what ordinary martial artists could compare to. In the eyes of ordinary people like them, a heaven control martial artist was almost already the top expert in this world. After all, a star-grade martial artist was simply like a legendary figure and should not have any interaction with ordinary people like them. However, now, these 2 top experts in their opinion, Ro, were so respectful to this young beauty. Could it be that this young beauty was actually a legendary star-grade martial artist? The surprise in everyone's hearts was not over. When people looked back, they discovered an even more unexpected figure. Chu Nan. Seeing Chu Nan appear, many of the subordinates in the spaceship could not help but stand up. Although their gazes were filled with hostility, no one dared to move. Why was this kid here? Everyone looked at Chu Nan, then at the expressionless Ro and Anklu before their gazes landed on the young beauty walking at the front. What was going on? Could all of this be related to this young beauty who suddenly appeared? Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, the young beauty suddenly sized up her surroundings and turned to ask Chu Nan, who was at the back, "Hey, kid, you destroyed these 2 spaceships." Chu Nan hurriedly took a step forward and nodded. "Yes, that's right, it's me. However, I can't say that I've killed them. Look, there's still half of them left." This young beauty was naturally Supremacy Ovally. After easily restraining Ro and Ankla, Chu Nan stopped Supremacy Ovally from directly killing these 2 fellows and proposed to take a look at these 2 broken spaceships. Supremacy Ovally naturally did not have any objections, so she flew over with Ro and Ankla. On the way, Chu Nan described his plan to Supremacy Ovally. Now that she heard his answer, she frowned and looked at the huge gap in the middle of the spaceship before asking, "Kid, you've caused these 2 spaceships to be in this state. What else can they do? How will we know if we don't try?" Chu Nan sized up his surroundings and was shocked. He thought for a moment and turned to ask Ro, "Who's in charge of controlling the main console in this spaceship? Let him come out and I'll ask him a few questions." Ro coldly glanced at Chu Nan and sneered without answering. However, just as he planned to turn around, he suddenly felt the spatial energy in the space around him suddenly condense extremely and surge towards him wildly. He instantly felt as if he was being pressed down by countless mountains. Not to mention being unable to move his limbs, he could not even breathe completely. Ro's expression changed and his eyes barely rolled. His gaze landed on Supremacy Ovally. Of course, he knew very well that this must have been done by this young, beautiful, and harmless girl who was actually extremely dangerous. "What are you looking at?" Supremacy Ovally did not treat him well and cursed. "This kid is asking you a question, answer him honestly." Ro almost spat out a mouthful of blood in depression. As a powerful third-stage heaven control martial artist and a famous figure in his organization, when had he ever been treated so bluntly? However, the current situation was stronger than the person. This harmless-looking beauty in front of him was probably a powerful star-grade martial artist that he and Ankla could not contend with even if they combined their strength. He could only obediently swallow this mouthful of blood. Feeling the pressure around him suddenly ease, Ro could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Only then did he point at his subordinates in the spaceship ahead and call out a bearded middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. His name is Yoduan and he's the captain of this ship. If you have any questions about this spaceship, you can ask him directly. After the introduction, Ro stood to the side with a cold expression. In fact, he was also very curious about why Chu Nan wanted to come here. Chu Nan glanced at Yoduan and stretched out his hand with a smile. "Hello, Captain Yoduan." Captain Yoduan looked at Chu Nan in confusion and turned to look at Ro, but he still had an expressionless expression. After thinking for a moment, he could only reach out and be with Chu Nan. Hello, Chu Nan. You know me." Chu Nan was a little surprised. Captain Yoduan smiled bitterly. "We've seen you so many times recently. It would be strange if we still don't know you. Is that so?" Chu Nan smiled. "Since you know me, there's no need to introduce yourself meaninglessly. Come on, let's get to the point. Captain Yoduan, since you're the captain of this spaceship, you should know the situation of the spaceship very well, right?" "Of course. This is my job." Captain Yoduan nodded. "Very good. Before this, I observed that regardless of whether it's your spaceship or the other smaller spaceship, they can still open an energy shield. Is that so?" Chapter 941. Captain Yoduan looked at Chu Nan with an extremely strange gaze. After a long time, he nodded and replied, "Yes. Although most of these 2 spaceships have been destroyed, there's no problem with the active force source, so they can still maintain the basic operation." After a pause, he added, "In the beginning, in order to prevent you from destroying the spaceship, we opened an energy shield. However, later on, seeing that you didn't seem to have the intention to attack the spaceship, in order to save energy, we stopped opening it. Beside him, Ro glared at Captain Yoduan. This guy could just answer the question. Why did he have to say so much nonsense? Chu Nan could not help but laugh. He indeed did not have the intention to destroy the spaceship, because only Ro and Anklo could pose a threat to it. The people on the spaceship were actually not a threat to him. If the spaceship was destroyed, Ro and Anklo did not need to guard it. Instead, they could chase after him freely. Even if it was not dangerous for him, it was a little troublesome. Most importantly, if Ro and Anklo ran away like this, where could Chu Nan find such good sparring partners? Of course, there was no need to say this. Chu Nan asked again, then, Captain Yoduan, can you still fly in the alternate space with this half of the spaceship? Hearing this question, not only was Captain Yoduan surprised, but even Ro, Anklo, and the others in the spaceship looked at Chu Nan in surprise. Only Supremacy Overly was not too surprised and instead looked at him with interest. This. Captain Yoduan frowned and thought for a moment before slowly nodding. If we open the energy shield, we can hold on in the alternate space. However, the Stargate has already been destroyed. How can we enter the alternate space? This spaceship doesn't have the ability to forcefully open the spatial wall and enter the alternate space like the Enterprise-level battleship of the Noctem Chamber of Commerce. It's fine as long as it can fly in an alternate space. Then, let me ask again. Since your spaceship can fly, the other spaceship should be able to, right? Although it's slightly inferior to our ship, the energy shield should be able to hold on. Captain Yoduan nodded. That's good. Chu Nan patted Captain Yoduan's shoulder and the smile on his face became even more brilliant. Very good. Now, we can finally sit down and discuss how to leave this place. Leave this place. Before Captain Yoduan could respond, Anklo, who had been watching the show for a long time, asked in surprise, Kid, what did you say? Leave where? Nonsense, of course I'm leaving this star system. Could it be that you like this place and plan to stay here forever and wait for the Noctem Chamber of Commerce to repair the damn Stargate? Chu Nan naturally did not have a good expression towards him. At this moment, he could not care less about Chu Nan's tone and asked in surprise, leave this star system? What a joke. If we could leave, we would have left long ago. Ro also frowned. The other members of the spaceship also looked at Chu Nan in doubt. It was common sense that one could only perform a super spatial jump through the Stargate. Now that the Stargate had been destroyed by Chu Nan's punch, how could they leave? You don't have to doubt it. Just listen to this kid's arrangements. At this moment, Supremacy Overly spoke and bluntly suppressed Ro and Anklo's objections. Then, she turned to look at Chu Nan. Hey, kid, I believe you, so I'm fooling around with you. If you can't do it later, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. Of course I can. Chu Nan smiled. If I'm not confident, I won't be willing to waste time with them. Of course, if I want to achieve my goal in a while, I still need your help, so. So what? So, can you put on your clothes first? After 2.5 Earth hours, the two remaining spaceships flew to the starry sky where the Stargate was and stopped. 4 figures flew out of the spaceship and into the space before the Stargate was destroyed. Although it had been 2 months since the Stargate was destroyed by Chu Nan's punch, the residue that originally belonged to the Stargate could still be seen floating in this starry sky. One could even vaguely see the rough outline of the Stargate. Supremacy Overly glanced at the remaining Stargate and turned to look at Chu Nan. Kid, do you know the cost of building a Stargate? Chu Nan's eyelids twitched and he shook his head expressionlessly. Let me tell you, even the lowest Stargate costs more than 2 billion Federation coins. 2 billion. Although Chu Nan was already mentally prepared, he still could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief when he heard this number. Damn, it's so expensive. Expensive. Supremacy Overly looked at Chu Nan with a mocking gaze. Let me tell you, this is still the lowest level Stargate. I don't think the Stargate here should be so low level, so the cost will only be higher. It probably needs at least 5 billion Federation coins. 5 billion. Chu Nan could not help but be stunned. To an ordinary person like him who came from an ordinary family, tens of thousands of Federation coins needed to be painstakingly raised to go to Star Cloud Academy. As for hundreds of millions or even billions of Federation coins, that was an astronomical figure that he had never thought of. After being stunned for a moment, Chu Nan suddenly reacted and put on a posture that had nothing to do with him. Why are you telling me this number? Kid. As if seeing through Chu Nan's thoughts, Supremacy Overly smiled even more happily. Don't dream of hiding it. As long as the Noctem Chamber of Commerce repairs the Stargate, they will definitely be able to find out who destroyed it. According to the tradition of the Noctem Chamber of Commerce and the rules of the Pan-Milky Way Convention, don't think about reneging on the maintenance fee of this Stargate. I was forced, okay. Chu Nan angrily turned to look at Ro and Anklo. If not for these two fellows pushing me too hard, would I have done that? Supremacy Overly shrugged. Save these words for the Noctem Chamber of Commerce and see if they believe you. Chu Nan was stunned again before he could not help but cry. Compensation of billions of Federation coins. It was impossible for him to afford it. Facing a colossus like the Noctem Chamber of Commerce, he had no ability to resist. Even Supremacy Overly could not help him in this matter. After thinking about it, Chu Nan suddenly felt darkness. Damn, I don't care. If the Noctem Chamber of Commerce insists on me compensating, I'll at most hand myself to them. After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan cursed fiercely and shook his head to ignore it. He said to Supremacy Overly, ignore everything in the future. Let's think of a way to leave this place first. Senior, it's your turn. Don't call me senior. Angie Prairie should have told you. Supremacy Overly glared at Chu Nan before her body flew forward and arrived at the space where the fragments of the Stargate were. She raised her hands. Ro and Anklo immediately revealed extremely shocked expressions. Even Chu Nan looked at Supremacy Ovally in surprise. In front of Supremacy Ovally, a spatial energy vortex emitting a strange light appeared out of thin air in the positive spatial universe. This vortex gradually expanded and gradually became not much smaller than the previous Stargate, including a large area of the surrounding space. However, from the outside, the light inside this spatial energy vortex was extremely deep. It was exactly the same as the Stargate. That's right, Supremacy Ovally was relying on her own strength to forcefully tear open the spatial wall. Chapter 942. Only half of the spaceship, the Seeker, was left flying at high speed in the alternate space. As Captain Yoduan nervously instructed his crew to carefully control the spaceship but maintain high speed, he paid attention to Chu Nan, who was flying in front of the spaceship, and his heart was filled with doubt. This was an alternate space. Why could Chu Nan actually fly in the alternate space with his body? Wasn't it said that only the strongest star-grade martial artists could do this? The spatial energy turbulence ahead. Be careful to increase the power of the energy shield. Chu Nan's voice suddenly sounded on the main console of the spaceship in front of Captain Yoduan. After being stunned for a moment, he immediately turned around and ordered the crew loudly. The other crew members immediately began to make nervous preparations. Moreover, they grabbed the fixed objects beside them tightly and prepared to prevent any collisions and shocks. A moment later, an ear-piercing alarm sounded from the main console. Then, everyone felt the entire spaceship begin to shake violently as if it had suddenly encountered a tempestuous wave. 3.71729 degrees at the top of the sky, 9.738211 degrees to the right. Chu Nan's voice suddenly sounded again. As Captain Yoduan firmly fixed himself on the spot, he turned around and loudly conveyed the value Chu Nan had reported. The crew members in charge of the navigation and control of the spaceship immediately made subtle adjustments to the angle of the spaceship. After a moment, the intense vibration of the spaceship clearly weakened and gradually disappeared. Clearly, they had left the spatial energy turbulence that Chu Nan had pointed out. Captain Yoduan heaved a sigh of relief and could not help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. As the experienced captain of the Seeker, it was not that he had not encountered spatial turbulence in the process of leading the spaceship to jump through the Stargate countless times. However, every time he encountered such a situation in the past, the spaceship would rely on its energy shield to forcefully endure it and not dodge it. This was because once he dodged, he might deviate from the channel between the Stargates and get lost in the alternate space. At that time, he would die without a burial place. Now that the Stargate had been destroyed, they did not have any waterway to speak of, so they did not need to worry so much. However, this was what Captain Yoduan was most puzzled about. It was one thing for Chu Nan to be able to fly freely in the alternate space with his body, but how did he determine the range of the influence of the spatial energy turbulence and give them an angle adjustment data that was accurate to 6 decimal points? At first, when Chu Nan did this, Captain Yoduan thought that he was simply talking nonsense because it was impossible for a human like him to be so precise. However, after experiencing such a situation a few times and every time the mainframe AI of the spaceship gave the exact same answer after deduction, Captain Yoduan no longer had his initial doubts about Chu Nan and was only even more shocked. No wonder, although this kid was young, he could fight two alone, causing the two of them to be anxious and even want to temporarily retreat. This kid looked so young, but he was really unfathomable. Thinking of this, Captain Yoduan became more confident in this alternate space exploration. Perhaps this kid really had the ability to bring them back to the civilized world they should be in from the vast alternate space. Chu Nan turned around and saw that the trajectory of the spaceship had stabilized. He nodded in satisfaction and turned around to continue exploring. In the beginning, Chu Nan was not 100% confident in this exploration journey and only relied on his previous observations and some data to deduce. However, the moment Supremacy Ovally tore open the spatial wall at the location of the original Stargate, Chu Nan was basically certain that his guess was correct. The Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce had indeed chosen the location of the Stargate after precise calculations and research. It was not casually set up. After the spatial wall was torn open, Chu Nan quickly sensed a strange fluctuation that he was very familiar with coming from the violent spatial energy fluctuation in the alternate space. The frequency of this strange fluctuation was completely the same as the frequency of the special spatial energy fluctuation trajectory that he had sensed when he was flying in the alternate space. From this, it could be proven that the connection between the two Stargates was probably not created by the Stargate. Instead, the two Stargates had only strengthened the trajectory line that already existed and guided the direction of the spaceships that were performing super spatial jumps in the alternate space. Although the Stargate had been destroyed by Chu Nan's punch, Supremacy Ovally had torn open the spatial wall here as if she had temporarily reopened the Stargate. Therefore, the connection trajectory was triggered again, allowing Chu Nan to sense its existence again. After flying into the alternate space with Captain Yoduan and his ship, Chu Nan was even more certain of this. In the alternate space, he could sense this familiar spatial energy fluctuation trajectory more clearly, so he led the spaceship in front and became a navigator. With this clear trajectory as guidance, other than occasionally encountering spatial energy turbulence, there was no problem. Through the time and data in his mind, Chu Nan could already accurately calculate that 6 Earth standards had passed since they entered the alternate space. Although he flew slower in the beginning because the situation was uncertain, after accelerating, he had already flown long enough in the alternate space. If he was not wrong, he should have already arrived at the intersection of the 4 trajectories. Stop first. Chu Nan first sent instructions to the spaceship behind him and gestured for it to stop. Then, he circulated the 8 breaths in his dantian and quickly circulated them in his meridians for a few cycles. Then, he used his internal breath to urge the star cloud to enter a high circulation state. Under the high circulation of the star cloud, the most obvious increase in Chu Nan's control was not his control of the spatial energy in the surrounding space, but the range of spatial energy fluctuations he could sense. As soon as he entered this state, Chu Nan immediately discovered that he had already expanded the reaction range of spatial energy by several times, almost causing him to feel that it could extend into the endless. Soon, he sensed a few obvious abnormal spatial energy fluctuations trajectories under his feet on the right. Chu Nan was immediately overjoyed. From the frequency of these spatial energy fluctuation trajectories, they were clearly the other three special spatial energy fluctuation trajectories used as navigation. Chu Nan's figure flashed and he had already flown to the place where the three trajectories were connected. Therefore, his perception was even more obvious. After further confirming that he did not sense wrongly, he sent an order to Captain Yoduan and gestured for the spaceship to fly over. 2 minutes later, the spaceship arrived at Chu Nan's location. Captain Yoduan and the crew members who were mainly in charge of the navigation of the spaceship immediately heard a notification that they were familiar with but had not heard for a long time. Report: 3 alternate space channels have been discovered. Please confirm your destination and guide the spaceship. After everyone was stunned, intense cheers immediately erupted in the spaceship. Discovering the alternate space channel meant that they could accurately find the channel to another or even 3 stargates and finally return to the civilized world they had not seen for a long time. Captain Yoduan looked at Chu Nan, who was choosing to stop in front in surprise and joy. His mood was extremely complicated. It was this kid who had destroyed the stargate with a punch, causing the first half of the Seeker to be buried in the alternate space. It could be said that the person Captain Yoduan hated the most was Chu Nan. However, now that Chu Nan had personally displayed such a magical ability in front of him and led them to the direction of home, Captain Yoduan clearly realized something. It was best not to judge this young kid from the Orion arm with common sense. Chapter 943. On the other hand, in the starry sky, Ro and Ankla suddenly revealed extremely strange expressions. Supremacy Ovally, who was maintaining the opening of the spatial wall, immediately smiled when she saw the sudden change in their expressions. What? Did that kid succeed? Ro and Ankla looked at each other, not knowing what expression to face. Just now, the personal terminal on their wrists sent a message from the smaller spaceship left here at the same time. The content of the message was very simple. There was only a short sentence. The operation was successful. Logically speaking, the two of them should be happy when they saw this result because the success of the operation meant that the search ship led by Chu Nan and Captain Yoduan had really accurately found the way back in the alternate space. It also meant that they could finally leave this damned star system that had trapped them for 2 months and return to the place they were familiar with. However, the two of them could not be happy. When Chu Nan proposed this plan, the two of them sneered and felt that he was completely whimsical. This was because exploring aimlessly in the vast alternate space was no different from courting death. Although the alternate space did not look special, it was actually extremely dangerous. Not to mention people below the star-grade martial artist realm, even spaceships could only rely on powerful energy shields to fly inside. However, when flying in the alternate space, the energy shield of the spaceship had always been exhausted. This meant that if the spaceship stayed in the alternate space for too long, the energy shield would sooner or later be exhausted. At that time, the only result would be that everyone in the entire spaceship would be directly crushed into the tiniest basic particles by the violent spatial energy in the alternate space and die without a complete corpse. Under normal circumstances, because there were traces of spaceships jumping through the stargate and the entire route could be predicted, the energy shield would definitely be enough to support it. However, what Chu Nan wanted to do now was to bring the Seeker to find a channel in the vast alternate space. How could he find it? If he could not find it, it would be fine. After all, Chu Nan was not stupid. He had left a spaceship here and maintained a smooth signal with the Seeker. If there was really no other way, he could rely on the signal to return. However, he could not investigate the situation in the alternate space. There were all kinds of invisible dangers everywhere. If he encountered any situation in the process of random exploration, regardless of whether it was Chu Nan or the search number, no one would be able to return. Of course, in fact, Ro and Ankla still looked forward to such a situation. This was because this way, Chu Nan, this detestable kid who gave them an extreme headache, could finally die under the ruthless and violent energy of the alternate space and they would no longer have a headache because of this kid. Although this would bury the remaining half of the search ship with Chu Nan and it was very likely to anger the star-grade martial artist beside him who looked like a beautiful girl but was actually extremely powerful, it was worth it to hide their greatest secret. However, now, Chu Nan had actually succeeded. Although this meant that they could finally leave this star system that had trapped them for so long, it also meant that Chu Nan was not dead. It also meant that the terrifying star-grade martial artist beside them would leave with him and it was very likely that they could do nothing to him. Then, when Chu Nan completely escaped, they could no longer hide what they had done. The goal of the organization might be exposed. Ro and Ankla did not dare to continue imagining it. This matter had already completely escaped their control. Even if the two of them were powerful third-stage heaven control experts, they were helpless now. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Did Chu Nan succeed? Supremacy Ovally's voice sounded in their ears again. Ro and Ankla looked at each other again and smiled bitterly at the same time. Yes, he succeeded. The smile on Ro's face was extremely bitter, and there was no joy in it. Oh, this kid did not disappoint me. Not bad, not bad. Supremacy Ovally smiled happily without hiding anything. Then what are the two of you waiting for? Get on the ship and follow. In front of Supremacy Ovally's powerful strength, any explanation and resistance were useless. Ro and Anklo could only obediently fly close to the other half of the smaller spaceship and order it to fly into the spatial door opened by Supremacy Ovally. In fact, because of Chu Nan's previous destruction, after only half of the smaller spaceship that Ro had brought was left, it no longer had the ability to successfully fly in the alternate space. It could only barely open its energy shield to ensure that it was not instantly destroyed by the violent spatial energy in the alternate space. However, with Supremacy Ovally around, these things were not a big problem. The spaceship was not powerful enough, so she simply let this half of the spaceship open its energy shield and pushed it behind her. In the end, this was much faster than the spaceship's own flying speed. After discovering this fact, the last thought of resistance in their hearts was instantly extinguished. After only 4 hours, Supremacy Ovally pushed this half of the spaceship to the location of the half-finished Seeker. Seeing Supremacy Ovally pushing the spaceship quickly behind him, the corners of Chu Nan's mouth could not help but twitch. Star-grade martial artists were indeed guys who could not be reasoned with. Although only half of this spaceship was left, it was at least 100,000 tons. It was really too shocking that Supremacy Ovally could fly so quickly in such a violent and terrifying alternate space with spatial energy. When Supremacy Ovally saw Chu Nan, she also revealed a surprised expression. The current Chu Nan was floating outside the Seeker and was clearly not within the protection of the energy shield. However, he was still floating there intact without any difficulty. One had to know that this was an alternate space. Supremacy Ovally thought for a moment and flew to Chu Nan's side. She suddenly stretched out her hand and pulled off all the clothes he had painstakingly preserved in the alternate space, instantly stripping him naked. Chu Nan was shocked and hurriedly covered his lower body with both hands. Supremacy. Supremacy, what? What are you doing? Hey, don't cover yourself. Let go and let me take a good look at your body. Supremacy Ovally impatiently forcefully pried open Chu Nan's hands and exposed his entire body in front of her. Then, from top to bottom, from head to toe, she did not let go of every inch. She even carefully and completely looked at Chu Nan's most private place. Chu Nan was extremely ashamed and his face was red. However, because he was completely suppressed by Supremacy Ovally, he could not resist at all. He could not even control the spatial energy and could not even transmit his words. It was not easy for Supremacy Ovally to finish reading before letting go of Chu Nan. Supremacy. You're looking at me like this. I'm very shy. Only then did Chu Nan have the ability to send a voice transmission with a long face. Supremacy Ovally was still excited and looked at Chu Nan with deep interest. Hey, kid, when we get back, let me study your body properly. This is simply too interesting. Looking at her still shining eyes, a figure suddenly flashed through Chu Nan's mind. Supremacy Ovally was simply identical to LV. Could it be that these guys who studied human genetic engineering were also abnormal? Chapter 944. Professor Floodland, the deputy dean of the Star Cloud Academy's Life Science Academy, pushed the flat glasses on his nose that were only used for decoration. He frowned slightly and looked at LV, who was still standing respectfully opposite him. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. About that, LV, I'm very happy to see from this paper that you've recovered much more than before, but... Professor Floodland changed the topic and his expression became serious. He pointed at the thesis that LV had just submitted on the virtual screen and continued seriously. I have to tell you that this thesis still doesn't meet the evaluation standard. If it's submitted to the Natural Science magazine like this, it definitely won't pass. Is that so? Unexpectedly, not only did LV not show any disappointment when she heard Professor Floodland's words, she even looked relieved. She even smiled slightly. Thank you for your guidance. In fact, I know very well that the level of this thesis is not enough. Professor, please help me withdraw my application to publish the thesis in Nature Science. In addition, I'm sorry. Hearing that LV's last apology was very sincere, Professor Floodland shook his head and sighed softly. LV, tell me, what happened to make you look so uneasy in the past 2 months? If not for the fact that you've invested much less energy in research than before, I believe that with your talent and accumulation, you would definitely be able to produce a paper that's much more exciting than this. A trace of disappointment flashed across LV's face. She opened her mouth, but in the end, she did not say anything and only smiled bitterly. Professor Floodland frowned at the bitter and gloomy smile on LV's face that did not match her age. His frown deepened. He was certain that this genius student he valued the most and felt would be the most likely to achieve results in the recent years of Star Cloud Academy's Life Science Academy must have been troubled by some special thing, which greatly affected her condition. However, if LV did not say anything, he could not help her much. After thinking for a moment, Professor Floodland pointed at the thesis displayed on his personal terminal and said to LV, there's still a month until the official evaluation of this issue of the Natural Science magazine's new research award. I'll get someone to get rid of the magazine and give me a few days to submit the manuscript. Hurry up and revise this thesis in the next few days. I hope that the next time you submit it, it can at least obtain my approval. LV glanced at Professor Floodland in surprise, then bowed deeply. Thank you for your care, but I think it's still. LV suddenly paused. Or what? Professor Floodland asked with a frown. No, it's nothing. LV shook her head and bowed to Professor Floodland before bidding farewell. Looking at LV's departing figure, Professor Floodland frowned again. Although LV did not say anything, he could clearly sense that she was clearly not enthusiastic about writing a new thesis. Not only that, her performance during this period of time had always been distracted as if she could not do anything or focus. Could it be that something happened to her family? Professor Floodland thought seriously and hesitated. Investigating a student's private matters was not in line with his usual policy. If Elvie did not say anything, he could not do much. I can only hope that she can resolve it herself. Otherwise, she'll miss such a good opportunity. Elvie, who walked out of Professor Floodland's office, only had a flash of what he had said in her mind before she threw it to the back of her mind. That's right, she was indeed not interested in modifying her thesis or anything else. Or rather, she really felt that she was not interested in anything. This was because the only thing she was concerned about now was a problem. When would Chu Nan have clear news? 3 months ago, Chu Nan had participated in the Orion Arm Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition. Before this, he could still hear news about him everywhere because his extremely outstanding performance in the competition had attracted the attention of countless people. However, after he was judged to have failed in the quarter-finals because of an accident, Elvie only video called him after the competition ended. After that, there was no news of him. During this period of time, Elvie could not help but contact Chu Zioxi and ask if she had any news of Chu Nan. The answer she received shocked her. Chu Nan had actually disappeared. At first, Elvie did not believe this because, with Chu Nan's current strength, not many people could do anything to him. How could he disappear for no reason? However, it had been nearly 3 months since then, but there was no news of Chu Nan. Elvie was certain that if not for the fact that Chu Nan had the experience of being judged dead by everyone after falling into the Stargate and only returning completely half a year later, she would definitely have been nearly destroyed by her psychological pressure. Fortunately, after that experience, although she was still worried about Chu Nan's safety, she could still maintain her composure and did not feel that the sky was about to collapse like last time. Of course, this matter still inevitably seriously affected her state, preventing her from concentrating regardless of whether she was studying or researching. Naturally, the effect was very poor. During this period of time, Elvie had even asked herself if it was really good to like such a guy who always had all kinds of situations and always made people worry for him. However, if he could not obtain an answer to this question, he did not need an answer at all. This was because liking someone was liking them. There was no reason to explain it. Moreover, Chu Nan was the first boy she clearly liked in her life, so how could she easily reject this emotion? Elvie was very smart, so she cleverly gave up thinking about this. Since she liked him, she would like him well. It was natural for her to worry about him. There was no need to feel conflicted. However, when would this bastard return safely? Just as this question flashed through her mind for the 1000th time, the personal terminal on Elvie's wrist suddenly recalled the notification of a communication request. Through the notification, it could be seen that this was an unfamiliar call. However, not only was Elvie not fed up with receiving a harassment call, her eyes suddenly lit up and she almost reflexively chose to answer. A moment later, the face that he had been thinking about day and night appeared on the virtual screen opened by his personal terminal. Chapter 945. Elvie, long time no see. Are you alright? Chu Nan smiled and waved at her. Seeing this familiar face and hearing this familiar voice, Elvie instantly felt the joy in her heart surge out like an explosion. Her eyes could not help but narrow, and the corners of her mouth could not help but curl. An exaggerated happy smile instantly appeared on her face, but she could not help but sneer. I'm not good. There's no news of you for a few months. How can I be good? Tell me, what have you been doing recently? I'm sorry to have made you worry. Chu Nan scratched his head. As for what I've done recently, I've done many things that I can't explain in a short period of time. I'll tell you slowly when I return to the academy. As for now, I have to let you see someone first. See someone? Who? Elvie was stunned. It's me, Elvie. We've met before. A figure flashed beside Chu Nan and another person appeared on the interface of the virtual screen in his place. Elvie focused her gaze and discovered that this person indeed looked very familiar. Then, she immediately reacted. Wasn't this Supremacy Ovally? However, something seemed to be wrong. This person looked to be less than 20 years old no matter how one looked at it. She was not much older than Elvie, in fact, much younger than the last time she saw Supremacy Ovally. She had never heard of Supremacy Ovally having a sister. There's no need to doubt it. I'm Ovally. Perhaps seeing the doubt in Elvie's eyes, Supremacy Ovally smiled and said, Elvie, I want to discuss something with you this time. Elvie had yet to react from the shock of knowing that this person was really Supremacy Ovally. Now that she heard that Supremacy Ovally actually wanted to discuss something with her, she was immediately even more surprised. What do you want to discuss with me? I heard from Chu Nan that you've studied his body in detail before. Right. Elvie nodded in confusion. Very good. I need the data of your research that time. Then, I also need you to cooperate with me to perform a more detailed and thorough research on Chu Nan's body. I'm almost certain that through this research on his body, it's very likely that we'll obtain a very important breakthrough in human genetic engineering. Looking at Supremacy Ovally's excited expression on the virtual screen, Elvie was even more confused. Supremacy Ovally wanted to study Chu Nan's body? She even wanted to find him to study it together? She even said that she would obtain a very important breakthrough in human genetic engineering. After being stunned for a long time, Elvie suddenly reacted and her entire body shook. Oh my god. This was Supremacy Ovally. To most people in the Federation, when mentioning Supremacy Ovally, the first thing they thought of was definitely her identity as the strongest star-grade martial artist. However, to LV, supremacy ovally represented another meaning. While she was a star-grade martial artist, not only was supremacy ovally the top expert in human genetic engineering in the Earth Federation, she was even extremely famous in several international circles on the Orion Arm. There were also rumors that even the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce had once invited her to jointly carry out human genetic engineering research. If such a top expert wanted to find LV to help her do research first, it could be said to be the top praise and honor for a student in the human genetic engineering major. In comparison, publishing a paper in natural science was only a magazine in the Earth Federation. It could not be compared at all. However, in LV's heart, there was an even more important question than these questions. Why was supremacy ovally with Chu Nan? However, before she could ask this question, supremacy ovally had already asked. LV, roughly introduce to me the situation of your research on Chu Nan's body last time. For example, what was his cell activity at that time? What was the result of the genetic chain reaction experiment? Also, seeing that supremacy ovally had quickly entered a state with LV, a series of terms that he did not understand jumped out of their mouths. Chu Nan helplessly stuffed the common personal terminal he had just obtained into her hands and let her communicate with her. He turned to look at Ro, Enklo, Captain Yoduan, and the others on the other side. After successfully finding the Stargate channel in the alternate space, what happened next was very smooth. There was no need for Chu Nan to explore the channel himself. After the spaceship retrieved the channel, it could accurately pass through a normal alternate space according to the channel. Therefore, there was no problem. However, when the two half-broken spaceships jumped out of the Eaton Stargate, what happened exceeded Chu Nan's expectations. As soon as the two spaceships jumped out of the Stargate, what awaited them was actually the elite fleet of the second fleet of the guards of the Kasha Kingdom. As soon as they jumped out of the Stargate, they were surrounded. If that was all, Chu Nan would naturally not be afraid because even without supremacy ovally, he would not be afraid of such a mere fleet. With supremacy ovally as his backer, he was fearless. However, other than the elite branch fleet of the second fleet of the Kasha Kingdom, the guards of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce, as well as a large number of space engineering spaceships and related facilities, unexpectedly and reasonably appeared. The reason why they appeared here was very simple. It was to repair the Stargate that Chu Nan had destroyed. Chu Nan did not know why they were repairing the Eaton Stargate, which was at least 100 light-years away from that Stargate, but the appearance of the people from the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce was a mixed blessing. The good thing was that since the people of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce were here, it proved that this incident was at least not isolated. He could be considered to have officially reconnected with civilized society and was no longer in the missing state. The bad factor was that the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce interfered. Be it him or supremacy ovally, it was not convenient for them to continue attacking Ro and the others, let alone find a deserted place to bury them as Chu Nan had thought. According to the official representative of the Kasha Kingdom, these people had already violated the laws of the Kasha Kingdom. Next, they would be arrested and sentenced according to the laws of the Kasha Kingdom. This way, Chu Nan could at most be considered a witness and could not do anything else. It was very difficult for Chu Nan to believe that the Kasha Kingdom would make a fair judgment on these guys, but this was someone else's territory after all. There was not much he could do. Even with the support of supremacy ovally, it was not wise to forcefully go against a country. Therefore, Chu Nan could only give up. According to the conclusion of the two sides' discussion, Ro, Enklo, and the others would be taken away by the people of the Kasha Kingdom for interrogation. As for the result, Chu Nan could not interfere and could not be bothered. In any case, according to the various communications after successfully escaping, after Tiago and the others entered the Stargate, they successfully arrived at planet Eaton. Then, they were also stopped by the guards of the Kasha Kingdom, but they were successfully saved because of the appearance of Supremacy Melanie. Now, they had successfully returned to the Orion Arm. When Supremacy Ovally and Chu Nan contacted Supremacy Melanie, Tiago even appeared beside her and expressed his joy that Chu Nan was safe and sound. He invited him to the United States of Meleda to play when he was free. Since Tiago and the others were fine, Chu Nan could not be bothered to argue. However, he could ignore these things, but there was one thing that he could not ignore. Seeing a middle-aged man in neat clothes walking towards him with an obvious symbol of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce hanging on his chest, Chu Nan immediately felt a sharp pain in his head. Chapter 946. Hello, Mr. Chu Nan. I'm Lazakda from the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce's External Relations Department, which is mainly responsible for matters related to the Perseus Arm. This time, I'm mainly responsible for the communication and consultation between the Chamber of Commerce and the local Kasha Kingdom regarding the destruction of the Stargate of the Kasha Kingdom's Merlin star system. The middle-aged man simply introduced himself and looked at Chu Nan with a strange gaze. Mr. Chu Nan, I know you. He was immediately stunned. He said that he knew Chu Nan? How was this possible? This Lazakda sounded to be one of the higher-ups in the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, he was mainly responsible for matters related to the Perseus Arm. How did he know him? Seeing Chu Nan's surprise, Lazakda smiled and continued, perhaps you don't know, but in fact, there was already a report about you in our Chamber of Commerce last year. After that, the reports about you gradually accumulated. Now, you're already an extremely special young martial arts genius that our Chamber of Commerce pays attention to. Is that so? Chu Nan asked and did not completely treat these words as polite words. After all, he had come into contact with the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce many times in the past. Be it Director Yu Tingfeng who first came into contact with him, Tom Kench who came into contact with him the most, or even Director Jigs who kidnapped him here, they had already fully expressed the recognition of his value. When he thought of Jigs, Chu Nan's heart stirred. He frowned and asked Lazaktu, Director Lazaktu, since your Chamber of Commerce pays a lot of attention to me, do you know who brought me here from the Orion Arm this time? The smile on Lazaktu's face paused for a moment, then he said seriously, the Chamber of Commerce is conducting a detailed investigation of Director Jiggs's actions in this incident. When the results of the investigation are out, they will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Oh, your Noctem Chamber of Commerce wants me to wait like this and not know when you'll give me an answer? Is this matter over? Chu Nan deliberately raised his voice. Lazaktu frowned, please believe in the credibility of our Chamber of Commerce. If it's our responsibility, we definitely won't reject it. Hearing that Lazak's tone had loosened, Chu Nan immediately took advantage of the situation and continued seriously, therefore, the cause of this incident is all because of your Noctem Chamber of Commerce. Then, all the losses will be borne by your Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, your Chamber of Commerce needs to compensate me and Tiago and the others who were involved in this incident. Lazaktu looked at Chu Nan in surprise before suddenly laughing as if he had recalled something. Mr. Chu Nan, we learned the truth of the Stargate's destruction through the message sent back when it was destroyed. Regarding your role in this incident, be it our Chamber of Commerce or the Kasha Kingdom, they already know very well. Chu Nan's expression immediately sank. He had spoken for a long time because he wanted to push the reason for the destruction of the Stargate to Jiggs, the former director of the Noctem Chamber of Commerce. He did not have to shoulder that astronomical compensation. However, now that Lazaktu expressed that they had already understood the truth of the Stargate's destruction, it was obvious that he did not plan to let Chu Nan have any chance to reject it. Then what do you and the Kasha Kingdom plan to do? Chu Nan asked with a frown. I don't know what the Kasha Kingdom's plan is. As for our Noctem Chamber of Commerce's decision. Lazaktu looked at Chu Nan and smiled. His expression looked very relaxed. The Stargate was a very important star transportation node. Under the protection of the Pan-Milky Way Convention, no one and no organization should easily destroy it. I believe you understand this, Mr. Chu Nan. Chu Nan nodded with a livid expression. When Lazaktu said this, it was obvious that the Noctem Chamber of Commerce was unwilling to give up. However, if he really had to compensate for the losses of the Stargate, how could he afford it? However, he also noticed something. Although Lazaktu deliberately emphasized the matter of the Stargate, he did not clearly mention Chu Nan's responsibility. Perhaps it was because Lazaktu was more careful, but perhaps it was because the Noctem Chamber of Commerce had other considerations? Everything has to wait for our Chamber of Commerce and the Kasha Kingdom to investigate before we can come to a conclusion. Before that, Lazaktu suddenly took a step back and bowed to Chu Nan. Because the former staff of our Chamber of Commerce has caused you trouble, I sincerely apologize to you on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce. Looking at the serious expression of Lazaktu, who did not seem to be joking, Chu Nan was immediately shocked. He thought that this guy was here to find trouble with him, but he did not expect him to apologize to him so seriously. Ah, no. Chu Nan originally wanted to habitually wave his hand to show that he was not polite, but on second thought, he frowned slightly and said seriously, I hope your Noctem Chamber of Commerce can give me an explanation for this. It's fine if this is Director Jiggs' personal action, but if his actions are under the instructions of your Noctem Chamber of Commerce. Chu Nan sneered and stared at Lazaktu without holding back. Lazaktu stood up and looked at Chu Nan before slowly shaking his head. The goal of our Chamber of Commerce has always been to make a fair deal with a clear price. If we need your cooperation, we will definitely have an official negotiation with you. We definitely won't do such a thing. Please hope for the credibility of our Chamber of Commerce. Chu Nan glanced at him and sneered. It was true that the Noctem Chamber of Commerce had always praised their credibility and the spirit of the contract. Moreover, they had always carried out this goal, but it was naturally impossible for Chu Nan to completely believe them. However, these things were indeed not suitable to discuss here, so Chu Nan could not be bothered to waste his breath on Lazak. Since Lazaktu did not pursue the responsibility of destroying the Stargate on behalf of the Noctem Chamber of Commerce, Chu Nan naturally would not fuss so much. Mr. Chu Nan, I believe it will take some time to investigate this matter, but if I ask you to stay in the Perseus Arm, that's impossible. Chu Nan was immediately waved away. Of course, neither we nor the Kasha Kingdom have this intention. However, in order to investigate the truth, I hope you can stay in the Kasha Kingdom for a few more days. In addition, the Chamber of Commerce should send a representative to discuss some things with you in detail. I hope you can be mentally prepared. Discuss some things. Chu Nan frowned. What is it? This still needs to be decided by the Chamber of Commerce. Forgive me for being unable to tell you in advance, Lazaktu replied with a smile. Is that so? Chu Nan pondered for a moment and turned to look at Supremacy Ovally, who was still discussing enthusiastically with Elvi. He thought for a moment and nodded. Alright, I'll wait. Chapter 947. The Noctem Chamber of Commerce did not make Chu Nan wait long. After 4 days and nights, Chu Nan was informed by Lazaktu. Then, he saw the special personnel specially sent by the Noctem Chamber of Commerce to deal with this matter at the agreed location. This middle-aged man, who looked to be about the same age as Lazaktu but had an even more dignified expression, clearly had a high status in the Noctem Chamber of Commerce. When he saw Chu Nan, the first sentence he said shocked him. Hello, Chu Nan. Actually, I've known you for a long time. To be precise, in our Noctem Chamber of Commerce, Elkhart and I should be the first two to know you. Chu Nan glanced at the middle-aged man who called himself Rubes in surprise and confirmed that he had definitely never seen him, let alone know who he was. How could the two of them be the first two people in the Noctem Chamber of Commerce to know him? Seeing the doubt in Chu Nan's eyes, Rubes smiled and asked, do you still remember that the Milky Way Standard Time is 38,914th cycle, 712, 17, 34 to 89? Seeing Chu Nan's blank expression, Rubes lowered his head to look at the personal terminal on his arm and continued, in other words, what were you doing between 7:27 and 8:18 p.m. on the night of June 28, 2785 in your Earth Federation? Chu Nan immediately frowned. What did Rubes mean by saying such an accurate less than an hour? The so-called night of June 28, 2785 on Earth. Wasn't it last year? Right, it was 3 days before the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition. Chu Nan quickly recalled. With the clear memories stored in his powerful AI brain, he quickly recalled. Wasn't that the period of time when he increased his strength in a short period of time and took the risk to break through the limit of the human body with the support of the Logistics Rehabilitation Center of West Cloud Academy? However, he unintentionally developed a special internal breath circulation model like high-frequency vibration internal breath? When he thought of this, Chu Nan was suddenly shocked and looked at Rubes with vigilance. All along, he had always thought that it was an extremely secret that he had accidentally obtained a powerful data ability. Apart from him, even the few people closest to him did not know. However, now that Rubes had accurately said this time and recalled that the mainframe AI of the West Cloud Academy's Logistics Rehabilitation Center was produced by the Noctem Chamber of Commerce, a thought immediately appeared in Chu Nan's mind. Could it be that the Noctem Chamber of Commerce had actually long known everything he had done and all the changes in his body through that mainframe AI? If that were the case, wouldn't he have no secrets in front of the other party? What kind of person was Rubes? He easily saw the vigilance in Chu Nan's eyes and hurriedly smiled and waved his hand. There's no need to be nervous. The reason why I mentioned this period of time is actually that the feedback data transmitted through that mainframe AI was too abnormal, causing us to pay attention and think that there was a malfunction. The reason for the abnormal data is you. Chu Nan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. From what Rubes had said, the Noctem Chamber of Commerce had probably only noticed the abnormal physical data brought about by the increase in his physical strength in a short period of time. They did not notice that he actually unintentionally had a powerful data ability equivalent to an AI. Otherwise, the time they noticed him should not have been this hour, but earlier, when he had just obtained the data ability. However, he did not lower his guard because of this. Why did Rubes come to see him on behalf of the Noctem Chamber of Commerce and specially mention this? Chu Nan thought for a moment and asked, I remember that because of this, Director Yu Tingfeng of your Chamber of Commerce's West Cloud Planet looked for me. Moreover, I cooperated with you to do some investigations later on. There's no problem with this. There's indeed no problem. Rubes still maintained his smile. If there's really a problem, it's only because the speed at which your strength increases has attracted our special attention. Chu Nan, do you know? In the Chamber of Commerce, it's actually quite controversial because of you. Oh. Chu Nan looked at him curiously. Rubes did not answer immediately. Instead, he glanced at Lazakto. Lazakto shrugged and smiled at Rubes. Rubes, the person I fought with was Elkhart. Could it be that you plan to fight me again because of Elkhart? Of course not. Rubes smiled and shook his head. It's just that before I came, Elkhart asked you a question on his behalf. He asked, do you think there's a problem with the point he raised at that time? Lazakto smiled bitterly. This guy is so vengeful. Alright, I admit that what he said makes sense. Chu Nan's growth speed has indeed exceeded our imagination. However, before he becomes a star-grade martial artist, it's still impossible for his opinion to be agreed by the Chamber of Commerce. After a pause, he frowned and continued, since this guy has a problem, why didn't he tell me directly? Must you come to bring a message? Could it be that he doesn't dare to face me directly? Do you think he will? Rubes smiled. He's busy cooperating with the Declan Empire on a very large project now. He doesn't have that much time to argue with you, so he only asked me to ask. That's right. It's not far from the garden hunting assembly held by the royal family of the Declan Empire. I heard that those old stubborn people of the royal family are finally willing to let go this time and are willing to talk to our Chamber of Commerce. Rubes suddenly coughed lightly and planned to say something. He turned to Chu Nan and revealed an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, we were a little carried away by our conversation. Chu Nan waved his hand and looked at the two of them in confusion. From their conversation, it could be heard that the Noctem Chamber of Commerce was indeed paying a lot of attention to him and was not talking nonsense. Moreover, because of his attention, that guy called Elkhart was still arguing fiercely with the Lazaktu in front of him? What was going on? Cough. Chu Nan, I think we should put down the small talk and get back to the topic. The most important reason why I specially mentioned the attention of our Chamber of Commerce to you is to let you understand that this time, it's definitely not at the behest of our Chamber of Commerce, but Director Jig's personal actions. In fact, it's far more convenient for our Chamber of Commerce to use forceful methods than to directly use money to deal. I believe you can understand, Rubes said seriously. Chu Nan could not help but nod. Indeed, to the Noctem Chamber of Commerce, who was completely indescribable by the word rich and imposing, not only was the efficiency of forcefully capturing people like this not high, it might also cause various hidden dangers. However, it was far inferior to directly using money to smash people. At the very least, Chu Nan did not dare to guarantee that he could block the money attack of the Noctem Chamber of Commerce. However, speaking of money, Chu Nan thought for a moment and simply asked, I'm only concerned about one question now. What does your Chamber of Commerce think about the destruction of the Stargate? Rubes seemed to have expected Chu Nan to ask this question. When he heard this, the smile on his face did not change, but he opened his personal terminal and gestured to him. There's a document here. You can take a look first. Chapter 948. The document was very long and displayed on the virtual screen of Chu Nan's personal terminal for dozens of pages before it ended. This was because, from the title on the first page, he could tell that this document was an evaluation report of the destruction of the Stargate. Chu Nan patiently and seriously read it page by page. In the end, he quickly summarized it in his mind. The most important thing in this report was actually the final conclusion. The conclusion was completely beyond Chu Nan's expectations. In the report, there was a clear judgment that the Stargate had been destroyed by Chu Nan's punch. However, after a series of dazzling and dizzy analyses in the report, the final conclusion was that Chu Nan was acting in self-defense to save his compatriots. Although it was a fact that the Stargate was damaged, there was no need to admit any responsibility. Seeing this conclusion, Chu Nan was immediately stunned. In the past few days, while waiting for the Noctem Chamber of Commerce to send someone over, Chu Nan had thought of how to properly resolve this matter many times. He had even thought of escaping, but in the end, he did not have a perfect solution and could only wait obediently. This was because it was obvious that the Stargate had been shattered by his punch. This was recorded in detailed data and information, so he could not deny it. Therefore, he had only thought of how to minimize his responsibility and avoid completely bearing the compensation needed for the destruction of the Stargate, because it was impossible for him to bear it. Although only 1% was not something he could afford now, it was good to reduce it a little. However, he did not expect that the report given by the Noctem Chamber of Commerce would completely exempt him from responsibility. In other words, according to this evaluation report, he did not even need to pay a single cent. Chu Nan raised his head to look at the patiently waiting Rubes and frowned. Why? Rubes smiled lightly. I just said that you're the target of our Chamber of Commerce's special attention, so we naturally won't let you fall into an unnecessary dilemma. Of course, through the Chamber of Commerce's special attention to you, we discovered that you have more research value. Although the Earth Federation branch did well in this aspect previously, it's still not enough. Therefore, I brought you some other new cooperation agreements this time. You can take a look. After saying that, Rubes sent a few more contract texts to Chu Nan through his personal terminal. Chu Nan did not read it too seriously this time. He only roughly glanced at it and discovered that these contracts were all related to his cooperation with the Noctem Chamber of Commerce to do some research. The contract looked very formal. Not only was the content, time, location, and so on clearly marked, it even clearly marked the reward Chu Nan could obtain from participating in these research cooperations. And it was really not low. Just from these contracts, there was no problem. However, combined with the damage assessment report given by Rubes, it looked very strange. Chu Nan flipped back and glanced at the final responsibility of the evaluation report before looking at the remaining contracts. Then, he raised his head and asked Rubes, what if I reject these contracts? The smile on Rubes' face immediately became meaningful. This evaluation report is only the first draft that I've discussed with Lazakto. In fact, it should be modified when it's finally reported to the Chamber of Commerce. The final review results made by the Chamber of Commerce might also change, so this is not the final result. Chu Nan could not help but smile bitterly. Although Rubes did not say it explicitly, no matter how stupid he was, he could tell what he meant. Clearly, this was a deal forced by the Noctem Chamber of Commerce to use him to cooperate with the Noctem Chamber of Commerce to do a few experiments to offset the losses brought about by destroying the Stargate. If Chu Nan rejected the contract, he could forget about not bearing the responsibility of destroying the Stargate. After figuring this out, Chu Nan was not unhappy. Instead, he heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, the conditions proposed by the Noctem Chamber of Commerce were not overboard. What Chu Nan needed to do was only to cooperate with them to do some research. Moreover, from the contract, it was not life-threatening research and did not affect him much. Moreover, there was a considerable reward for participating in this research. It would not do Chu Nan any harm. To put it bluntly, although he had been forced to destroy the Stargate in order to save Tiago and the others, the truth was the truth and could not be denied. Not to mention that the Noctem Chamber of Commerce would still reward him, even if he was asked to do free labor. Chu Nan would have nothing to say. Alright, I agree to these contracts, but I have a request, Chu Nan said seriously. Oh, what request? Rubes seemed surprised. Those guys who caused me to destroy the Stargate have been captured by the Kasha Kingdom now. I want to know what the Kasha Kingdom did to them in the end. Looking at Chu Nan's serious expression, Rubes frowned slightly. This is the internal affairs of the Kasha Kingdom. Our Chamber of Commerce can't interfere. I'm not asking you to interfere. I only want you to tell me what the Kasha Kingdom will do with them in the end. Chu Nan shook his head. It's impossible for me to stay here forever. After I return to the Orion Arm, it'll be very difficult to obtain any news here, so I hope you can tell me. Rubes and Lazakto looked at each other in silence. Rubes nodded slowly. Alright, I promise you. The atmosphere became relaxed after the two sides actually reached an agreement. Rubes introduced the Elcart he had mentioned to Chu Nan and expressed that he had said that he had to see him when he had the chance. Chu Nan was also very curious about this guy. This was because he had heard from Rubes that Elcart had special attention and an extremely high evaluation of the Earth Federation. He felt that it was very likely that the Earth Federation would develop into an important country on the Orion Arm in the future. At the same time, although Elcart was not a very powerful martial artist, he had always thought very highly of Chu Nan's future. As early as last year, he was very certain that Chu Nan would definitely become a powerful star-grade martial artist in the future. Chu Nan could not imagine why a person like Elcart who had never seen him before would have such a high evaluation of him and the Earth Federation. Therefore, he looked forward to talking to him face to face. Therefore, Rubes expressed that after the matter here was settled and Chu Nan fulfilled the contract to cooperate with the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce for research, he would try his best to arrange an opportunity for Elkhart and Chu Nan to meet. In short, this meeting finally ended in a relaxed and happy atmosphere after both sides obtained results that satisfied them. After watching Rubes and Lazak leave, Chu Nan heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, this matter had finally come to an end. He could finally relax for the time being and return to his familiar place. As for whether he would have the chance to come to the Perseus arm in the future, who knew what would happen in the future? Chapter 949. Elvie walked out of the laboratory briskly. She was in a very good mood. Or rather, ever since she obtained Chu Nan's clear news, her mood had always been very good these few days. Knowing that Chu Nan was still alive and well, the gloom in Elvie's heart instantly swept away. She felt that she had never felt so happy since she was young. Even when her father grabbed another small problem and berated her in his daily communication yesterday, it did not affect her mood at all. Instead, she teased her father, causing him, who had always been extremely dignified in front of him, to reveal a rare blank expression. Ha ha. When she recalled her father's at a loss yesterday and her mother's surprise, Elvie could not help but laugh. If they knew that he was in a good mood because of Chu Nan, they would probably reprimand him again, right? However, on second thought, the current Chu Nan was completely different from the first time his parents saw him last year. After falling into the Stargate in the Lepler star system incident and returning safely, Chu Nan was already a very famous and attention-grabbing young genius martial artist in the Earth Federation. Now that he had passed the Orion Arm Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition, although he had unexpectedly failed in the top 16, no one could deny his strength. The current Chu Nan was not the useless person who had become famous in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition last year but made everyone feel that he could not even break through the cosmic heaven's gate because of supremacy. Mu Yuton's words. Before entering Star Cloud Academy, in everyone's hearts, Chu Nan could not be compared to famous geniuses like Feng Ningzi and Angie Prairie. However, at this moment, even if some people still did not think that he was stronger than them, no one dared to say that he was weaker. In fact, in the Earth Federation, many people had already determined that Chu Nan was the most talented martial artist among the younger generation of the Earth Federation below the age of 20. He was also the one who was most likely to become a star-grade martial artist in the future. Chu Nan is so powerful now. Even if I really date him, father and mother won't object, right? Elvie could not help but fantasize. As she thought, Elvie could not help but smile sweetly. However, she was immersed in her beautiful imagination and did not notice the situation ahead. She suddenly discovered a black shadow colliding with her. Although her martial artist instincts made her react to dodge, because her mind was too distracted just now, she still almost collided with it. Elvie held back the thought of exclaiming. She stood still, raised her head, and looked over angrily. This guy clearly did it on purpose. Who in this academy dared to block her path so rudely? However, when she looked up and saw the face of the person in front of her, Elvie was immediately stunned. "Heh, Elvie, is this how you don't look at the front? Aren't you afraid of hitting the pillar?" The person in front of him was actually Chu Nan. Elvie was only stunned for a moment, but then the anger on her face instantly turned into an involuntary smile. She let out a happy exclamation and actually ignored the surprised gazes of others to pounce into the other party's arms. "Brother Chu Nan, you're finally back." At first, it was filled with naughty laughter, but after laughing for a while, it gradually turned into choking. Then, Elvie hugged Chu Nan and cried loudly. Chu Nan helplessly hugged Elvie and glanced at the surrounding passers-by who were looking over. He felt a little awkward. However, he also knew that Elvie was worried about his performance, just like Chu Zioxi's reaction when she saw him. Therefore, although he felt a little awkward, he still gently hugged her and allowed her to hug him tightly and cry. Feeling Elvie's body twitching in his arms, Chu Nan could not help but sigh in his mind. Elvie's performance reminded him of Chu Zioxi. After finalizing the cooperation and research agreement with the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce, the Kasha Kingdom quickly settled Chu Nan's problem in the entire matter. Therefore, he finally resolved the matter in the Kasha Kingdom and successfully returned. Before returning to Star Cloud Academy, he first returned home and let his family witness his return alive. Chu Zioxi's reaction when she first saw him was simply identical to the current Elvie. After a while, Elvie's cries gradually stopped and she reluctantly left Chu Nan's chest. She still looked at him with tears in her eyes and looked like a pitiful kitten. Seeing that there was actually green snot coming out of Elvie's nostrils, Chu Nan could not help but laugh. He wanted to wipe it for her, but he could not find anything suitable on her body. He could only point at her nose. Elvie did not show any shyness. She took out a handkerchief from her pocket and wiped her crying face. Then, she quickly tidied her expression and asked Chu Nan happily, "Brother Chu Nan, congratulations on returning safely. Tell me, what have you been doing recently? I'm afraid it's not convenient to talk about it here. You haven't eaten dinner, right? Come, let's find a place to sit down and eat. I'll tell you slowly. In addition, I have something to discuss with you." Oh. The two of them did not run far. They only casually found a relatively quiet small restaurant in Star Cloud Academy and casually ordered fast food. Then, Elvie could not wait to ask what Chu Nan had been doing recently. Regarding his experience during this period of time, Chu Nan had already told his parents and Chu Zioxi when he returned home a few days ago. Moreover, he had even explained it to Dongfang through long-range communication. He was already familiar with it. Facing Elvie's question, he roughly explained his experience during this period of time. However, Elvie was also very interested in many details and kept asking, forcing Chu Nan to explain some things in detail. When she heard that Chu Nan had actually been captured as far as the Perseus arm with a group of people, Elvie was very surprised. When she heard that Chu Nan had taken the risk to save Tiago and the others but was trapped in the Merlin star system, Elvie could not help but reveal a worried expression. In particular, after knowing that Chu Nan had actually destroyed the stargate of the Merlin star system with a punch, not only was Elvie surprised, she even had a trace of worship. Wow, brother Chu Nan, you're too powerful. I've thought of the consequences if someone really destroyed the stargate many times, but no one has ever dared to do this. I didn't expect them to do it now. Chu Nan helplessly shook his head. This is not something to be proud of. I was forced to do this for the sake of those guys escaping safely. Now, I have to pay the corresponding price. Right, speaking of which, this is also related to what I want to discuss with you. Oh, what's the matter? Chu Nan pondered for a moment and organized his thoughts before continuing to ask, you should have heard from Supremacy Ovalie that she wants to invite you to assist her in her research, right? Yes, I heard. Elvie nodded excitedly. Supremacy Ovalie is the best human genetic engineering expert in our Earth Federation. She's an extremely outstanding human genetic engineering miracle herself. If we can have the chance to assist her in her research, that's simply great. At this point, Elvie suddenly pursed her lips and smiled. She looked at Chu Nan from head to toe, her eyes filled with cunningness and teasing. However, brother Chu Nan, you're the one she invited me to study this time. Chapter 950. Feeling Elvie's strange gaze lingering on him, Chu Nan could only helplessly roll his eyes. Of course, he knew that what Supremacy Ovalie wanted to help with research was actually him. Before he separated from Supremacy Ovalie after returning to the Earth Federation, he had been with her these few days. However, he had watched her and Elvie communicate remotely every day and heard her discuss how to study Chu Nan countless times. Every time he saw their focused and even fanatical expressions, Chu Nan could not help but worry that they would simply slice him up. That's right, you're studying me. Chu Nan nodded and admitted Elvie's words. However, you should know that I've also signed a few contracts with the Noctem Chamber of Commerce to help them do some experiments, so I'm afraid I'm not free during this period of time. In addition, Supremacy Ovalie has just returned and has many things to deal with. It's impossible for her to find you in a short period of time. I know. Elvie nodded and was not surprised. Supremacy Ovalie told me before. Right, brother Chu Nan, why did you suddenly sign a contract with the Noctem Chamber of Commerce to help them experiment? Do you want to earn some money? Chu Nan immediately smiled bitterly. If I tell you that I owe the Noctem Chamber of Commerce 7.6 billion, do you believe me? Before leaving the Kasha Kingdom, Lazakta sent a final evaluation report of the time the Stargate was destroyed to Chu Nan. In this report, it was clearly stated that if he wanted to completely repair the Stargate of the Merlin star system, he needed to spend a total of $7.6 billion in the Earth Federation's unified currency. Therefore, according to the calculations of this Stargate being blown up by Chu Nan's punch, it was equivalent to owing the Noctem Chamber of Commerce 7.6 billion Federation coins. Of course, because of the previous agreement between the two sides, the responsibility was all pushed to Ro and the others in this evaluation report. As for how the Noctem Chamber of Commerce and the Kasha Kingdom recovered this loss from these guys, it was none of Chu Nan's business. Due to the fact that Chu Nan was not completely certain of this previously, he did not tell Elvie. Now that he mentioned it, she immediately widened her eyes in surprise. Oh my god, 7.6 billion. Brother Chu Nan, what did you do? Could it be that you fought with the people of the Noctem Chamber of Commerce and destroyed a few of their ships? About that. Chu Nan laughed dryly and waved his hand. It's fine if the matter is over. I only mentioned this to tell you that in order to compensate for the losses brought to the Noctem Chamber of Commerce, I have to help them experiment and study. Coupled with the fact that Supremacy Ovalie has something on herself, even if you look forward to it, you have to wait a period of time to study my matter. No problem. Although Elvie was a little disappointed that she could not assist her idol, Supremacy Ovalie, in her research as soon as possible, she still smiled and shook her head. In any case, brother Chu Nan, you can't escape. Sooner or later, you'll still be stripped naked by Supremacy Ovalie and me to study properly. Chu Nan glared at her angrily. Strip? Do you dare to see me strip naked now? Elvie blushed slightly, then glared back indignantly. If you dare to strip, I dare to look. In any case, I've seen all kinds of human bodies when I was doing research. Could it be that you look different from other men? Elvie's voice was too loud and immediately attracted the gazes of the other diners in the small dining room. Feeling the strange gazes of others, Chu Nan was quickly defeated. He wiped his face forcefully and said helplessly, all right, I know you're powerful. However, Supremacy Ovalie also asked me to tell you something. I'm afraid the equipment of Star Cloud Academy can't satisfy her request. If you want to assist her in her research, I'm afraid you have to go elsewhere with her. Elvie was stunned. The equipment of the Star Cloud Academy's Life Science Academy is the best in the Federation. Can't it satisfy the requirements? I don't know. Supremacy Ovalie said this. She also said that the equipment in the entire Federation can't satisfy her requirements, so she might have to bring you and me to other places to borrow equipment for research. Therefore, I have to prepare you mentally, Chu Nan said. Other places? Do you mean leaving the Federation? Elvie could not help but frown slightly. Due to her family, she had never had the chance to leave the Earth Federation since she was young. Now that she might suddenly leave, she could not help but feel a little nervous. However, when she recalled that she was leaving with Chu Nan and Supremacy Ovalie, this trace of nervousness was immediately thrown to the back of her mind and completely turned into excitement. All right. After thinking for a moment, Elvie clapped her hands happily. I've long wanted to go to other countries to take a look. Did the Supremacy say when to leave? I just said that when I have time. I have to wait for Supremacy Ovalie to have time. Chu Nan shrugged. Oh. After telling LV what supremacy Ovally had instructed before she left, Chu Nan chatted with her for a while before ending this long dinner. After walking out of the small dining room, LV looked at the sky and asked Chu Nan, "Brother Chu Nan, when are you going to the Noctem Chamber of Commerce?" "They said that they need some time to prepare and asked me to wait for the notice, but I don't think it will take long," Chu Nan replied after thinking for a moment. "In other words, you won't be able to stay for long before leaving again." Hearing this answer, LV lowered her head in disappointment. "I thought you were finally back and could stay with you for a while." Chu Nan smiled and reached out to rub LV's head. "When you start studying me with supremacy Ovally, we'll be together every day. What are you worried about?" "That's right." Only then did LV seem to have suddenly recalled and become happy again. "Haha, at that time, I'll even have to sleep with you." Chu Nan was immediately embarrassed. "Hey, LV, you're a girl. Watch your words." LV sneered. "What's there to pay attention to? I've already decided. No one can stop me." After saying that, before Chu Nan could react, she suddenly stretched out her hands and grabbed his head, pulling him down. She smiled and said, "Brother Chu Nan, close your eyes. I want to give you a surprise." Looking at LV's slightly red face, Chu Nan could not help but say that something was wrong. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't worry about it. Just close your eyes." Being kicked by LV's eyes, Chu Nan could only obediently close his eyes. As expected, as soon as he closed his eyes, he immediately felt a warm and fragrant aura assault him. Chu Nan was immediately shocked and suddenly opened his eyes. As expected, he saw a pair of beautiful red lips kissing his mouth. Without thinking, Chu Nan hurriedly raised his head and quickly escaped LV's hands, avoiding her. "LV, are you crazy? What are you doing?" Chu Nan touched his rapidly beating chest. He was certain that even when he was fighting with the two powerful third-stage heaven control martial artists, Ro and Anklo, he had never been so nervous. LV looked at Chu Nan in displeasure. "Hey, brother Chu Nan, I told you to close your eyes. Why did you open them? Most importantly, why did you dodge? Don't you want to be kissed by me?" Seeing LV's righteous expression, Chu Nan did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Hey, LV, do you know what this means?" "Of course I know. This means that I like you." "Ah." LV spoke so bluntly that it stunned Chu Nan. "You like me?" "Of course." LV nodded even more bluntly and stretched out her hand to point at Chu Nan. "Brother Chu Nan, have you forgotten? I've already told you last time that I like you." "No, do I love you? As someone who loves you, it's normal for me to kiss you when I see you return safely, right?" Hearing LV's words, Chu Nan immediately reacted. That's right, after he fell into the Stargate and returned safely last time, LV had indeed confessed to him in front of her parents, Chu Zioxi, and her brother. However, Chu Nan did not take it seriously at that time and thought that she was only excited for a moment. However, he did not expect her to be serious. Chu Nan smiled bitterly and waved his hand. "LV, I'm not mentally prepared. Don't be like this." To his surprise, LV did not show any signs of setback. Instead, she clenched her small fists and assumed a posture of encouraging herself. "I know, so I'm working hard to make you like me. Brother Chu Nan, I'll definitely catch up to you and make you fall in love with me." Facing LV's boldness and straightforwardness, Chu Nan could only be stunned. Was there something wrong with this? To be continued. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this video, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an update. Check out the playlist to catch up on the rest of the series. I'll be back with the next part soon. Stay tuned.